The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. We're in the 7th inning stretch at the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Decisive results have been elusive, but it hasn't been for lack of trying, with the voracious attacks being met with impressive resilience. Frontrunner Fabiano Caruana found himself in a complicated position and, despite a slight edge, was forced to settle for a draw. Wesley thought he was finally getting a win in a crazy game that had him battling to the very end, with the audience on the edge of their seats, but was unable to reel in the victory. The reigning champ is a half-point up. Can he cruise to a repeat? Day 8 of action-packed chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 8 of the Superbet Chess Classic held in beautiful Romania. We have a gorgeous day outside. We are in Cismigiu Park, one of the most famous landmarks here in the city center of Bucharest. The players are ready to give it their all in the last couple of rounds. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Only a half point separates the top 4 players. With 2 days left, there is still everything to play for. Day 8 starts right now. Hello and welcome, and it is the penultimate round of the Superbet Chess Classic. I'm international master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure, as always, to be commenting all the action alongside Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgeny Miroshnichenko.
It's my pleasure to be with you both, Jovi, Miro. Hello, everyone. Happy Independence Day. Well, you know it's going to come, and here we go. Will there be fireworks today, or will it be a sizzle? Fizzle. I wanted to say fizzle. It came out wrong. Jovi, do the honors. Tell us about our tournament leaders.
Yes.
The standings, please.
Well, yesterday was a day with twists and turns, but ultimately it was 5 draws, which means the standings remain unchanged. Fabiano Caruana still at the top with 4.5 points, but half a point behind are the 3 musketeers, I'm going to say, actually, the youngsters, Alireza, Firouzja, Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh. 4 points. These are the players we believe have the biggest chance to win the event.
Absolutely. And tell us about the format for this Superbet Chess Classic.
And there you see 10-player round robin, which means the players have played each other once at a time control of 120 minutes, 2 hours, plus a 30-second time bonus. It means no second time control, no draw offers, but would you look at that spectacular prize fund?
Absolutely. We're in the penultimate round, not too much left in the schedule, but tell us about it.
Yes, 2 rounds remaining, and tomorrow a champion will be crowned. So that means that if there is there's a tie for first place tomorrow, there will be playoffs. So let's have a look at what that involves. Now, if there's 2 players tied for first place, it's just going to be a 2-game rapid match played at a time control of 10 minutes plus 5-second time bonus per move. If it's still tied, it's going to be decided by Armageddon. If there are 3 or more players tied for first, it's going to be a rapid round robin played at that time control, and again decided by Armageddon in the event of a tie.
Those are so dramatic, those Armageddons. And Miro, tell us about the challenges that our tournament leaders face.
All right, with only 2 rounds to go, that's not much to discuss, but let's see the road ahead for our 4 contenders. And we start with Praggnanandhaa, who is the only one out of 4 who has black today. And look at the pairings. It's Pragg against Fabi, a very, very important clash, where in case of Fabi's win, all lost for Pragg. In case he doesn't lose, well, he will have the white tomorrow against Alireza Firouzja.
Who also happens to be a contender.
Right, absolutely. So Pragg has the most impact, if you will, on the standings. Gukesh, however, is not playing any of the rivals in those two last rounds. So he has white against Anish Giri, and round 9 he will have the black pieces against Wesley. So, Alireza. Well, today's the big day for Alireza, I believe, with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Pretty good opportunity. Jan is on 7 draws out of 7 games, and usually, this long series of draws turn to resolve in one way or another. So, Alireza certainly would prefer one way. And then Pragg in round 9 with the black pieces, but I would argue in the last round, the color does not matter that much if both players are motivated to win.
Exactly.
And ultimately, Fabiano Caruana, white today against Pragg, and with black against Anish Giri. So, a win today would be massive for Fabi.
Absolutely. Nice. Thank you, Mira, for those challenges indeed. And it's my distinct pleasure to introduce our other 2 members of our broadcasting team from Bucharest, Anastasiya and Cristian. What do you expect for round 8?
Good to see you guys, and welcome back, chess fans, to the penultimate day here in Bucharest, Romania, as we are getting ready to receive the players. But I'm sure we're going to see a lot of fireworks on the board. It is 4th of July, after all, but also we've had the Olympic torch pass through Bucharest today. Tell us a bit about that, Anastasia.
Yes, exactly. Today, the whole center of Bucharest was stopped because we had a very interesting chess event happening. The Olympic torch was passing by, as you said, from Morocco all the way to Bucharest, and it will go later to Kazakhstan. You can see some pictures from this ceremony, and also the many officials from FIDE came, as well as also CEO of Grand Chess Tour, Michael Khodorkovsky, who is also the vice president of FIDE. We can see the big gathering of kids as well, some chess clubs from Bucharest. Everybody was there today to celebrate the fact that FIDE and Romanian Chess Federation will be celebrating centenary of FIDE and the Federation the next year. So big gathering, great atmosphere, as you can see, fire, and I hope this fire will also appear very, very soon on the chessboards. 2 rounds to go only. It's time, guys, to do something about it.
I'm sure it will.
Now or never.
It's now or never. I know the players know that. I know the contenders that are chasing Fabiano know that as well. And let's take a look at the marquee matchups of today's round. We're going to start with this big clash. 2 players that know each other quite well. Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces is meeting one Jan Nepomniachtchi, and as you can see, so many decisive results.
More than draws.
More than draws. That is very unusual. 3 wins, 5 losses, and 3 draws. And I have to say, here at the Superbet Chess Classic, Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces defeated Alireza Firouzja in a Petrov. Will history repeat itself? We're going to have to wait and see. A big clash, of course, is the one between the leader, Fabiano Caruana, and Praggnanandhaa, one of the newly minted contenders here at the Grand Chess Tour. 2 wins, 1 loss, and 5 draws. But their last matchup came at the candidates, and with the black pieces, Fabiano managed to defeat Praggnanandhaa and stay in the race for the title. Guys, we have so many exciting matchups coming your way. And as you can see, Praggnanandhaa is getting ready. He's early, quite early. Guys, a lot of exciting matchups. We'll be here to give you all the behind the scenes. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Anastasiya. Happy birthday to the FIDE, 100 years young. And Jovi, do the honors, tell our viewers about the pairings for this penultimate round.
This is getting critical for some players. Fabiano Caruana, 4.5 points, tournament leader, plays one of the rivals on 4 points. Praggnanandhaa, Alireza on 4 points will be playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now, Jan wants to finish this tournament with some wins to get there at the top. Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays Bogdan Deac. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, another one of the players on 50%. Well, he plays Wesley. So, Gukesh, one of the 3 on 4 points, plays Anish Giri. And you know what's going to motivate them? Yasser,
Big money.
big money. So let's check out what's at stake. First place is gonna net $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. And there are big drops between the places.
Absolutely. And thank you for this marvelous prize fund as we see the players taking the seat. I always thought of these last two rounds as the championship rounds. And it was in these rounds where I just thought, regardless of my tournament, I really wanted to try my absolute best. I could turn my fortunes around. If I'm having a bad tournament, winning my last two rounds has made it so much better.
Right.
Having a good tournament, I want to finish strong. And this is quite the rivalry between these two. Fabi, a slim half-point lead, but such an important lead too.
Very important lead, you know, because the person who finishes in first place nets $100,000.
13 Grand Prix points as well.
Exactly.
So that's huge.
And if there's a tie break, well, then we're going to see a lot more drama on the board. And here we have Cristian Chirila making the first move for Gukesh. I like the consultation.
Yeah, I like the way you pronounce tucha. It's the Dutch word for dessert.
Is
a
it?
tucha. What will you have as a tucha?
I'm very limited with my Romanian. So knight F3.
Whoa, after deep thoughts and consultations. Thank you, George. And I think we're going to have two ceremonial opening moves today.
Mm-hmm.
And another distinguished guest is Mr. Vachier-Lagrave, Vice President of Superbet Foundation.
And here we have Gabriel George Petrescu,
From the
who's the
Superbet.
Vice President of the Superbet Foundation. And he's about to make the first move for Fabiano. Picks
English.
C4, the English.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. Thank you again to the Superbet Foundation for your support in this chess tournament. Again, the prize fund is absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, their support for chess has just been incredible because it's not just this massive event, it's also all those side events as well.
Aren't they fun?
Inspiring both youngsters, seniors,
Right.
and women.
Absolutely.
And handshake, and the players have pressed the clocks, and the game is about to begin.
Just before I got a chance to ask you about your best guess, what was it going to be, D4 or E4? I'm glad I didn't get to ask you that question.
Yeah, because
we have the
C4.
English. And one of the great surprises to me in this event has been Fabi's choice of meeting E5 with D3 on move 2. And he was imitated as well in the previous round by Anish. Anish also played D3 against MVL and E5. I have never played D3. I've always played either knight C3 and then what became a personal favorite, G2, G3 on move 2. But Pragg is thinking on this first move. It probably came as a slight surprise, even though Fabi has already played it in the tournament. I'm sure his prep was E4 based or D4 based.
Yeah.
Have you been an English player?
No, never.
Never.
Because of E5.
Because of E5?
Yeah, because I'm not a Sicilian player. I feel like you do have to have knowledge of that opening.
And knight F6?
Knight F6 played, very flexible.
Right. Okay, so it's actually kind of funny because when my opponents played against me knight F6, I would always play knight C3 in anticipation of playing E2, E4 to avoid the Grunfeld and to try to steer the line into a King's Indian. Then the funny part is on E5, I can't play D3 like Fabi. So maybe this was a clever move order by
We see E6
by Pragg.
being essayed by Pragg
Knight
after knight
F3.
F3.
E6,
E6 and B3 is the response.
B2, B3.
So Fabi continuing with his strategy of just playing
And mixing it up.
innocuous systems, not well trodden areas of theory. So b3, and well, the question is d5.
Exactly. I think that is by far the key question. We could go into a variation like this. I can take on d5, play or play the move e2, e3. Would we describe this, Miro, as a reti?
Well, not yet. The
Not
bishop
yet.
is still on f1, right? I mean, the reti, in my understanding, the light square bishop, has to be on a long diagonal.
Right.
And in current position, d5, say e3, and it can be anything, really, because it can transpose, say, with black going c5, can transpose into like Tarashi-like positions.
Exactly.
Tarash defense, that is. Yeah, if black goes c6, bishop d6, knight d7, and here you have it, anti-Meran type of thing.
Right. So still very flexible.
There is probably no reason to go c6 right now.
Right. But just to follow what you were saying, you can go into bishop to d6.
It's our favorite English opening Agincourt defense.
Right you are. And you were telling me that you had actually looked it up so you could learn the theory of the Agincourt battle.
It sounds very familiar to every English person, and it is because of a certain battle that we won against the French back in the 100-Year War in long time ago. And there we actually see that there has been a trade in the center.
I don't want to start a revolt, but who won the 100-Year War?
I don't know. Wasn't it like closely?
I think
it lasted like for 116 years. That much I know.
Right?
So nobody probably won.
But both sides lost if it lasted that long. I mean, my goodness.
So now after g3, we do talk about reti, and also quite a strange one, to be honest, because I'd be worried with black going d4 at some point.
Right, trying to shut
because
down
say black goes knight c6, I guess.
Right.
And then d4 perhaps is still a bit early for white because the bishop's still on f1, there'll be some checks. And say after bishop g2, I don't know, can you just go d4 and say I have the center?
Sure.
It's very ambitious, I understand.
Castles,
yeah, bishop e7
and e3.
E3 and maybe just castle?
Yep.
And hope for this pawn.
I think it's a very legit way of playing. Knight, maybe to come to c4 and e5. A little speculation on our part, but as the contours of the opening become known, let's go around the arena and just see where we stand in the other games.
Can we go to Alireza against Jan?
It will be our second
that's
marquee
a London system
matchup, and let's see what we have here. Very peculiar early knight h5, c5, e3. Okay, all standard so far. Knight d2.
Right, knight to h5. And here Alireza very quickly captured that pawn on c5, which is very much burning the boats. Because if it all goes wrong for white, then strategically he's given up the bishop pair, also gifted black the center.
a5. Now, wow. I think most of us would be anxious to recover the pawn, something like e6 and bishop c5. Maybe there's some line with b4. Whatever it is, a7, a5, I'm assuming we're in theory. Bishop to b5, e6, knight e5, bishop d7. Wow, wow, wow. We're, as far as I'm concerned, definitely in uncharted waters. From my perspective, but from the player's perspective, they're playing all of this a la tempo. So, Miro, I'm suspecting preparation here. Different sort of preparation for me.
Yeah, well, it is.
A5.
And A5, you've identified it correctly. A5 is a rare move. I can only see one game in the database. Right. But interestingly, the most popular would be not to try to recover the pawn immediately, but to go g6.
Ooh.
And this line has more than 50 games played, and I do remember Fabi playing this way. So, and the point being, yes, you do want the bishop on long diagonal since it's gotten open, and say if if white somehow develops like this, that later on you are not forced to try to win the pawn, but you can try to gambit it with b6.
Say castles.
Who's to move? Yeah, white's to move. Yeah, so castles, and one of the things you can do, I mean, in a schematic way, you're not forced to, but these positions are usually with, well, quite serious compensation for black.
Wow.
Because the bishop is very powerful, and those pawns are, well, attacked this way or another, and it's very hard to move those, right? So you may end up defending b2 and go in c4, but then a lot of trades, we will be left with opposite colored bishops very likely, because black will say go bishop g4 exchange for a knight. So these are acceptable positions for black. So b6 wasn't the strongest in a position, but even this one computer sees as equal despite white having an extra pawn.
Okay.
And what we currently have on the board, well, it's hard to judge. I'm double checking. It's a new territory. So knight e5 was played for sure. Bishop d7. Yeah, I'm just trying to establish where. Yeah, and then in a previous game, white tried to play knight d3 to actually hold for the c5 pawn. Right. Alireza quickly went to capture on d7, go queen f3, queen to c7, and there we have it, where two moves that computer suggests. I can spell with one word. It's a castle. And then you can castle either long or short.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Like, castle long feels honestly a bit too brave in such a position, so I would much rather castle short. Or there was an option to go f5. I'm not sure why it disappeared. There was some suggestion to go f5.
Can you explain why did Jan just play the move queen d7?
Queen c7,
queen
d7 to c7.
Yeah.
He played queen d7 to capture the knight. Answering your question, yeah.
Right.
But queen c7,
in this
I'm a bit surprised myself, because computer really recommends it, but I cannot possibly understand
queen
what's...
C3.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Queen c3, double attack on the bishop on g7 pawn, so the only way you keep the material is you going all the way back. And this is something you do not like.
Yeah, you know.
Right, bishop f8, and then, according to the machine, white castles. And it's an awkward piece placement for white. I've never seen like a queen on c3 being a major piece, kind of in this attack. But it's not that easy for black to finish the development.
Unwind.
It's very often that you have the bishop on this diagonal pressing on g7.
Right.
Or if it would be the queen would be on g3. Like having the queen on c3 is something unique, but apparently computer likes white here.
Okay, and so queen c7.
Queen c7.
We'll just pause to ask, how do these players match up, Jovi?
Yeah, let's go there, because as we saw earlier, it is 3 wins for Alireza, 5 wins for Jan Nepomniachtchi, 3 draws, and very important game for the standings, because as we see, Alireza is shared second with 4 points, but Jan Nepomniachtchi so far drawn all of his games. He felt like he deserved 1 win, right, with his preparation.
I'm sure he did.
But he will be looking to try to net 2 points in order to take him to the top of the standings, because he still has a theoretical chance of
with a victory.
Winning,
yes, he does.
Right? So he needs to win.
Absolutely. That's
and then
exactly
he also needs
about.
Fabiano to lose 1 game, and then there might be a playoff.
He's in it. I was just going to say that decisive number of games, 2-1, better than 2. It's better, twice as many decisive games as drawn, and we've seen how many drawn games there are. Again, sorry to bring up.
Back to
yes,
this one?
if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So the queen was on d7. It's now moved to c7. Why is it better on c7 than it was on d7? I understand what you just said about, for example, bishop takes c5 and queen c3. So why didn't black play bishop to e7 on his previous move?
But then he's not capturing the c5 pawn. So one of the lines that might explain what's going on.
Yeah.
That if you castle long, again, I do not accept any claims about
comes
castle
with a
long. It
hazard
looks
warning.
scary,
Right.
But now apparently black can take, and if
the
you
different-
try to do the same thing,
Yes.
it's not quite the same. Again, queen to b6. You can take on g7.
Yes, that's
You
a
enter
point.
in some very sharp line. Castles, and now, for instance, you cannot, your bishop's hanging, you cannot take on c6 because bishop d4.
In fact, you can't
attacking
move the bishop
queen.
at all.
Yeah, you can't move the bishop at all after castle long. So a4 is what you have to do. And we are entering some like sharp lines. Knight to d4. I don't know. I mean, there is this knight f3, gf3, where white keeps his extra pawn, but his structure is, somewhat,
Can
somewhat
you
funny.
also take the bishop rather than
Rather than the
ruining pawn
knight,
structure? Yeah.
well, you could, yeah. That's another way of playing. Takes here and a4 even,
Yeah.
like as one of the options. A4, a3, disturbing the king. So this can get very, very sharp. And again, if I was playing this, I would pretty much immediately chicken out and castle short.
Exactly.
So that you have more pawns around your king, it's safer, no open fires. But again, after castle short, by the same token, he can take on c5, and after queen c3, and with like bishop b4, for instance, queen g7, castles, and who knows what's that. Like you go c3, bishop goes to d6. Apparently black does get some compensation because it's very awkward to defend f4. And g3 does not accomplish this task. You can still capture, and then rook g8 would win a queen.
Well,
Thank you.
as we saw the stats show earlier, these two play decisive games.
Yes, they
and
do.
As always, we do enjoy those decisive rounds. So let's take a look at the Superbet Classic decisiveness per year. You can see in 2021 it was 26.6%.
Things have been-
2022, 35.4%, and so far 17.1% indecisive. Guys, come on.
Yeah.
Start taking
A
risks.
serious slide. Maybe that's the preparation speaking, but definitely a low
Yeah.
on the decisiveness.
Like 2021 was the year of the pandemic. Do you think it was something to do with
No
that?
idea.
Maybe players hadn't been training as hard, or maybe just losing that feel for competitive chess, because we did have a pause where it was very difficult to play chess, especially over the board chess.
Oh, absolutely. No, the pandemic just upside down the entire chess world, no question. And online chess took over. It was a remarkable period. I will never forget that. Absolutely. Queen c7. I'm still like, I don't get it. I mean, why the queen is better on c7 than d7. But okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. Please.
Yeah, I'm dying to have
Let's
your
do-
thoughts on the game between Gukesh and Anish.
Okay, now again, Gukesh is coming into this game as one of our contenders. What do we have? We have
So we should start from the beginning, Yasser.
I think
because
so,
this one
because,
came
okay, it's a
from
Nimzo India.
which I find, again, really interesting, because a few years ago, no one was touching the Nimzo Indian. No one wasn't
it felt
allowing
like it had been
it.
played out or something.
Exactly. It
Yeah.
felt like this was a surefire way for black to achieve an equal position.
Exactly.
And everyone was playing the Queen's Indian, which is to
Exactly.
go knight f3 as opposed to knight c3.
Right.
And then now we see that there's been a turnaround. No one is touching the Queen's Indian, and instead it's the Nimzo Indian that has been tested. And
The
we
shifts in fashions are sometimes impossible to explain. One time, everybody was playing King's Indian. It's almost stopped.
Yeah.
Grunfelds took over and
Right.
were flowering. There were so many Grunfelds. And then you have people like MVL and Jan Nepo, great Grunfeld specialists who seem to just simply have stopped playing their favorite defense. Knight c6. Everybody and his brother has been castling here for centuries and playing the position after e5. f2, f4. My gosh, that really feels like an overreach. It's ugly, but it has a very clear purpose to stop black from breaking in the center with 6 e5, b7 b6, castles, bishop b7, knight g3, and I think, no, not yet. No. Every time I think we caught up with the players, there's an extra move. I can see a lot of prep so far. I mean, between these two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's check in with Cristian in Romania first.
Absolutely.
A lot of prep on the majority of the boards. I'm surprised that Fabiano is still within his preparation. We were just having a chat with his second at this tournament, Grigory, and he was mentioning that they decided on this opening particularly late today. They had different ideas yesterday, but finally today, since they got depressed, in his words, looking at the other variation, decided to go for this one. Very imbalanced, but it does seem like Pragg knows what he's doing as well. This one is going to be a very intriguing matchup. I have to say, I'm a bit surprised that Alireza with the white pieces is once again repeating his London. He's been playing London with the white pieces with some decent results, by the way, but still, you know, you cannot play one opening so many times in a row, but it seems to be working for him. Nevertheless, Jan is very well prepared in this one. As you can see, 2 hours and 4 minutes. He hasn't spent a single second on his moves. I have to say, a pawn up for Alireza, but that pawn on c5 ultimately will fall. Whether it's going to fall immediately, you can defend it with queen to e3 right now and keep a hold of it for the next few moves. But at some point, after bishop e7, let's say castle, once this pin on the a4, ea diagonal is no longer there, I'm going to move my knight either to b4, maybe even to a7, targeting the bishop on b5, and that pawn on c5 is going to fall. Some encouraging signs for Jan, because obviously he knows exactly what he's doing. Nevertheless, this one, I have to say, again, is going to be a very complex middle game, and we've seen Alireza manage to swindle his opponents from this London type of positions. What do you guys see in today's games?
Well, it's a good question, Cristian. I'm still coming to grips with what we've been seeing in the Alireza game. A nice story there about the preparation for Fabi. That you know, they've been preparing yesterday, and after all the preparations, they're depressed because they couldn't find an edge in the positions they were looking at. Nice story of Luboš Kovalek. Luboš Kovalek was playing in a top major tournament, and at the breakfast he saw Ludek Pachman, a great theoretician, looking weary, and Luboš asked Pachman, you know, what's going on? And he said, after d4 there's no play.
Yep,
there's no play.
Solved.
It's solved. Chess is solved, and I'm still tossing and turning over the game of Alireza and Jan. Huge game for our tournament standings. What a win for Alireza. What that could mean for Jan. That would put him in contention going into the final round. And how about yourself? What has caught your eye?
Well, Gukesh with Giri, we started
Exactly.
to discuss, and it's such an entertaining position.
Definitely.
Like, first things first.
Yes.
I think, Yasser, you've mentioned that f4. It's like
Looks
very
ugly.
surprising to
Yeah.
see. But apparently it's a new trend, with quite a few games played and quite a few games reached this position after round 13, knight g3, where you have alternatives. For knight e7, the move that is played is still the most popular move, but you could go knight to a5, you put any of the rooks to d8, so there is that. Right, so that's the moment. e4 is, of course, very aggressive, and on a surface, that's the one that I want to achieve, a huge center.
Of course.
But it involves the pawn sacrifice. So after exchange here, in queen c3, the rook and the pawn both are attacked. Bishop e3, you would think, defends both, but then black has a little but very annoying move, bishop a6, and when you capture the bishop, black captures the other one, and then the e4 pawn is lost. So this is unacceptable. Right. So after queen c3, rook a2, but that's once again, that was already known. Check here, king h1, and this is, well, kind of a first crossroad as far as I understand. any rook to d8 once again, or moving the queen to d7 immediately. And the line could go like this: rook a to d8, white goes rook d2, then I do not see the threat yet, but computer moves the queen, so apparently something's threatening. Yeah, well, e5, bishop h7 is threatening, yeah. So queen to d7, and then, well, as attractive as it looks, it's not so easy for white to prove that he has compensation. Well, I'd be like very, very interested in playing with white, because like f5 is the move, e5 is the move, you have two bishops, but somehow it's not that easy to make it work. So like developing move like bishop b2 is a bad move because of knight e4, and then your rook is no longer protected.
Yeah.
Right, so
No bishop b2.
in case of queen e2, which is once again looks very decent, solidifying everything, black has queen a4, so you just vacated the square for the black queen.
Right.
Again, keeping an eye on e4, and moreover, rook takes d3, bishop a6, looking for simplifications.
Gotcha.
So again, it's a tricky one.
I was just checking on your move queen to d7.
Yep.
Because I just have one game where someone went queen c5, and I was thinking queen to d7. No, rook a d8 first.
yeah, Porin.
Sorry.
Yeah, rook
because
d8,
you played to
rook
me.
d2,
Queen
and
to d7 is a very clever move, because we're always taught you put your rook opposite the enemy queen. So I would be wanting to move her away from that
The
D line.
Right.
Yeah. Well, but as far as I said, like, you stop the e5 idea, but you also it is a little bit annoying for white having the spin on the d file, right? And therefore, perhaps queen d7 is a clever move. Again, it's not my move, it's what the board suggests as one of the best. But you know what? Gukesh going for this deliberately and having more time on the clock that he had at the start means not only he was prepared to sacrifice the pawn, but he knows his way around later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there haven't been too many games, just 4. No. And in fact, queen to d7 only played once, according to my database. So everyone was going rook a d8 and then putting the queen on c5.
Rook a d.
And, well, Gukesh, he is one of the players who is half a point behind Fabiano Caruana on 4 points. So let's take a look at the road ahead. As we see, he's got the white pieces against Anish, but he ends the tournament with a black against one of the most solid participants in the tournament, Wesley. So
exactly. Great challenge for him. And today, with this pawn sacrifice, with his opening preparation, it shows that he's come to seek victory. I mean, this pawn sacrifice, very intriguing, I must say. And I'm with you, Jovi. The move queen d7 I don't find intuitively obvious. I want to vacate the d file and put my queen on c5. However, as Miro's pointing out, you put your queen on d7, you stop the desirable bishop b2. Bishop b2 on the long diagonal, and if the queen goes to c5, I can play bishop to b2. The queen goes to d7. Once again, as Miro pointed out, it's kind of a funny moment here, that after queen to d7, bishop b2, suddenly the rook is unprotected. It looks great until you see a move like bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, turning the tables.
Right, and this is why in the one game that I have on the database, I don't
After
know whether
queen c5,
we need to... Yeah, after not queen c7, on queen to d7.
Sorry, yeah.
White played queen e2.
Right, and this is where Miro is recommending queen to a4.
Yeah.
With the idea of simplification, rook takes d3, rook takes d3, bishop a6.
Bishop a6, and that would be an improvement over the game that I have on my database.
Which was?
Which was between Ramesh and Bronstein. Oh, Bronstein.
Oh.
Yeah, we've actually seen his game before.
Osep Bronstein? Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Huh?
Yeah.
The other Bronstein.
The other
Yes, not
Bronstein.
the one that you met.
You're right.
And there they played knight c6, but then this does allow bishop to b2.
And white is beginning to get his mojo going. Yeah, no, this is a very critical moment, I would say. And it doesn't surprise me one bit that Anish is taking his time in this moment, thinking and knowing that he's playing an opponent who's very well prepared. 2 hours and 4 minutes for Gukesh to get to this position, as he's very lucky to get his preparation on the board. And we'll keep an eye on that one. While we're down here, let me just go.
Yeah, and again, to remind ourselves, this is a very critical game for both these, well, for Gukesh especially, because he's half a point behind Fabiano Caruana on the standings, and a win would, at the very least, catapult him
right?
To the top of the standings.
Absolutely. And just going to the game of MVL and Wesley. So it almost looks like a Scotch. It's not. It comes directly out of a Joko piano. Rook e1, a4. And like I say, these Joko pianos, really, really hard for me to make heads or tails of them. When I saw this exact position, it resembled for me a pattern that I would see in a Scotch defense. So I thought, oh, it come out of a Scotch. No, it's a Joko piano. I think everybody and his brother at one time in their careers has fallen for the cheapo. Do not take this pawn on e4. It's verboten. Knight takes e4, rook takes e4, bishop takes f7, check. We sometimes see the pattern reversed where it's black is taking on f2.
Yes.
Check, king takes, and queen f3. And you pick up the rook. I thought I'd get in the cheapo before you did. You came on the broadcast all chuffed with yourself that you were faster on the cheapos than Miro and I. So I thought I'd get in one fast. Knight takes d4.
That was the one small thing
that you had going. I had to catch
exactly.
up. Miro, are we in theoretical waters here, or are the players on their own?
Yeah, there have been a couple of games.
In this
position? There have been a couple of games, yes. I think something to mention that usually you don't want to be capturing with the pawn. Well, in this particular case, it's knight takes, right? But very often it's also d5, right? So that's why it's like capturing with the piece. And the games went knight e5, let me check, because knight e5 is also the move computer recommends. Bishop f1, okay. So both games seen knight e5, bishop f1, and knight g6, which would be, one would argue, pretty standard, right?
Yes.
So the knight often goes e7, g6. However, I'm not sure how accurate it is because the engine is not very powerful, but it suggests going d5 here. And why such a tone? Because d5, very logical, breaking in the center, but usually d5 is quite problematic because of white going f4 and then e5 seizing the center and creating the majority on the king side. And apparently, once again, if we try the engine, this supposed to work. And this is a big one. So knight g4. Well, you have to take I guess. Knight takes g4 with queen h4 ideas. Bishop d3, believe it or not, is the only move not to get into a worse position immediately.
I can believe it.
So, good or bad, but you have to play bishop d3, and the line would go c5.
Wow.
Knight to f5, and then something I struggle to comprehend, but the next move is h5. h5 as in protecting the knight, but still not very obvious. H5 so that if you take, black takes here, Okay, makes sense.
And the obvious queen h4, because I wouldn't be reaching for the c-pawn.
After bishop d3, right?
Yeah.
So let's go queen h4, and then it's knight f1. It's also playable, Jovi, because, knight takes e3, takes here. It's also like he was very pessimistic from the start, but now that I'm looking at it, like a position like this, where black has, three pawns?
Three pawns, unsaved king.
Knight d5. Knight d5 and taking this bishop is very important.
That's very important.
So if not for this move, let's again highlight it. If not for this move, exchanging the bishop, we'd be very happy with black's position, right?
Exactly.
3 pawns and powerful bishops, and Anyway, so knight e5 and d5 is very serious option.
Right.
However, this is perfectly sound as well, now that I'm checking. So the move that was played already, knight g6, so e4 is attacked.
If we play queen c2, then
if you play queen c2 of any of
easier.
these things, then there is d5, and you've preventively stepped out from this f4 tempo.
Right.
So White doesn't have much of a choice but to take. Let's say take and bishop d2, and we've seen it multiple times. These symmetrical setups, right? Very often, both bishops would be on these diagonals, right? Because again, Giocopianos are played with various positions of these A pawns, right? Sometimes White would have the pawn all the way to A5. Sometimes it'd be White on A4, Black on A5. So much more often, the bishop would be here, and Black would have C7, C6 plates. It'd be totally symmetrical on that side.
Right.
Yeah. This one, well, computer slightly favors Black. After a move like Queen F6, opting for Knight F4.
Queen c2 wasn't very good. Not a very good
We'll
move.
see.
It's
We'll
also
see.
not quite an MVL move. And talking about MVL and Wesley,
how do they match it? I
have
think they
played each other many, many times.
I think so
They do
too.
have the measure of each other.
Wow.
And look at this
30
one.
games.
30 games in total. 6 wins for Maxime, 2 wins for Wesley, and 22 draws between the pair.
Bravo to MVL for 6 wins. Not too many people can sport a 3-1 victory ratio over Wesley. So Wesley is really one of the most solid players on the Grand Chess Tour, previous Grand Chess Tour champion as well.
And there's a beautiful atmosphere at this event. It has a live audience, and take a look at the audience. And here it's summer camp time in Romania. We see children just observing the play.
We have
They've got
lots
their
of
notebooks out.
Yeah,
they're taking
so,
notes, or they're trying to steal autographs.
Right. We've got a lot of summer camps going on here in St. Louis as well, and they are packed as we've got some of the greatest coaches hosting those camps. Yeah, it looked like notebooks, right?
Yeah, completely packed audience today.
They're all celebrating America's Independence Day. It's nice to see.
And maybe the torch as well,
Maybe the
passing
torch.
through Bucharest. I didn't realize it traveled by land. I just thought it was a torch that they just lit up there and then.
Hey man, the Olympic torch is a big deal. Come on, you got to get with the program. And FIDE got with the program as they are celebrating their 100 years, and this idea of the eternal flame going through, passing, I believe, through the 6 continents. So
Yes,
we'll see.
It's interesting. So it came from Morocco, is in Bucharest right now, moving on to Kazakhstan.
Right, and eventually making it to
will make an
Budapest.
appearance in Budapest for the Olympiad. And there you can see the Olympic flame, 100 years of FIDE.
Right, 1924 Olympiad is where the Paris Games was where the FIDE, the World Chess Federation, the French acronym, Fédération Internationale des Échecs, was born. We'll keep an eye on this one. I want to go back to our marquee matchup. That's the game between Fabiano and Pragg, because as we were getting to the contours of this position after bishop g2, Miro was saying, well, as Black, it's a good idea for Pragg to play the move d5, d4 in order to shut this bishop down. Eventually, what White is going to do is castle and play the move d2, d4, trying to saddle the opponent with an isolated queen pawn. Hence, we do understand the move d4. You get squares, you give them. And in this case, Black is giving the knight the c4 square, and Fabi quickly played that. e2, e3, rook c8. And I think we've caught up with the players. And I'm going to guess, Miro, that this position has been seen before.
Yes,
But
it
Rick-
is.
Yeah,
It is a
Rick's-
theoretical position.
Yes. And how does the database assess?
Well, not much
Statistically,
information.
I mean.
10 games.
Okay.
Well, statistically,
Who wins?
who wins?
I can
I'll
tell
have
you.
to do some math.
Who?
I
Go.
can tell you. So,
Do the honors, Jovi.
okay, 1, 2, 3. I have to do some counting. Seems to be evenly matched, actually.
Really?
Yes.
Right.
For a while, I got very excited because I'm looking
I've
at these
seen a lot
10
of
games. I'm seeing a lot of 1-0s.
Right.
But then, as you look at the older games, you see that Black has also snatched
gotten-
some points as well. So it is very evenly balanced. But I would say that White's victories have come later. So 2024 was the latest game between Matthias Bluebaum and Anthony Pavlidis, I think.
Nice.
Am I...
Looks like an ending. That was a fast game.
Yes.
You showed us the database. And from the engine's perspective, Miro, I mean, now that we know that we're still in the throes of theory, engine perspective is even, slight advantage? Equal.
Yeah.
How does it unlock?
Well, so my
there.
understanding, okay, looking at the engine lines, you have two possibilities. One being capture here,
Munch.
rook e1, and
Makes sense.
yeah, after rook e8, well, pretty much play this structure. So knight c2 e5, knight c2 e5, let's say, knight c2 e5, and in this case, well, according to the machine, once again, black has to trade, go queen b6, and just play this structure, go rook c1, so you're trying to make an argument that d4 is actually somewhat weak.
Right.
How serious this claim is remains to be seen.
We don't know.
Because in some positions, I'm a reti player, used to be a reti player myself, right? And some positions like that, I remember you could win the d pawn, but it would bring you no advantage still. Let's say somewhere black goes bishop d5, exchanges those bishops, right? And the moment you take the d pawn, you open the file for the black's rook.
Right.
So it'd be hard to convert even if you have the extra pawn, which currently you do not really have. Yeah. So rook c8, and the other one is to go one of the knights to e5 because it transposes. And yeah, say queen d6. I'm not sure queen d6. My question always, if I go knight e5 and exchange, what happens after bishop d5?
Right.
Well, Matthias
Might be-
Bluebaum did have the answer to that. You just return the knight to f3.
Oh well, so he went back to f3.
That's not uplifting and exciting.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to play bishop h3,
Well,
but
Bishop h3.
You're hunting the pawn, remember, Yasser?
Bishop h3 would be interesting. Yeah, so as far as I understand, this is nothing special for white. Yeah,
No.
I mean, this should be roughly equal.
right.
And again, I'm a bit of a chicken in this position, so I'd be looking at b6. Computer says no, you actually go b5, c4. It's not that much afraid of having kind of the isolated pawn, but because it's also a passed pawn. Yeah,
Push.
it's also a passed pawn.
Push.
And
Also gives some lift to the queen, because my experience in some of these positions after you capture on e3 is, as black, you're only ever happy if your queen is doing something. Like if it's
On
there on
B7.
a5 or something, it's not great. If it's on c7, getting hassled. On b7, yeah, it would be perfect.
Yeah.
All right, so going b5, going queen
Yeah,
b6,
queen
and
b6,
b7
queen
eventually.
b7,
Yeah,
it looks
that's a
good.
nice setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Then
that's
you're
one
under
way
pressure.
to handle
Yeah.
this position.
And Fabio, as we know, he's the tournament leader, but he went
Probabilities.
into the tournament as a favorite. He is the defending GCT champion.
Right.
And this was after round 5, so the day
Okay.
after his victory.
60%.
And there you can see Caruana's there with 60% chance of winning. Gukesh just 18.6%, Pragg 10.1%.
But here comes Firouzja.
After round 6, yeah, here comes Firouzja after his victory over Wesley, so 8.1%. And Fabi's has dropped to 56.3%. But let's have a look what it's like after round 7. And well, the tournament is drawing to a close, and therefore Fabiano's chances are increasing 63.3%. Gukesh 16.1%. And one thing though, those stats might say that he has a great chance of winning the event,
Right.
but it's just a half-point lead.
I know it's very, very slim. Rook c8. Just.
Yeah.
You know, it was funny as you were telling about the games in this position. Miro captures. There was one player who, for me, will leave an indelible mark on the world of chess, and that was one Ulf Andersson. Ulf famously just was such a tough player to beat, but he was also the number 3 ranked player in the world at one time. So he was beating up on other people. He wasn't just making draws. And one of the remarkable things about Ulf, and again, just to make a comparison, is he loved, and I mean exclamation mark, he loved to sacrifice the exchange, as did Tigran Petrosian. And for Ulf, this capture on e6 is a kind of a capture that he would often make, rather automatically. He felt very comfortable, maybe it's queen e2, sorry. He felt very uncomfortable in these positions where there was a weak pawn on e6, there was a knight g5, and a bishop h3 sighting. I think a lot of people, once you see some of games of Ulf Andersson, where it was almost magic that he would sacrifice the exchange, like Tigran Petrosian.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great style.
Yeah,
I mean, he has a great style. I mean, he's still very much playing today, but it's with such intelligence and such
understanding.
And one of my best memories is he played in the team for, what was it called, Hillsmark Kingfisher, 2006, the European Club Cup. And we had like a whole load of attackers in the team. And we had Ulf and Keith Arkle.
The ultimate
but
defenders.
It was such a beautiful meshing of minds, because we would analyze the games afterwards, and there would be this beautiful kind of combination of these two types of chess just fusing together. Yeah, I had such fond memories from that event. But then did you ever hear about the ultimate game of waiting, though, that someone did against Ulf Andersson?
The ultimate waiting game?
Yeah, Michael Basman.
Yes. I remember.
We drove Ulf mad because his opponent was just going king h8, king g8. But Michael Basman, he was one of the most creative players in the UK. And, well, let's take a pause because we are going to check in with Cristian in Bucharest.
Very cool moment from this game between Gukesh and Anish. Anish is down about 40 minutes on the clock. Gukesh is just simply blitzing out every single move. But Gukesh is still at the board. As you can see, even here, he has 2 hours and 4 minutes. He hasn't stand up yet, which is very unusual. Generally, when you get your prep on the board, you start strolling around, looking confident. But Gukesh, and it does make sense because this position is so difficult to understand. I can tell you because I've analyzed it for some of my students as well with the white pieces, and the engine always says that black is doing great, black is up a pawn, but it's not as easy for either side because white's attack is going to be a long-term attack. I'm going to go rook to d2, bishop to b2. I'm going to utilize my 2 bishops, put them on the long diagonals and try to get an attack against the king. It's a very complex position. Both of these players know it. Gukesh surely is still within his preparation. He knows exactly what to do. Anish seems to be trying to perhaps remember what he prepared at home. A very, very difficult situation that Anish is in right now. And I have to say, Gukesh probably knows this is close to a must-win situation if he wants to catch up with the leader and potentially win this event. Because in the last round, with the black pieces against Wesley, that's going to be a very, very difficult situation for him if he needs a victory to win the tournament. I like his chances, though, in this game. How about you guys?
For sure. I mean, Gukesh, whenever you get your preparation, you just feel great. And I'm with you 100%, Cristian. I liked sitting at the board. I didn't have the great Sitzfleisch of, say, Artur Yusupov. He's indomitable at the board. But whenever I did get in my preparation, I felt so giddy. I would want to get up from the board. I couldn't just sit there and wait for my opponent to answer. And Anish, strangely enough, he's gone right into this line, and it seems like he's suddenly stopped, as if, what's my preparation
he's gone into
again?
the tank, which also indicates that Anish can't quite remember all the finer details in this variation. And it's a sharp one.
Super.
Very, very sharp. Because White's plan is, as you guys indicated, simply to line up the rook and queen, put the bishop on the long diagonal, f5, open up the position, hack attack galore.
Absolutely. And it's just like that.
Yeah. And let's go back to Cristian. Cristian, what are your impressions of the position?
Oh, it's so difficult for black. I was actually looking through some of the lines. Maybe we can show it on the board. After this move, king to h1, let's say you start making some very natural moves. Rook f to d8, right? It makes a lot of sense. Now I have a natural move as well, a very easy one that will be played within seconds if it occurs on the board. Rook to d2. I'm now having a huge threat in the position. e5 is a big one. For example, if you go rook 8 to c8, e5 hits the knight, and then next move, whether you put the knight on d5, e8, doesn't really matter. Bishop takes h7. That's going to be a discovery attack against the queen. The queen is lost. The game is over. So what do you have to do? What can you do as black? What you can do is play the move queen to d7. Very unnatural backwards move, right? It has a clear idea. Once e5 comes on the board, now I can cover the d file with the move knight to d5. There's no more discovery attacks. But without an engine, you see this diagonal opening up. You see all sorts of bishop takes h7, Greek gift sacrifices, knight to h5. The knight is getting closer to the king as well. This is not looking good from a practical perspective. The engine is still fine, it says equal, but for example, even if you play something like queen to e2, now let's say rook a to c8, bishop to b2, very natural moves, right? The engine is saying king to h8 has to be played. These are not natural moves, guys. You see a bishop on b2, you don't put the king on h8 on the same diagonal. You start looking at ideas of maybe knight to e8, but this is too passive. Gukesh knows it. Gukesh has looked at this type of positions, this type of attacks, this whole morning probably with his coaches. Anish has not. So this is going to be a big differentiator in this game.
Thank you, Cristian. Absolutely. Because these two players, Nodirbek and Bogdan, are not fighting for those top prizes, so we're not going to see too much of their game. I just wanted to briefly check on the opening. We're seeing an open Spanish, remembering from the previous round, we saw Jan playing this line with bishop f4. Let's see what Nodirbek did. Bishop to e3, bishop to e7, c3, castles, queen e2, f6. I have it in my mind that I've seen this position, and it's theory. This is another one of those openings, the open Ruy Lopez that comes in and out of favor. You'll have a player like a Viktor Korchnoi that plays it, becomes the rage, and everybody stops, and we don't know why.
It's one of those forcing responses
very
as
forcing.
well for black. You know, you can get into an endgame where it's all kind of feels like it's been worked out.
Right.
So I can understand that if you're happy with a draw or you're happy with a certain result, then yeah, go for it. But there's a lot of lines, a lot of moves to remember.
Vishy Anand also had it in his repertoire, the open Ruy Lopez. Let's just go back to the Firouzja versus Jan.
Yeah, can we rewind a few moves?
Because that's got interesting.
Like Miro, and I'm going to confess, I instinctively felt that I was not going to be castling queenside if I had this position as white.
Right.
So after queen c7.
Yes, a move I'm still pondering. Yeah, Miro
Firouzja just went castle queenside.
Miro was saying, look, I'm a chicken at heart. Let me put my king in a very, very nice safe spot. Conversely, if I go castles, it's inviting double-edged issues. Maybe I'm not so happy having my king here. Bishop to e7. Again, there are lines where bishop takes c5, queen c3 is an issue. So Firouzja said, look, if you're going to play things kind of passively, I'm going to use my pawn as a battering ram. And that makes a very, very nice impression. Let me just stop myself, and Cristian's got an insight that he'd like to share as well. Over to you in Bucharest, Cristian.
You guys were talking about the Nodirbek versus Bogdan game, and I just received the news that actually this move f6 has been played only once in 1888 by a player with the black pieces named Van Forest. Perhaps it's an ancestor of the one Van Forest that we all know so well, but we know that it's a chess family. So maybe you guys can dig into that. Maybe VAR from the truck can dig into that bit of information. Back to you for the moment.
Van Forest, from Jordan Van Forest and Lucas Van Forest, whole family from Holland, who very, very successful. Matilda, I believe, the youngest girl, is also a chess player. And
Machtfeld.
yes,
Yes.
exactly. F5. I just wanted to say, by Alireza was played, castles, and this one was a bit of a surprise because the first when I was seeing the move F5, I was near certain that the idea that Firouzja was playing for was Queen H3. Maybe this bishop would come back and you put pressure on H7 and E6. No. A completely different approach. Queen to G3.
Yes.
Whoa.
It wasn't
Queen
one on my
you
radar either.
Trading queens while attacking. And then this recapture as well. F2 takes G3. Normally it's so automatic that we don't even question the move anymore, capturing towards the center and opening up the H-file. But there are reasons why the pawn on F2 might have been under pressure after, say, a bishop takes C5. And if we do capture on E6, and I think we're up to date with the players, and I'm going to invite Miro to join in the discussion. Castling long with the queens off the board.
Yeah.
The king got a little safer, but both kings got a little safer too.
So we are talking present position, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't quite pick up on the idea of this combination of moves, even though the engine is not very critical, meaning it was equal and it's still equal kind of thing. Yeah, so the question is, can we figure out what, let's say, Firouzja is aiming for,
right,
or aiming at, and if, let's say, if Jan plays some like very straight up direct moves, is there any problem?
Right.
So
take.
Takes, knight f3 is what computer has to say, and apparently this pair of pawns, d5 and e6. Yeah, you can defend it, but it's very hard to start moving him forward, right?
Yes.
So, well, something along the lines of rook d8, rook e1, rook d6.
That looks already a little awkward, doesn't it?
Looks already a little awkward, and then, computer suggests c4. So, okay, we could agree that something like that looks very, very ugly for black, right?
Attractive.
And specifically because of knight e4 being a trap, right?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, though, with this kind of double pawns, I'm thinking if I do something reasonable with black and you end up winning my d5 pawn and we trade a lot, like can you really convert this extra pawn? And it's a big question, It's a big question. But also, there is knight d4 move for Nepo, attacking the bishop and the pawn. So the bishop has to drop back, and now EF5 is playable, but that's not something I would like to do. I'd like to play E5.
Ooh, that's ambitious.
E5, yes, getting the center, and then E4, really getting like interested in playing. So computer's top choice is knight F3, after which I'd be very happy to trade and capture if I'm if I'm fine with the draw.
It looks like.
Well, computer still claims this one to be like tiny bit better for white, which I don't even know if I should be taken seriously.
Yeah, hard to believe.
Well, a bit more comfortable. Maybe if you force me to play d4, maybe your bishop is somewhat better. But even then, I'm imagining kind of the worst possible scenario. I go d4, you forced me. I go b6, and I pretend that this is sort of a fortress, and my task is not to get checkmated on the king side, which is not that easy to achieve. For white to achieve.
Well, you can start advancing your pawns.
Yes, push him. Intriguing line. Again, when I saw the move f5, I really did not anticipate this follow-up queen g3. After the move f5, if you don't mind me asking, Miro, did the engine like Firouzja's decision to go
Queen G3? Well, as good as anything else.
Not
like in terms of numbers, it's not like huge difference. Yes, capturing on E6 would be very interesting, in fact. And then if you take back, I'm guessing this is something what white wants.
Right.
Again, remains to be answered how cool is it?
Right.
But at least this is something what white wants. But black would have knight d4 as an option as well. And then if you take, somehow this is like it gets very, very messy. Queen takes, and then, like this, the b5 bishop is not great. After bishop d7, black has another tempo with bishop f6. And then for a cost of a pawn, all of a sudden you can see a rook swing into c7, and black concentrates all the forces against never castle long. Right. Okay, the bottom line, never castle long. Okay, now here, seriously, computer still has this one as equal, but that's...
Who's got the initiative,
Who's got the initiative, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, and that's why...
So I presume, like queen g3 to eliminate the danger entirely. But one needs to win to catch up with Fabiano, right? I mean, and if you eliminate the danger of losing...
You can do that in the final round, even though I know that the road ahead for Alireza. Okay, and here you can see this is where Alireza and Jan are in terms of the standings. Alireza, as we know, is in a three-way tie for second place. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's on 50%. But Jan does need to also take risk, and he doesn't want to wait too long.
Of course not. I mean, it's already very late. And this game, by the way, is the reason why Fabi doesn't win the tournament with a victory. Because the outcome of this game, if Firouzja doesn't win, but if Jan wins, he's only a point behind. And
Oh, okay. So
we
suddenly got distracted.
That's the game we should be looking at.
Gukesh against Anish, because we saw that Gukesh settled into a deep think, and well, this is a new move, because I kind of said that Queen c5 had been played, Queen d7 was something you mentioned.
Amazing. That's amazing, first and foremost. I do believe, despite spending how many, 45 minutes, Giri knows what he's doing. I'm sure he looked at it at home.
Okay.
And the reason why he went for the entire thing, he'd been here after 5 minutes, right?
Right. He played
so it cannot possibly be that, let's say, you take on d4 with the check, and king h1 is such a big surprise that you spent 45 minutes, right? It can't possibly be. So he was aware of the games played, so that this position can happen on the board. He played rook a8. So my guess would be that he was picking the line which, like, kind of, how do you continue with black in this position? And queen e3, even though it wasn't suggested
by the computer,
or at least our computer, the moment you see it on the board, it's actually a very clever move. And the reason why, because the strongest, quote unquote, the strongest for white would be to go bishop a6, but then you go here and you go here. And yeah, I mean, in human terms, aren't you like super happy with this position?
And looking at Gukesh's face on the Hobbit cam, you can see that he is also in memory recall mode.
So this one, like, if it happens on the board, isn't it like the greatest position ever? No, seriously, I'm perfectly serious, because the opposite colored bishops, the king I would assume to be safe. Right. Because, like, the default, well, there's always going to be some disturbance for white, so he's no longer in time to kind of set up the real attack.
Yeah, because the rook has to move.
Yeah,
maybe move it to f2. I just want to overprotect the
goes
bishop.
e1, well, rook f2 is possible, and now black goes h5.
Yeah.
And this pawn, it cannot be taken because e4 is hanging, and h4 is another, e5, knight g4, this is where black has already won.
Right. Well, this is the whole thing that I was thinking of preventing with.
Yeah, so once again, bishop to a6, we capture here, we go here,
probably
rook here, right?
Rook e1.
Rook e1 would be better, and then black still has to go. Yeah, well, it says black has to go h5, but let's pretend like h5 is too clever,
right?
And instead we.
Can you double? I mean, I was thinking of just doubling on the d line.
That's kind of one of the things to do. The double on d7, the move on d7, there is a little problem with it. So it's queen a4, takes, but how big of a problem that one is also a big question. Say I go knight g6, I simply refuse to believe that black is worse here.
Exactly.
Because, like, black pieces are very active, the king is safe,
Very safe.
Anything which involves exchanging 2 for 1 is a draw, in my understanding.
Right.
Like, I mean, if you don't lose immediately, it's always a fortress.
Right.
So that's a...
But you kind of want the presence of opposite color bishops, because
Yeah,
then
for black to
has got winning chances.
Absolutely. So for black to have winning chances, after rook e1, he once again has to find h7, h4.
Yeah, and here again, just to remind ourselves of the standings there, Gukesh on 4 points, trailing Fabiano Caruana by half a point. So this is a golden opportunity for Gukesh to win his game. He's got the white pieces and potentially overtake Fabiano in the standings.
Anish will be more than happy to play spoiler in that graphic you just showed. A win for Anish hits the trampoline for him. He bounces out of the bottom half of the tournament and finds himself at 50%.
Right. And when you think about it, Fabiano is in the lead with +2,
Yep.
2 wins.
Yep.
Shared second is just simply 1 victory.
Yeah.
And if Anish manages to pull together 2 victories,
Whoa,
finds
whoa, whoa,
himself
whoa,
on
whoa,
+1,
whoa, whoa.
might even
Heroes
be
welcome.
a tie for second place. And there you can see that Fabiano is playing Praggnanandhaa today. And that is a very, very crucial game for the standings.
No question about it. I want to go back to the game of Gukesh for just a moment, because here I understand the queen, you've been invited into camp, but it looks just so absolutely dangerous for you to walk into the potential of a discovered attack. So one way is to move the bishop to a6. The other way is to move the bishop to h7. So why don't we try e5?
Yep.
And put the question to the knight. If the knight moves, I'm assuming we have to play knight to d5.
Well,
No, you
that
don't.
would
You
be
can go
that would be
knight
unfortunate
G4.
to go to d5, and I can show you why.
Please do.
So if knight goes to d5, which once again is very natural,
Right.
apparently rook c2 is
Trapping the
painful.
queen.
Yes, because the only move is queen to d4, after
okay.
which your bishop takes h7 works.
That was the
The
trick.
surprising fact that after rook c2, black's position, it is bad, but it's not terribly bad, because black has g7, g6.
No.
So you can have the queen for the bishop, but the moment you take, just look at this position. The knight on e3 attacks all of your major pieces. There is
Including
bishop g2.
G2.
Yeah. So fun fact that after g6, you do not take the queen in order to have an advantage. If you capture on e3, it's close to equality. So you go knight e4, and you play this position. You are not interested in winning the queen. You just play this position, and installing the knight on d6 kind of ensures you like a
advantage.
sufficient compensation and more.
I would not have guessed that.
So that is why it's so complex, I presume. And it could be that Giri remembers this line.
Right.
That you can sacrifice the queen on d2, and blah, 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 everything's written, I hold the endgame. And then over the board you ask yourself, and what happens if he plays e5?
Right.
How do I survive if he plays e5?
Right.
Well, and the answer to this is, again, very, very complicated. So you have to go knight g4. It does not really hang because the d3 bishop is hanging.
But
so the
bishop
line,
takes
yeah, bishop
h7.
h7, king takes h7. Now
you can't take on g4.
you
because
cannot take on g4 because rook d2. So you go queen c2 check, knight to g6. Guess what? You take on d8, I take on d8. And that's yet another version of queen sacrifice. The position is crazy, huh? Knight e3, computer says equal. I have no idea what's going on in reality.
Wow.
No, but that's a crazy game. I love this
Wow,
game.
you've sacrificed your queen in like 4 different patterns in this one. Miro, thank you so much.
That's
That is just
an
crazy
incredible
stuff.
position, and both
My brain
players
hurts.
will be pushed to the limit. Well, it's time for us to check in with our friends at QBT.
Let's
so,
do it.
Yasser, what have you got in store for us today?
Well, let's find out what the good folks at Q Boutique have in store. Unleash your inner chess champion with the 2024 Grand Chess Tour men's and women's jackets. Made from a blend of high-quality polyester and spandex, this jacket is the official apparel of the prestigious Grand Chess Tour with the tour's logo prominently displayed. You'll feel confident and stylish as you make your moves on the chessboard. Elevate your game with this must-have jacket for any chess enthusiast. In fact, all your chess shopping needs, check out QBoutiqueSTL.com, and I will say, I really like the feel of these.
The quality is amazing.
They're
it's
really
so
good.
soft and absolutely phenomenal quality. I recommend it wholeheartedly. And as we go to break, Anastasia sat down with Anish Giri, who always has some interesting answers. So take a listen.
Welcome back, Anish, to Grand Chess Tour. How important is it for you to care or not to care before such an important event like this one in Bucharest?
Yeah, this nowadays is a big topic. Care, not care. I've talked to professionals in this field. I think I read one book, but I read a lot of advices, like snippets of of that, and I find it fascinating. I suspect that these things are very individual and very time sensitive as well. So I think there can be for sure an amazing advice at a certain moment in time for someone. So I'm sure that if at some point somebody tells me something, it can be of huge benefit to me. But I think that what that is very time and person sensitive. So I think if you say exactly the same thing to me at a different moment or to someone else, it could be also very damaging. Because I've had also a large personal experience of these things. I've tried all sorts of approaches, and I'm also very psychologically sensitive as a player. I've seen big impacts of that on my chess. And so I sort of have lots of information I can compare. I can compare different advice in books, the advice I gave myself, advice that others gave to me, or things I read about others in interviews, and they're sometimes so different. This don't care mentality really helps, but what also is very famous, for example, there's this whole thing about visualizing your success. So there's a theory or whatever. These people who recommend it, they say it's a fact, you should envision how you stand up with the trophy, envision how you win, and that's somehow, and there is logic to that. I mean, certainly it can help, but that is the opposite of sort of, although you could say you could combine these two, you don't care literally, but you also envision yourself, but so there's these things, but yeah, there are many different things, and I think that could be of great help for sure. But I think
have
it's really
you checked
hard.
The trophy already for Grand Chess Tour?
I know I'm picturing. I guess my imaginary trophy is less beautiful than what you guys have, but I'm so experienced at this point. I've tried to every different degree of caring. It's really difficult. I mean, the one advice that I've heard, which is pretty good, is that you should prepare your life depends on it and play like you don't care. But still, it's not enough to encompass everything.
Absolutely. I think it's also important to have a right coach, right trainer with you in the tournament. Is it something what you're trying also to take care of?
Yeah, it's very unclear, how much certain things help and what is right, what it means. Also, certain aspects and certain advices, certain strategies, like the literally not caring one, the really popular one now. It could be really beneficial in a particular situation. Like in certain situations, it's really nice to not care. For example, when you have last round and you're playing with the white pieces and you have to win, a little bit more caring is nice sometimes, because sometimes you end up seeing that people who don't care, they don't even come close. While when you are losing, for example, in the tournament, then literally not caring helps a lot, because then you are much more relaxed about losing, and then you can recover much better. So these strategies, they're also situation sensitive, and if you always are going for the literally not caring strategy, then you have certain issues. One advice I could give that I think could help some people is that it's really important to appreciate wins as well, because a lot of chess players focus on learning and learning from mistakes. That's what we've been drilled to since from young age, and that's something we all do very well, we're very experienced. But I think sometimes trying to extract something positive from a victory is also really nice.
Yeah, of course. I mean, victories are very important, and in this tournament we have so many youngsters playing in Bucharest, and the field is completely different this year. Do you think that the fact that they're risking a lot will draw more decisive games and will have a very interesting event?
Yeah, for sure. They really brought something new to the game. You see, how game changes through games of young generation, because it was a lot harder for them. They had to break through, and they had also big competition. I mean, we see the people that made it, right? We see Abdusattorov, we see Pragg and Gukesh. but how many young talented kids in Uzbekistan or India didn't make it, and they're also very good, and so somehow they managed to beat those. And in order to do that in modern chess, you have to be very inventive. You have to take crazy risks, and they all have a very, very good feel for what kind of risk they can afford. Yeah, I think that's amazing, and you see that because there's so much theory now. You would think that chess was going to get worse and worse because of the theory, but it turns out that you don't have to be a slave to the opening preparation like we tried before, but you can sort of go a step beyond that. You can sort of know that, okay, I can play this line, which is the best according to the computer, but I'm just not going to do that. Because before we were trying to find the best moves always from the start, and people were having all these openings that they were thinking this is the best way to play, and they're trying to defend their honor and so on. And now you see that people, they just they move on from that. They're not attached to an opening.
Yeah, of course. And my last question: who am I looking forward to play against in this event?
I'm this kind of guy. I'm very uncool in that sense. I like playing people who play badly and are in bad shape. Whatever gives me better chance of winning. I'm not like that I want to face because you have these people who are like I want to face the best version of that guy, and I'm not like that. No,
of course, because you appreciate the winnings.
I appreciate the winnings.
Yes.
I need I know how tough it is, so I hope there'll be plenty of people in bad shape. And but yeah, no, it's going to be difficult. They're all really great. And I'm looking forward because every game is going to be a fight.
All the best of luck for you, Anish.
Thank you.
The stages are set. The players are primed. The best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
We are back. It is round 8, the penultimate day of the Superbet Chess Classic. And as we've seen, it looks to be like a very exciting day. Let's remind ourselves of the standings after round 7. Fabiano Caruana, well, he's on 4.5 points. There we have Alireza, Firouzja, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh are just half a point behind. And let's not forget that Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, if they win, they are still very much in the mix.
Yes, they are.
Shall we dash back to Bucharest? Because
absolutely,
look at that. We see Anish pacing up and down in the background, and Wesley so also checking out the games. And he's quite right to check out the games, because as we saw, Gukesh playing a very exciting gambit against Anish Giri.
And Anish has just played one of the most provocative moves I can ever remember having seen. Queen on d4 to e3. So if we go back just one move, rook to d8, rook to d2. So Gukesh is sort of like, I've sacrificed a pawn. I've got this discovered attack against your queen. I want to see your queen retreat, whether it be to d7 or c5, and I want to eventually bring my bishop to b2, and I've got this great attack. Now, go away. Just get out of here. And then Anish played queen e3.
So the queen is really poking its nose
and you're sitting there
into
saying,
White's business.
Right, you didn't get out of here. And I have to laugh at myself because when I saw this move, I saw e5, and I was thinking, okay, knight to d5, and I cannot do this. Jack takes, rook takes, because of this crazy ideas of knight takes, bishop takes, knight takes, queen h5. Here I almost stopped myself and I'm going, oh my gosh, what is going on? But then you start to see bishop takes g2, the rook's on the open file, and you're going, no, I think black is for choice. Yes, but I said to myself, you don't have to take it right away. You trap the queen brilliantly. You go rook c2. And I saw queen d4, bishop takes, and I stopped. And so then I turned to Miro, and with great confidence, I was saying, like, I've got you. He says G6.
Right.
And I was like, what?
G6,
what?
just calmly blundering the queen.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
And then we saw that. Then he said, well, I've got something else for you. After the move e5, I've got knight g4. I was like, what?
Yeah.
what? Like, all of these moves are like really shocking and surprising.
But talking about shocking and surprising,
yes,
we couldn't get enough of this game. So during the break, we went to Miro's board and played around.
Exactly.
And we have to show you that one amazing move.
The one, So in Yasser's line, when he trapped the queen with e5, knight d5, rook c2.
I was so proud.
And then, g6 was computer's response. And in fact, white is better here if he goes knight e4, knight d6, so on. Kind of absolutely ignoring the fact that the queen is attacked. Capturing the queen is fairly unclear, let's put it this,
Right.
for lack of a better assessment. So our guess was the queen now kind of threatens to run away to d4 because, well, there is no check. So let's go knight e2, and that way we take away the square from the queen, so it cannot run away.
Right.
And later on we'll figure it out.
Right.
So guess what? Queen can run away to a square on h3, which is
hilarious.
well, and it's alive because if you capture it, you absolutely resign after knight f4 check. This is being a very nice checkmate pattern. So in order not to get checkmated, you pretty much have to do this and rook d3 and you don't want to see it. It's so painful.
Painful to look. Yeah, but queen h3, that was...
Death by bishop.
Yeah, right? Death by bishop. That was too much fun. So this move, queen e3, and then we started our conjecture. Because what had happened is up until this moment, more or less, Anish had played rather quickly, and Gukesh had 2 hours and 4 minutes. Gukesh had hit the accelerator to get here. Then when he got here, a long think by Anish, rook to d8, rook to d2, and we were asking ourselves, well, has he remembered his analysis? Has he forgotten his analysis? Did Gukesh trap Anish? Anish came up with queen e3, which suggests no. He's actually done his preparation. And then suddenly that 2 hours and 4 minutes of Gukesh has melted away. This move, queen e3, was not welcomed. This move, queen e3, is just sort of like, I think it's a bit of a shock, frankly, because that queen was supposed to go away, not enter.
Right, and we did see earlier on these cameras that Gukesh was in memory recall, but maybe he has remembered a few details, like for instance, that after e5, knight c5, rook c2, the queen is trapped, and maybe they just stopped there. And now he has to assess the consequences.
I'm more of the view that they were probably, their focus was on queen d7 and queen c5 in their prep. That they saw something about queen e3, they said, yeah, that's not a good move, and they moved on quickly. They moved on quickly. But this move, knight g4, is even much stronger.
It is, yeah.
Than knight to d5. Knight g4 keeps the diagonal of the bishop open. So whenever our queen gets captured, our knight ends up on e3. And we also have ideas of rook takes d3, followed by knight f2 check. And suddenly, Jovi asks the same question.
Well, you have to take on h7. You absolutely have to. King h7, queen c2, or resigns. 2 options.
Yeah,
queen
I'll
c2
go
or
with
resigns.
queen c2 on this one.
Knight to g6.
Yeah.
Again, capture or resign. Black captures. You have to capture the queen. Knight takes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, well, perhaps we have to examine this one a little bit.
Queen c7.
So what's
Queen
happening?
C7.
Queen c7 or queen c1? Okay, so let's look first at what happens if, let's say, if white does not look at any sort of counterattacks. Let's just, loses this material. Knight f1. Whatever, can take with the bishop. Knight takes, knight takes.
Well, here I'm happy with black. I've got my fortress in the worst case.
Yeah, we never lose.
Never
with
lose.
Black, right? Never lose, and there might be a chance that black wins. Yeah, let's say king f1, rook d4 is already better for black.
Clear.
Yeah. So something, and therefore, let me find where it was. After knight e3, computer suggested queen c7 in order to get threats versus threats kind of thing.
Well,
Bishop g2.
I just try to hit the material that counts the most.
Rook d2. Yes, rook d2.
Right.
And then, I don't even know. Like, all I see is this, supposedly...
rook
d1.
Rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So queen to f7 is how the line goes, according to the machine.
Just keep hitting.
Then I have no idea.
Oh, but
Seriously.
you do have a big threat, so you can't just go knight takes rook
Why?
because of knight h5.
Yeah, if I do this, then...
Wow.
Knight h5.
Well, knight h5 is a big threat until you see king h8 and black is winning. So even
King
like making a
h6.
big threat is hard.
Oh,
It's
rewind,
incredible.
Okay, we can...
But by the way, knight h5, when you see it, your heart just leaps, you know.
So look, knight f1 is not a good move for a very specific reason, because white can take on it.
Okay, simple as best.
It's confusing. Yes, after queen f7, no, not rook f2. Rook f2, my silly move. Queen f7, and here, well, bishop f1 is good enough.
Right.
But also, apparently moving the bishop away and, opting for this is also kind of good. So rook f2, because you have to stop rook g2, and it's a check. And knight f1 and bishop c4, and I have no clue whatsoever what's going on. Rook f3 now, if you take with the piece, that there'll be some rook h3
Checkmate.
And apparently, I mean, I'm not sure if it makes sense that we've gotten here, but since we've gotten here, so once again, black has strictly only moved not to lose, which leads to equality, and it does not involve any captures. Go back to f5.
Natural move.
And I'm thinking,
that's crazy.
Does that mean that this is sort of, I don't know, fortress, positional draw?
Wait, we could have a draw. Hang on, there's rook h3.
Yeah, white can now.
No, knight h6.
Knight h6 resigns.
Oh, knight h6.
It's crazy.
Because I was just going to say, if you go knight h4, we got problems.
Yeah, exactly.
So this one, you actually win, queen d5,
Yes, and then you pick
the
up
rook.
d1.
I thought we had a perpetual.
That's crazy. All I gotta say.
We
And
have.
it is, of course, one of our most critical games because, again, looking at the standings, we see Gukesh with 4 points, trailing the lead by half a point. For Anish Giri, it's a chance for him just to rise up the rankings, pull himself back up to 50%.
Absolutely.
But in the race for first place, this game is one of the most critical ones. The other one is Fabiano Caruana against Praggnanandhaa. Maybe we go
matchup.
to that one.
Before we do, I apologize, but after some hesitation, rook f3 was Gukesh's choice. He didn't go for that whole e5 and the complexities of those variations. e5, queen c5, it's on the board. This is a key position. And I would say that the inclusion of the moves queen e3 and rook f3 has definitely benefited Anish because the desirable e5, well, the rook would be hanging. And also in some variations, now that g4 is no longer protected, the move becomes available. So great theoretical battle. Shall we go to our marquee matchup? And that, of course, is our number one standing player, Fabiano, who is playing against his closest rival.
And let's not forget that if Fabiano wins, he pulls away from the pack.
By a point.
Guarantees himself
at least a playoff.
If the other results go his way.
Yeah, or even don't. Okay, bishop to c5. We kind of left it here. Miro mentioned rook e8 as a possible move, but essentially it's all working like this. White is playing a kind of a Benoni, but it's not a Benoni. White wants to play the move knight on f3 to e5 and unleash the Kraken, the bishop on g2. Because the pawn on d4 in many variations is a little bit tender. We understand the move bishop c5. And here, once again, just entertain me. Rook takes e6, ridiculous move, of course.
Well, not quite.
Not ridiculous, good.
But it's just not good.
Okay, well,
that's just not good.
It's just not good.
Yeah, there is one good way to react to rook e6, which is pawn takes e6.
Yeah, that is good.
So that's the only move for black.
Right.
Okay, keeping it seriously though, this is something that we have as, well, the pattern develops.
In our minds.
This should be very attractive. And all this time I was thinking, what's wrong? Why does not it work in this position? Because computer keeps saying that this is simply not acceptable. And I'm thinking the bishop on b2. So would it be pawn on d3, let's say bishop on d2, and the pawn on b2, so that in some cases you can go, say, bishop g5 and so on, because part of this exchange sacrifice, part of the compensation you are getting is that this bishop is very silly. Right, the bishop on c5 or e7, whatever it is. But now our bishop on b2 is very silly.
As well.
In order to bring it to a game, we will have to either take on d4, go bishop a3, so that means black will not have this stupid piece either. So say after queen e2, one of the ways is just to sacrifice the pawn, go here, and d3 is very often the motif. Like knight g5, well, there is b5, they're coming for us from the other end. Somehow it doesn't work tactically. Knight e6, queen e7. It just doesn't. Regrettably. Which, does not leave us with that many options. Knight e5. C to e5 or f to e5. That's what computer plays. And let's say knight takes, queen b6. Not sure about this one, but defending. And queen f3. And I'm somewhat puzzled. Bishop d5. Almost like I'm asking for bishop d5, but in this case there is knight d7. There is always a tactical point to computers variations, even though it looks purely positional, but there is a tactical trick. So now bishop takes, knight takes, bishop takes b6, bishop takes f3, and at the very least white has a pair of bishops. Again, not clear how big his advantage is, if any. But at least we are talking something. So white has a pair of bishops, b7 is the target, and so on. So after knight e5, one of the things computer was doing is actually going rook e1, allowing to take on c6, which honestly I would think
should favor white.
Well, at least you have a target.
Right.
That's all we ask.
Seriously, it's
we know
enough
what we're
to
doing.
make us feel hopeful.
We know what we're doing when we have a target.
Even then, it's not much. Okay, but we are getting there. Look, rook to c1, and then one of the lines. So I guess we are threatening some jumps. So one of the lines, bishop goes to f8, and here, I guess we can sacrifice an exchange. So now in case of rook takes, we chicken out, win it back. But somehow in this case, computer says that white is better. And if the pawn takes, this is where we apparently do have compensation. It says position is roughly equal. Slightly favors black, but here I can see the targets, as Jovi put it. d3, knight e5, bishop h3 sometimes. This looks like an interesting position to play.
Thank you.
Hopefully we get there.
Wow.
And our tournament leader, let's see his challenges.
Well, you see, he's got white against Praggnanandhaa, one of his rivals. But in round 9, he will have black against Anish Giri.
By the way, Anish seems like he's got the role of spoiler, or potentially. He's playing Gukesh today, a player who's in second place. Can he spoil Gukesh's event? And can he spoil Fabi's event?
Well, he's involved.
He's involved, isn't he?
And
there we have it.
There you can see in the standings, this is how Fabiano Caruana and Praggnanandhaa match up. Fabiano has 4.5 points, Prag half a point behind. And there's such a huge prize. Top prize at stake, $100,000.
Yeah, big money as we see the
Grand
players.
Chess Tour points, and of course the top 3 finishers in the Grand Chess Tour overall, they will get an automatic invitation back to the 2025 Grand Chess Tour.
We left it some time ago. Let's jump to the game of Alireza. As we know, Alireza also tied for the second. He's one of the only 2 players in the tournament who have won 2 games. Our tournament leader, Fabi, being the other, of course, but unfortunately for Alireza, he got nicked with a big fat 0, so he's only at +1. He's been in 3 decisive games, and a lot of players can't even say they've had a decisive game. When we left it here, the queen was traded, and Miro was mentioning that Jan has a very important safety move. This move, knight to d4. Captures on f5 could have gotten himself into a little bit of trouble, but the move knight d4 was very good. Attacks the bishop on b5 and threatens to play knight takes f5 without disturbing your pawn structure. Bishop went back to d3, bishop takes c5. The move that the engine had actually suggested, which was also a very nice move, was e5, and then we said, yeah, but this bishop's of opposite colored position should probably be balanced. Jan was hopeful with his move bishop c5 that after takes, maybe this rook can play a role. Put my rook on f2. We'll see who has the advantage. Rook to e1, rook to e8. We've just caught up with the players. Is time a factor in this one?
Not at this stage. We're
Stage.
quite early in the round. So Alireza has 1 hour and 17 minutes. Jan Nepomniachtchi, 1 hour, 24 minutes.
Jan always is a quick player.
Very quick player.
Yeah.
Also, he's not one of those that sits at the board. Instead, he just gets up and goes. And that's where we can see the player cams.
Yeah.
And let's go to Bucharest, where we have Cristian with a very special guest.
Thank you, Jovi. I am indeed with the Executive Director of the Grand Chess Tour, Michael Khodorkovsky. Michael, welcome to the show. This morning you were quite busy in a different capacity as the FIDE Vice President. You were at the passing of the torch. Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, today in the morning it was a ceremony at the landmark monument, historic monument here in Bucharest, the Arch of Triumph. And what was important that FIDE introduced this ceremony for the World Chess Olympiad in 2022 in Chennai and keep this tradition going. A little bit more than 2 months ago, I would say close to 3 months ago, the same ceremony was in Toronto during the candidates tournament. Before it was in India, I believe in Switzerland, so it goes kind of around the world. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the last stop before it will arrive to Budapest for the World Chess Olympiad.
Absolutely, another exciting event. And speaking of passing of the torch, it almost feels like a change of generation in the Grand Chess Tour as well. We have all these youngsters coming in. What's your take on the new players in the Grand Chess Tour so far?
Yeah, well, that's the good synergy, because we have veterans, and it's, I don't want to call them veterans like Wesley or Fabiano Caruana, but yes, it is change of generation. We have Gukesh, who is a candidate for the World Championship title. And it's kind of interesting that we kind of anticipated that it would be more firework on chessboard at the classical event. But it seems like youngsters learn from veterans.
They learn quick.
Yes, some moves.
Yes.
Not to burn bridges.
Absolutely. I have to say it's not for the lack of trying. The games were quite explosive for the majority of it, but they're just so resilient, so good at defending as well, these players. And speaking of the young generation, you have the Young Stars program as well. We have a big show coming in Croatia following this one. Tell us a bit about that. We have some Romanian students flying there as well to participate in a session with Gary.
Yes, we continue our joint program, Kasparov Chess Foundation and St. Louis Chess Club, which goes already more than for a decade, and it's quite successful. As you know, we expanded this program beyond the borders of the United States to Europe, especially for the last few years. And again, we will have training session for youngsters in Croatia in conjunction with our next leg in Zagreb. And yes, for the first time, we invited couple of new students. One is from Austria and one is from Romania. Henry Tudor from Constanța.
Oh, he's great.
Will join us on July 10th and 11th for the session.
He's a big talent. He recently drew the number 4 in the world, Eric Gaisi, at one of these open tournaments held in Europe. Just an amazing player. Now tell us a bit about...
And I'm sure he will present this game
for sure.
to Gary.
To Gary. I think Gary will be impressed with that one. What can we expect from the Grand Chess Tour? I'm hearing some news about the 2025 session. Anything you can share with us?
Well, as you know, I always think in advance, we think in advance in chess preparation. And in 2025, I can say 99% that we will resume our format with the grand finale, like it was in 2019, pre-COVID time in London. And so top 4 will be playing at the grand finale in 2025. We're still discussing the format, and we probably will finalize everything by the end of the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis.
Well, that's in itself very exciting news. Thank you very much, Michael, for joining us, and we'll see you in Croatia.
Absolutely, and 4th of July to everyone.
Happy 4th of July, guys. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you very much. Fireworks in that announcement right there. The grand finale, what is he talking about in 2019? So the idea of the Grand Chess Tour was you would have all of these tour participants and wild cards, and at the end of the tour, the 4 top point gatherers, the guys who were in the top standings, the top 4 would then play elimination matches, and we called it the grand finale. So we're bringing back the grand finale for the following year's tour. What it means is after the Sinquefield Cup, we'd have something like what happened in London. And not necessarily London. We'll see where the grand finale ends up.
I do hope it returns to London.
It was a wonderful location.
Absolutely wonderful, because they would be playing on a stage. There was also a big classic open alongside it. And it was just so much fun. You know,
the side events were fabulous,
we would simply, you know, play the games in the open, come and watch the opening, come and watch the closing. And there would be commentary. There'd be commentary for VIPs. There'd also be commentary for just passerbys. And it was just a fantastic event.
Yeah, London was a great...
And let's check out the schedule for the Grand Chess Tour, because after this event, well, the players don't have so much time to rest, because it is the Super United Rapid and Blitz. And then in August, the chess action does come to St. Louis. We have the Rapid and Blitz and then the Sinquefield Cup. And then we will find out who is the winner of the Grand Chess Tour 2024.
Exactly, and you saw it during that interview there, but I'd like to see the graphic again. Just the players that are going to play in Zagreb in the Superbet Rapid and Blitz, and there he is. The GOAT is back.
He is back, and last time in Poland, he just went storming in the Blitz in the second.
Wait a minute. He had one Wei Yi who was keeping pace. That was one of the great
it was definitely one of the 2 horse races that are best ones I've seen, because Wei Yi was just superb on the first few days, and then Magnus came back and we were like, well, Magnus has to win a lot of games. He did.
That was great fun. And Zagreb, immediately, as you saw, is coming up after this Bucharest event. But we've got a very exciting round in front of us. Where is the action?
The action.
Yes.
Well,
show us.
Gukesh, Anish.
Yes.
I think there must be some action left.
There should be too.
I'm somewhat disappointed.
Because?
With the fact that Gukesh found Rook F3, which probably is the safest move, if I'm honest, but I really wanted to see one of those sharp ones. Of the queen sacrifices, yes.
Right.
So here, and then once again, I'm not sure how much I should trust the computer, which says knight g6.
I like knight g6.
Knight g6, yeah.
It's a safe move, I would say.
Knight g6 and, well, h3 is what computer has to say.
Recover g4, right?
So I presume, yeah, like knight g4 becomes an issue at some point, and I guess capturing this one is not great for whatever reason. Then, yeah, it's really awkward. I think since you take on f6, you don't really have an attack.
No. And again, this rook on f3, the bishop on b7, maybe I'm threatening to play f6, f5.
There is one reason why the rook on f3 is not very good, and also it's a confirmation that our time in the studio starts very early, because I was seriously looking at knight h5 move, and I was wondering why on earth it seems such a logical continuation. There is a little problem with this. With the rook on f1, it wouldn't be the case.
If it makes you feel any better, I also, for a brief second, was like, oh, knight h5. Then I was like, oh, nope, you can't do that.
No.
Yeah, so I look at it from the angle, so you know, this guy's very close. The queen on c5 is far away.
Right, and the rook on f3.
Yeah, so in reality, after knight g6, h2, h3 is the move. But again, I cannot pick up the pattern, kind of what white is doing. After rook d7, it starts capturing, going bishop f1 anyway. So pretty much trying to bail out, being down a pawn, which is very strange.
Yeah.
Then there is not much going on white's way.
I'm just stirring my own coffee, but after the move knight g6, h3, I thought that black was threatening e6. Well, threatening is a strong word, but I thought black wanted to play e5.
E5, well, not really.
Knight f5.
Because takes, knight takes, and then I can take, and then you've committed, you know, a kind of
cardinal
deadly sin. Yeah, knight h5, and you're unable to take the knight. So knight e5 is a bad idea. Yes. No, and seriously, this one happens to be winning for white, because the attack. In fact, if you're asking too much, so one day this attack's going to work.
Yeah. And it just did.
Let's have a look at how these two match up.
Have they played each other much?
Well,
Not so much,
have
but
played 4 games, 2 wins for Anish Giri, 2 draws.
Wow, probably Anish is one of the few players in the world who has such a dominant score. I mean, Gukesh, again, the challenger to the world champion, he's won a lot of games in his career. Short career.
Also, when you compare the world ranking, you see that Gukesh is number 6 in the world, and Anish has fallen down to number 14. Let's go over to the game between Alireza and Jan Nepomniachtchi, because we mustn't write off Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Yes, they're both on 50%. Yes, they've drawn all of their games, but 2 victories at the end puts them in very good positions.
That's why we call them the championship rounds. A little bit of a surprise for me, the move g3, g4. Seriously, I thought it was time to get, write some eviction notices. I thought that the move c3, whether you played knight c6 or knight f5, but let's say knight c6, and I thought that what Alireza wanted to do was to try to get a situation where he would try to get more central control. Put his bishop on b5, maybe his knight on e5, maybe his rook on
e5.
Yeah, provoke e5. Yeah, these types of things where I don't know. Should I put my bishop on c2?
I was thinking bishop c2 just to go bishop b3.
And I like
Simple stuff.
Simple stuff, but effective, right? Rook takes d5. None of that happened, and in fact, this very quiet, slow move,
which
g4.
is really surprising, because you allow a rook onto the second row.
Yeah, guess what?
And sure enough, it arrives there, and this is known as like the dream rank for a rook.
And now we do have c3. The knight retreated to c6, and now we have an issue. How are we going to deal with this?
Is he going to try to trap the rook? No,
I
was thinking bishop. No, it's so passive. I'm even embarrassed to suggest it. Rook to e2, I agree. I was thinking for a second, bishop f1, That might be my 3 a.m. starts influencing the matter.
Knight f3, but then how are we going to...
Yeah,
we trap the rook.
Then nothing happened.
But then he eats you for dinner, you know, like we've got the rook sitting on our doorstep. This doesn't feel like Alireza's playing for advantage anymore, Miro.
Well,
I mean, if there was any advantage, it's not here.
Right, yeah. Well, at least the engine is of the same opinion. So to go c3 was kind of a better chance at getting something. To go bishop b5, and then in case of rook f2,
rook e8
you'd have knight b3, yes, and those pawns on e6, d5 start to hang. And yeah, and it's... don't remember who put it like this, but the dark square bishop is not very helpful protecting the pawns which are on light squares. So that's pretty much the point you're trying to make in this position, right? Yeah, after g3, rook f2, c3, knight c6, going bishop b5 apparently is too late because black's gonna start collecting those things. So knight f3, and that's the move he has already played, right? Well, let me update on this. Yeah, knight f3, at least my board suggests there was move in the game. Now, knight g5, I'm guessing. Yeah, if you take on g2, well, still not trivial. Some bishop f5, some tricks, basically.
Taking advantage of the pin in a different way.
And talking about bishop f5, that's been on my radar. Bishop, why not do it now? Once the knight goes back to c...
Why do we need knight f3?
Because the knight was on d2, no?
No, why do we need knight f3? Can we...
So bishop f5 immediately, king to f7.
Okay.
And it's a tempo move because not only I defend d6, but also defend the rook.
Yeah, okay.
So then kind of attacking.
Yeah, you need your knight to give a check.
So after knight f3, I'm confused because it says equal and plays pretty much any move. Well, g6 is something that, like, optically I would like, so to stop bishop f5, even though it's a slowish move. And if you have this position at the board, of course, you try to capture first.
I do.
Yeah, with the rook being that active, I'm thinking it's very hard to see how black loses this one, even if, let's say, e6 drops, but you're inevitably going to win one pawn back, maybe 2 pawns back.
Yeah.
So Jan is safe. On the other hand, how real black's chances of getting an advantage are, it's also problematic.
Very, very much so.
Kind of tense position, but unless there is like a big blunder or something, I can imagine this one once again fizzling out. We can't do much.
Right.
We can't do much about this. If both players play well.
There you go.
Knight f3. Played. Ooh. Still, decisions to be made for both sides. Maybe we can revisit the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So, because the game between Gukesh and Anish is moving at a snail pace.
By the way, speaking of snail pace, really one of the downsides, can I put it that way, of this new time control. Remember, we've always had that 40 move second time control. Whether we play 90 minutes and 30 seconds and then 30 minutes, we've always had the second time control. The problem has been with the 2 hours, the players can just stop. And I think we've seen 2 moves in an hour.
Yeah,
a
two moves in 90 minutes.
Or something like that. It's
you can just look at their clock times. I mean,
and it's been really a strange phenomenon of just having some very, very serious downtime. After the move bishop b2, our focus has been on the move knight to g6, the knight on e7, looking for better pastures as safe squares, protecting the king. Can imagine rook d7 on some occasions. Maybe rook takes d3. Is this completely out of the wilderness? The idea, when the rook was on f1, funnily enough, rook takes d3 and bishop a6 was a very serious tactical way of trading. Can we look at this for just a second?
Okay.
This is where I wanted to see if I can do something.
Is this? Wait.
Oops, sorry. Apologies.
Let me just have a look. Because I'm
hitting you with the first time.
Yeah, you're hitting it with knight to f2.
I do have.
So you do have that one on tap, but I'm just trying to run through those forcing moves.
Exactly,
right?
and that's
because
exactly
I'm
what you should
seeing,
do.
Like, because also queen to g4. There's been consequences of you opening up that long diagonal.
Indeed, queen to g4.
So
the idea behind that one is as straightforward as Jovi
Right.
can get.
Yeah.
You want to give me hockey mati, right?
Well, no one will ever recover from that one, right?
That's
queen
right.
to g4. Okay, let's try queen g4.
Okay, queen g4. And this is why I had put the knight on g6 a moment before to block the threat, right?
But here, you see, if I'd taken on e4 first,
yes,
I was thinking that black
Knight
could
to-
actually park the knight on f5.
on f5. So
Yeah,
the knight would
so-
come on f5. And so you wanted to force me to put my knight in a less favorable square,
Right.
g6. Makes sense? No, I hear you loud and clear. Here, though, I mean, I'm sacrificing in exchange for a bishop and two pawns,
Okay,
right?
let's go queen
Queen
g4.
g4.
Although, yeah,
Knight to g6, knight e4, bishop e4.
I'm seeing so many possibilities.
Rook
Like
to
rook
D-
to d8. Also, I saw that possibility just now. So instead of queen to g4, getting the knight to g6, you could just go rook to d8 immediately.
That one, I was ready to take your rook.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oops.
Yeah, but you can always do. I mean, if you want to go for the d8, rook to d8. Here, I was thinking of parking a minor piece on the d file in order to close off. But this is a bail. Essentially, what I'm saying is Anish considering sacrificing in exchange. Does he think he stands worse and therefore wants to go for something very safe and solid, or does he want to, hey, I'm a pawn up, prove your gambit?
Yes, I think knight to g6 is a lot more tempting.
Yeah, to my
Just
eyes as well.
mainly because I'm reluctant to give up the exchange.
But then again, tell me about the clock times, because it has
there's
been...
a significant time difference. Yes,
Yeah.
the players are moving slowly, but Anish Giri just has 49 minutes, whereas Gukesh has 1 hour and 33 minutes.
So if I'm guessing it right, basically on his last two moves, rook d8 and queen e3, Giri has spent an hour.
time.
Yeah, an hour. Where's the action, Miro? Oops.
And, well, before we do that, let's
The road ahead
take
for
a
Gukesh.
peek at Gukesh's road ahead, okay? He has the white pieces against Anish Giri, but in the final round, he will have the black pieces against a formidable Wesley, who is so hard to beat.
Yeah, from the paper point of view, Gukesh is saying, look, I'm playing two of the players who have not played well. The results are bad. Let me pounce on the bottom half of the field. These bottom feeders are...
I mean, they're the best in the world.
are stingrays.
Absolutely.
They're very, very dangerous. And on a given day like today, anything can happen. We haven't seen knight g6 yet in this game. I wanted to turn it over to Miro, and you've got the marquee matchup between Prague.
Yep, Fabi and Prague.
And what do you have for us?
Because it's such a slow-paced game,
Yeah.
right? And knight e5, we've discussed, it feels like an hour ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well-
Fabi has to play knight e5. What's interesting, though, that Prague captured on c4,
Very
which is
counterintuitive.
unforced
I would never have.
and surprising.
I would have never
So
have played
first
that.
things first, I'm trying to figure out what happens if I don't do anything special and just take, let's say I take back the bishop with the knight. Yeah.
Right.
What's so bad? Why would you
Give up
ever
your light square
give
bishop?
up a light square bishop? Well, according to Machine, this move, which is kind of forces me to go to e5, and then it takes queen d6. And again, it's not like black solves all the problems, but the bishop on b2, we'll have to agree, is quite passive.
Yep.
And the other bishop, despite kind of being
Empty.
active, but it's an empty diagonal. It's
Yeah.
not like you're likely to pick up anything tasty on this diagonal.
Right.
Right. So coming back to this one, you can capture with the pawn, right? But then, again, trade, queen d6, b6, building a fence.
So you take on c6.
Take on c6.
Yeah, we take on c6.
And can we just sacrifice rook c1?
Yes.
A pawn.
Yes, you're going to have to sacrifice. Well, it's not really a sacrifice.
Rook c1 is an option.
Yeah.
But then in this case, well, he can take
Yes,
here,
I
but
know.
also go bishop d5. Something that, like, I'm not very happy about in this position with white is that bishop d5 exchanges this guy, and we are once again left with the bishop
just a
on
second.
b2.
Rook takes c5. I'm kind of
Rook
warming
takes
up to
c5,
Jovi's.
yes. Queen d6.
Because our bishop on a3 suddenly has a life.
Yeah, okay.
Bishop a3,
Here.
yeah.
Right, so takes g2, king
Much,
g2, and some rook f2, e8. Well, this one...
By the way,
well,
that was a
could
very
be.
good move because I was ready to spear your rook.
To go here, yeah. I'm sorry. No, well, the fact is that the second move that I have is to go knight to d7, which looks like a blunder, but then it's c5, yeah?
Yeah, and the rook is
And then,
misplaced.
it's a big question that the bishop is, well, kind of passive unless you take, and then the rook on a5 is off.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Anyway, so the recipe, but you've got on a good idea, it's just that the recipe is to go with the queen, not with the rook.
Okay.
Either c1 or c2.
I like queen c2, but yeah.
Yeah, so bishop b3.
I take your bishop on c5.
Queen c5. Yeah, well, this would also seem kind of interesting, but
Yeah, bishop
like
is-
again, simply because the bishop on b2 is so bad.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Again, if we come back to this conversation, say, give me the bishop on f4 on this diagonal, and all of a sudden, I'm not scared to be a pawn down in this position. So after bishop b3, we capture the other guy.
Naturally.
Bishop d5, and
For the first time
Well,
in
we
the
can
game.
take the pawn on d4.
Wait a second, we even have alternatives.
Bishop
We can
h3.
consider going bishop h3. We can capture on d4 with the queen or the bishop. Let's say bishop takes d4. I'm not sure what kind of position is this one. Still has to be closer to equality than anything else.
I would like advantage white here. I feel like I've got some nibble, something, a little bit.
Yeah, it could be.
But
say knight
a
d5.
moment ago, I liked your bishop h3.
Bishop h3.
Keep the bishops on the board.
Yep.
D4.
So again, we take here,
Okay,
we go
queen
here,
c1.
we take on c5, and we try to keep both bishops
Because
on
we're
the
thinking...
rook to b8,
Yes.
and
Now
bishop
we
to d4.
take.
Yeah, now aren't we cooking with
Again,
gas?
computer's hard to convince, but yeah, I'd be hopeful here.
Yeah, I would too.
You know what?
And-
Yes, well, the position might be good, but not our idea, because computer says white is tiny bit better. You just have to go back to G2.
Yeah, we have to forget the computers. But let's take a look at Fabiano's chances to win the event after round 7, after yesterday. And it has moved from 56% to 63.3%. You know, the event is drawing to a close. Gukesh there was 16.1%, Pragg 9.6%, Alireza still 8.1%. MVL and Nepo, they have very, very slim chances of winning the event, just around about 1%.
I'm so surprised that Prague's winning percentage is so low, because he is essentially in the game of the tournament. If he wins this game, he leapfrogs past Fabi and would be in clear first going into the last round game. And anytime you're in a situation where one result could go your way, you know, hey, look, you know, that can't be just 6%, 8%, 10%. It has to be higher. Just wow. What can I
but we've
say?
actually seen the numbers be very reliable,
Yeah.
despite our intuition telling us otherwise. And there we do see the players that we believe have the biggest chance of winning the event
And
highlighted.
$100,000.
And it's true that Nepomniachtchi and MVL have very small chances, but they need the results to go their way. They also need to start putting some punches and winning. And talking about MVL, can we just check out his
Sure,
position
let's do it.
against Wesley? So, because to my eyes, the reason I'm drawing it here is MVL has a 1-point-something% chance of winning. I would put it down to 0.
Wow.
I mean,
Tough.
this position here is just very, very difficult to win.
Very difficult.
I mean,
indeed.
okay, there's rook takes b6 on the agenda. Maybe I shouldn't be so
Let's
blasé.
Let's go back and see who had the run of the ball, shall we say. G3, knight back, queen takes, knight takes, h4, munch, munch. Nobody. I mean,
So straightforward.
Very, very straightforward.
That's
No, I
pretty
would-
much from the opening.
And I would say rook
rook e8.
e8. So we're looking at an opportunity of don't
Yeah.
go here. Wherever, I hate those eternal pins. You'll never get out of this. So don't take the pawn. Go bishop g2 and make a draw.
Yeah, well, talking about draw, these two have played so many games against each other, with the vast majority of them being draws.
Draws.
Like,
But saying, how easy is the draw after bishop g2? I'm just
How
thinking.
easy is the draw?
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I will not tell you what computer says, just that let's figure it out. Let's pretend we are playing this game.
Right. Bishop
What's
to
the best
g2.
way of making a draw?
well, we
Okay,
thought rook
so-
e8.
Yeah,
rook
rook e8, bishop
bishop
g2.
g2.
And because if we
So-
just exchange on g2, it's somewhat...
Yeah,
Right,
just a
so-
second. Let's see. So we go check, and if we just exchange on g2, as you were about to say, rook here, rook takes a3. I'm going to be a pawn down.
Yeah, we can show this one,
Yeah.
and I think it's a draw, but it's not something you fancy, right?
Right. It's not
a3, b,
Yeah.
a3.
rook takes, and for sure it's a 2-result game. I mean, you may not win it with white, but
The one with the c pawn is actually quite problematic, if I remember correctly.
yeah.
Because
We'd
somehow the king on e3 is close to the passed pawn, and there have been examples, I think.
Oh my gosh, goodness, yes. But then the question is, what about this king and pawn endgame? So check, king takes, rook.
To go rook
e6.
e6.
Yeah.
Well, you can go rook e7. Rook d7, sorry. Rook
Well,
d8. Rook,
better to go
small
check.
please.
Yes. Rook here.
But then it's
Rook takes.
a draw, right?
Now this is a more comfortable draw with black
'Cause it's
because you do
3v2.
have a3, and this rook is actually nice.
And you could also take a2 and just have
3 versus 2. Yeah, that's even nicer. But okay, so rook e6.
Okay,
Then we
so-
have another question. Can we go into a king and pawn endgame? And in this case, this is looking like a 2-result game again because our king is so close.
I'd say it's very scary to enter as
to
well.
go into
Probably
this.
shouldn't do.
So we're expecting after.
Okay.
Please,
You can also go bishop to c6.
bishop to c6. Yes, so that in case of bishop to g2, you're suggesting rook to
Rook c8.
c8.
Hold.
Yeah, right.
Hold.
Right. Braveheart.
I was just thinking of some Simpsons lines.
I was thinking of Braveheart.
No,
Now,
nothing
you
like
had
that.
Mel Gibson written all over.
There is also, hang on, I also just had a thought as well, that you don't have to go passive with the rook on c8 after bishop g7. There's bishop
Bishop
g2, I don't know
G2.
what's wrong with my coordinates. Okay, rook a5.
Whoa, what are you doing? You're sacrificing a pawn, Jovi.
Yes. But I'm hoping to win the b2 pawn.
And that's okay. Then.
Rook b5. Am
You've
I
redeemed-
forgiven? Am I back in business?
Yeah, I don't know. Every day. It still feels like you're dropping a pawn.
I'm dropping a pawn.
I mean, you're probably, in this one, you're probably getting the A pawn and not the C pawn.
Yeah.
So you're
that's
probably
the
back in
more
business,
Okay,
but you were on the edge.
Yes, one of the ways, is if I'm using the computer, one of the ways would be to go a3 immediately.
Okay.
Go a3 immediately, and then computer doesn't like the idea of moving the b pawn at all. So I'll just try to figure out why it is so
aren't we
bad.
moving the b
Well,
pawn?
it's not bad. It's just that after b3, rook e8, And if you capture on b6, no, capturing on b6 was stupid. Bishop g2 was the one. Yeah?
Yes.
Bishop g2. Now, of course, I can see that this is exchange, right? And rook e2, that's an improved version.
Big
now
time.
Yeah.
Takes, and what do I do? Go rook b2. Is it an improved version, though?
Or rook c2, one of the two.
You can go b4.
Yeah, b4. It's kind of no, it's not the same.
Then I play
go
rook
here.
c2.
Yeah.
Now
and
you
then
have to go rook c7.
You go rook c7.
But then a2.
And now you
No,
have
a2. I'm still a pawn down. Well, the trick is to go rook c1. And I'm threatening a2. So this way, I am not ending in a. Yeah. Let's show.
Yes,
so
it's
that
beautiful.
This would be a typical way.
Right.
Go a2, take on c3. Put the rook behind the passed pawn, and it has to be a draw, but still you have to be somewhat careful, right?
Right.
And what I'm achieving with the rook c1 move, that I do threaten a2.
Right.
And this is it.
Yeah.
A2, you have to stop or you lose, and then rook takes, and we will exchange the pawns.
And that trick is actually relevant if white goes c4.
Here, after rook b2. If you go c4,
you can
it's
just
the
go
same
rook
thing.
b1.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I go rook b1.
Nice.
Threatening a2, capturing the pawn.
It's charming.
A3.
I've never seen it before.
A3 is the cool thing, but you can take on b6. And then a takes, rook a3. Computer claims this one to be a draw. c4, but well, the game continues.
Yeah,
White's a pawn up.
It's not a
I understand
dead draw.
black kind of has some rook a4 for whatever reason, rook b3, bishop c6. I wouldn't trust this one to be like a complete draw.
No,
And a3.
A3 and
the game goes
F4
on. Yeah,
and,
the game goes on.
Definitely.
So my argument is that despite this looking like very dull and everything, black has to be very careful.
And bishop c6?
Bishop c6 is another option. Well, computer was not doing this. Computer strangely has an idea of just playing a3,
King F8.
and perhaps f4, king f2.
That must be
I have no idea how, let's say. Yeah, f4,
King
e7.
king e7, rook d4, I guess.
And maybe it's just arguing that the double
Yeah, you
pawns...
cannot exchange the rooks. So say if you go rook d8 and I go king f2, you can never ever capture on d4 because the pawns are on kind of wrong squares, plus white will have a passed pawn. I mean, it could be a draw still, but do you want to check? Do you want to find out if it's a draw or not?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a pawn up against Robert Byrne, and his king on d6 was a fortress.
Yeah, so all in all, I believe still something along the lines of rook e8, bishop g2, right, and then a check. And here should be, okay, here computer has something to say. Go bishop c6 in this position, so that if they take, we have a rook e2,
and
attacking f2 with a check. And then if rook e6,
a3.
No, it's not, because now it's a3,
and we
Pawn
check on
takes
f2.
Pawn takes a3, and we took this one. Whenever the king goes, we take this. It's two pawns, but white will never be able to keep both.
Right, you'll play rook b3, and you'll be
I mean, you can go rook b3, but
and
then
you'll be stuck. King f8.
You just wait. G6, f5 is not bad.
Is this so easy? You know, I'm just thinking if the king came over to g1 and it started to walk as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but... so in this position, say go king g1, rook takes.
Rook b3.
Actually, don't even need to take this one. I can go rook c2, you know. No, wait. In this case, rook f3 would be too much, yeah?
No.
Rook f3 would be too much.
Rook f3 looks like
rook
a great
f3.
move.
Yeah, some even
Yeah,
greedy.
but that's a race, and I don't know. I don't know about those type of positions, as they're complicated. So there's a lot more danger in this position than we first anticipated. Incidentally, MVL is actually one of the most accurate players in this tournament so far. Let's have a look at the average accuracies. Nepomniachtchi is there at the top with 98.8, and then we see 97.2 for MVL.
There's something ironical and paradoxical about this. Nepo and MVL both are our two most accurate players, and they've drawn all their games.
Yeah.
doesn't mean that they've just been down the fairway, so to speak, and they've just played model chess?
They've had two different types of tournaments. Nepomniachtchi has been very well prepared, and then you can see the standings, because accuracy doesn't translate into points, as we've seen here from the standings. Fabiano Caruana had a relatively low accuracy rate.
But he had chaotic mixed positions that were challenging his opponents.
The same with MVL.
Yes,
MVL had very crazy.
He's left a lot of points on the table.
Exactly,
I think.
He was winning against Alireza, Firouzja. There was a chance to kind of
Wesley.
get some great opportunities against Nodirbek. He has had a very topsy-turvy tournament, and I think it's the perfect time for us to go on our second break. And as we go to break, well, Anastasiya asked the players, how do they balance life and chess? So enjoy that, and we're going to be right back in a few minutes with all the action.
Badly.
How do you balance your chess career with other aspects of your life, like family, hobbies, or other interests?
It's a good question. I think it's always a question of you can't have it all. It's very rare that you have that perfect chess machine. At some point I was thinking maybe I should try to become one, like that perfect chess machine that the guy just does 24/7, everything perfectly to be a great chess player. So your entire life is dedicated to chess. There's no waste of time. That is very difficult on your mental aspect, because if you start failing despite that, you might go crazy because you've put all your entire soul into that. That's why you see the people with the I don't care approach doing very well these days, because taking off some of the pressure is good. I have big doubts whether I spend less time on chess than many of my colleagues, even though I have some commitments with family and some other things I do. It's so easy these days to waste your time. I mean, you can just spend hours on scrolling TikTok or something like that. So I'm sure they find ways to waste time, and I don't think I'm at a disadvantage.
I don't think I manage well there. Yeah, for now I'm just totally focused on chess. Yeah, my mother usually travels with me, and yeah, my sister also plays most of the tournaments together. For example, Candidates Norway, we were playing together. Yeah, I do miss my father time to time, because I rarely go home. So I miss him every time I travel, but I think it's same with him. He also misses us, but we have been traveling around for last 12 years or something, so we are sort of used to it.
For me, right now I'm at an age where I can just fully focus on chess, so that helps. Obviously, when I'm at home, I try to meet with some friends and spend time with family, but yeah, most of my time is spent with chess. But I guess it's important to have some kind of balance in work and personal life as well.
It's hard to combine, have everything perfect together, but yeah, chess is a tough game because you have to travel a lot and you're not so much at home. But lately I'm trying to play less tournaments and be at home more, so maybe that helps. But yeah, it's a game that takes a lot of your time from hobbies and family, but you can manage that.
That's also difficult because the chess scene is just always moving, and tournaments are non-stop. It's sometimes a decision if you want to try to maximize the amount of tournaments you play, or the amount of chances that you get, let's say, to qualify for candidates or whatever you're trying to achieve, or to make the most amount of money, which would just be to play non-stop and every single event, which some players do as well, especially younger players who have that freedom, right, which is very important. But then you also have to balance that with how much time do you want to spend with family or with friends or in a relationship, or just relaxing away from chess, which is also important. So that's a tough balance. And usually I go towards the side of playing a ton. I've always played quite a bit. Maybe not as much as when I was 19, 20, and then I was playing 130 games a year. And now maybe it's a bit less, but still I'm staying quite active.
Back at home, I spend a lot of time with my family. We do a lot of things together, and I try to spend at least a few hours. Once the tournament gets closer, I try to spend at least 2 to 6 hours per day preparing for the tournament. You just gotta remain focused. You gotta have the complete focus during training, I guess.
Yeah, it's, when you reach the, absolute top level, you have to spend a lot of time on chess, but many other things in life are important. So I try to, distribute my time fairly, and, I try to spend my time with my family and also do my other jobs, like watch other sports. I know I like to do other sports as well, like playing football, playing tennis, table tennis, and I would say it's hard, but it is possible.
Yeah, depends, of course, but in general I work my life around my schedule, basically. So like right now we're coming to a busy part, so I try to have family and friends to see them quite a lot in the past few months. Also it was a great time in Paris, and now it's time for the real work to start. Should be fun. Also, I mean, it's what I'm looking forward the most anyway, playing chess and winning games. I haven't won so many games lately, so it's my challenge here.
Well, previously I think my hobbies would take over because they would, take the most of my time. Yeah, like not like free time, but the overall time. So I was like more or less the part-time professional. But for now, okay, I try to focus on chess more. But that's also probably because of the age. Yeah, okay, older you whenever you become older, you should spend more time to keep up the level in the things which are previously just completely natural, but now you have to put some work.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Dariush Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back. It is the penultimate round of the Superbet Chess Classic. So let's remind ourselves of the standings after round 7. It's so close at the top. Fabiano Caruana with 4.5 points. Alireza, Firouzja, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, they're all half a point behind him with 4 points. And let's not write off the chances of Nepomniachtchi, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, who are just 1 point away from the top.
That's a tight bundle at the top, very much so. Let's jump into the game of Fabi and Prag as we're going to go around the arena and just see what has happened. When we left it, we had this position. Knight on f3 to e5, opening up this bishop on the long diagonal and pressing against c6. I was really rather stunned by the decision that Prag made. He decided to capture on c4, and it just felt a little bit wrong, but for a very specific reason. And Bobby put his finger on the pulse of the position. He did find what I thought was a very good a continuation with knight takes c4, b takes c4, and this very important key move, queen c2. The whole point is if you just happily recapture the bishop, then after a move, for example, like queen d6, the problem is, take a look at this bishop on b2.
You
it's
need
woeful.
to do some work to get that one back into the game.
Exactly. But however, with queen c2 as played in the game, we want to capture this bishop and drive this bishop away so that this bishop might find life on a3. The game continued. Bishop takes b3, queen takes, bishop to d5. Here, a major divergence was to try to keep the two bishops with bishop h3. Fabi decided his best chances lay with the move bishop takes d4. We are anticipating bishop takes g2, king takes g2. More or less a very balanced position, but if anybody is for choice, I actually like Fabi's situation because this bishop is actually looking at both sides of the board, a7 and f6. I don't think it's much. It's not like, hey, look at me, woohoo!
Yeah.
I have the greatest advantage of all
No,
times.
but I think it's something. Like you can visualize a future where white has potentially gotten up the white pawn, up to a6. And this bishop on d4 is a
that's how
beast.
we win the game.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and I'm
that's how
just
we win the
thinking
game.
when you compare the minor pieces,
Yep.
this bishop on d4 is just an amazing piece. Also, compare the rooks and you see that white is just that touch better.
Yeah, we've just seen the move we've just seen the move a7, a6, a move I like very much, getting the pawn off pre is no longer on pre, it's no longer under attack, a7, a6. And what you were saying about the rooks too, that's a salient point. I mean, white is already a little, what you want to say, half tempi ahead. I've got the open files, I've always got this bishop takes f6. Not that I'm looking forward to playing that move, but I've got it in my pocket, especially after a move like rook e8, that might appear. Okay. So for the moment,
some questions to be answered from
Fabi has something going for him. Now that all-important game that you were saying, Alireza, versus Nepo, we have seen this position for some time, and I thought the move g7, g6 was very clever with the idea of following it up with bishop to d6. At first blush, well, it's very clear. Give me a check, and I'll take your knight. And by the way, don't forget that this pawn is hanging and all this good stuff. So then you say to yourself, okay, I want to play knight takes e6. And what could be simpler than knight takes e6 until you see the move knight e5 and you start to take pause. Like suddenly you don't want to see this. It's like, this is how you end the game very shortly. So until you see the move knight to e5, you give it a pause, and we might end up coming back to a move like rook e2 or bishop to b5. Remember, not in this case. Bishop f4.
To f4 coming.
Yes, not in this case. It was another case where we were playing for rook takes d5, I remember. All right, we'll continue our journey as we go to Nodirbek and Daniel. Let's see, we left it a long time ago, actually.
Well, we haven't paid so much attention to this because in terms of the standings,
it hasn't
Bogdan Daniel is in last place and Nodirbek is on -1.
Right.
So he's on 3 points. But of course,
I think that Daniel's going to be very pleased with the outcome of the opening. He has good development for his pieces. Safe king. I can imagine this bishop coming to f5. I can imagine this knight coming to c4. And this looks like a balanced game. Let's continue to the game of MVL and Wesley. And this is the game that,
at first sight, it looks like this is completely even, but then you start to understand, hang on a second, the white rook is attacking the pawn on b6, and it's decision time for Wesley whether he should try to go for a rook and pawn endgame where he will be a pawn down and have to defend that one.
Yeah. So the two moves the choices were a3, rook e8. Strangely enough, probably both are balanced. I would probably play rook e8 myself. Let's go to the game that really had our complete attention. Because for those of you who are joining us late, you're missing some really, really fun fun lines. Miro was all over this one. And crazily enough, the players are playing very slowly, but they're achieving, with these very considered decisions, the exact positions that we have been contemplating as well. We left it at this point, rook f3, queen c5, bishop to b2, knight g6, good move. And the engines were telling us that Gukesh should play the move h2, h3. Guess what?
h3 indeed happened.
That's what he did.
But this position is still so sharp. Gukesh has sacrificed a pawn.
Yeah.
And there are so many dynamic possibilities here for both sides,
Let me just tell, one of the moves I found very attractive was the move e5, and I got punished for opening up this knight to come to the h5 square. Boy, I mean, that was really harsh reaction, but a very, very powerful one. I think, full confessions, both you and Miro both wanted to lose your knight. I wanted to force my opponent.
Yeah, we wanted to put on it's black to play.
Yeah.
So, say for instance, after rook d7,
Yes.
just throw that one in there.
Yes, there we go.
So it is tempting to go bishop takes knight, and here you kind of go, hey, what about the knight can jump into h5?
Who put the rook on f3?
Well, it wasn't us.
It wasn't us.
And
It
so
had to be
therefore
Gukesh.
we fell for this old
Queen
chestnut.
takes h5. The queen was far away. After the move h3, Miro, I think I like black. I think I like the pawn. I like playing a pawn ahead, but how to continue the game, actually. It's not so easy.
Well, interesting. There is nothing straightforward.
That's what I mean.
That you would like really.
I want straightforward.
Really enjoy. Knight h4 is something that potentially could lead to something straightforward, attacking the rook, so the rook has to drop back.
Right.
And then, interestingly enough, you say, okay, the bishop left, it's time to return the queen to e3.
We've been here.
Yeah.
But
I like that move.
Now we can go bishop takes f6.
Yeah. Then after queen e3, you win in any other line but bishop f6. Bishop f6, gf6, and we already know that this is what causes annoyance. Knight h5. f5 here.
Stopping queen
again,
g4 check.
Yeah, there is the bishop on long diagonals, and nothing about like e takes f5 works, but there is queen to a1.
Careful.
And yeah, white reminds that, there are like two long diagonals in this game.
Right.
And yeah, well, f6 is one thing, the other is queen d4 back to e1, now attacking the knight, and you have to go back. Something very messy.
Yeah.
Again, like there is no repetition, computer says it's equal, but there is no concept, so to speak, to these moves. Like I create threats, you defend, then all of a sudden you create threats, I defend. And that perhaps explains why they take in so much time.
Right.
If, say, let me find the position after queen e3, if, say, this queen sacrifice would happen, for instance, now you kind of have the pattern for black. Yeah, black knows what he's doing in a schematic way. So the game would develop much faster. While here, every single move takes you a lot of energy. Like to mention other moves that are possible, rook d7, hoping to double, makes sense, but the move like bishop a8, one of the engine top moves, I just refuse to understand. There is absolutely no point to it, to be honest.
Wow.
Yeah. So, well, human move would be rook d7, I guess. At least you are kind of doing something.
Yeah, doubling
rook
the
d7. And then, yeah, and this is something we discussed, I think. Exchange, bishop f1, exchanging these rooks, kind of bailing out. But perhaps successfully. It's also not so easy for Black? For black, yeah, because the king is somewhat vulnerable in some cases. F5, queen h6 comes quick. So yeah, could be once again dynamically balanced, but you never know how this develops. One mistake and.
Thank you, Miro.
Thank you.
By the way, on that note, a move like bishop a8, that is so Karpovian. If you go back and you look at the games of the former world champion, he had this unique skill set of keeping his pieces well defended. And a move like bishop b7 to a8 is simply not there. It's not on your agenda. And he would make these kinds of little improving moves, and then 20 moves later you go, oh my God.
That was the point.
That was great. Bishop a8. No, that was not on my agenda. Rook d7 makes a lot of sense. And Jovi, where would you like us to guide?
Let's have a look at where these two are in the standings, because there is a marked difference. Gukesh there is in shared second with 4 points and half a point of the lead. But Anish, he is there in second to last. He could play the role of spoiler. And let's remind ourselves, there is so much money at stake. That is such a powerful motivator.
Yeah, it's a big swing. Anish, you said, is next to last, and at the same time, he hits a victory.
Right, 2 victories, and suddenly he might even be in shared second.
Yeah, top 3
And
or something.
okay, let's compare. 10th place is like 10,500 here, you can see.
Right.
If you get a shared second place, you got a share of $65,000 plus more, right?
Nice. No, that's a big motivator. You're absolutely right. And for Anish, when you think about winning with black, he's got an ideal position to do that. He's a pawn ahead. He's got fair development, safe king, and he's really going to put the pressure on Gukesh.
Well, he's made a move.
It
took him a long time. He played rook to
E8.
e8. But take a look at the clock situations.
Okay.
Again, this is going to amp up the drama because, look, Gukesh has 1 hour and 9 minutes.
Okay.
Anish just 30 minutes on the clock. And there is no second time control either. You just get that 30-second time bonus. And once you're in that, exactly when it's just increment, you can't pull yourself out of time trouble so easily.
No, you feel like a hamster and you're just on that wheel and you constantly that 30 seconds. Rook f8, yeah, to e8, that's okay. It's almost what you might call like a super grandmaster move. It keeps everything open and dynamic, and maybe on some crazy moments you even make room for your king and or the knight as a defensive move. But boy, I sure felt that rook d7, rook takes d3. I was looking for something more forcing.
You're more energetic.
And I didn't necessarily find it. I think rook d7 was the move I would have ultimately played, but rook e8. Miro, this move rook e8, it's a little bit confounding.
Let me see.
I want to say, by all means, it's a perfectly decent move.
It's a move. But well, if anything, if we compare it to this variation with capture and bishop f1, computer finds it to be a better version for black compared to the other one. Oh, but not, wait a second, there was something else apparently. No, that's it. Yeah, takes. Disregard what I'm saying, because now it goes e8 to c8, which is...
So I gained a temp? No, I didn't.
Roughly equal. No one gains anything.
Nobody gained anything.
So alternatives for white, if white does not want to take, there is no alternative. It's very silly. Like, it goes rook c2. No, seriously, it goes rook c2, but when the queen moves to d6, it takes now and goes back.
Could you put the bishop in the other direction? Because bishop f1... it kind of looks... No, bishop...
Take
just go bishop b1.
So you mean maybe we do not need to take. Can you go bishop b1? It's a good question. Yeah, it is. It is a legit move. It doesn't blunder anything.
There's always that moment where you await the assessment of the evaluation bar. Yes, I got approval.
Hold your breath.
Yeah, it's around equal. Yes, so that means it's not a complete nonsense, which we've gotten, all of us gotten for a few times, yeah?
For sure.
Yeah, so bishop b1, queen e7, and f5 can be quite sharp because, yeah, black pretty much limited to knight h4, rook f4, and yeah, this is something exciting. So now, according to the machine, you take on f5 here,
right?
So that knight f5 is not a move, or not a deadly move,
right?
And but that involves you sacrificing a piece. Knight e4, the rook's attacked, therefore rook has to take, bishop has to take, knight takes, pawn takes, and again, big question is what is that? White has a pair of bishops. We could talk about like tremendous attacking potential, everything, but it's 3 pawns and a rook.
3 pawns.
And the e pawn, you know,
it's
relatively fast. Relatively fast.
Thank you.
So again, very, very complex position, and every decision takes them quite some time on the clock.
Yeah.
Speaking of the clock, Jovi, just remind me once again. I'm looking. It's not so easy for me to guess the time of Anish.
Anish just has 30 minutes.
That's what I thought.
That's it. And 1 hour and 5 minutes for Gukesh. But when the price of an error is so high, Gukesh will definitely start thinking about every single move possible.
Yep.
And with the scoreboard being so tight, there could be a playoff on Friday. And so let's take a look at the scenario. So if 2 players are tied for first, okay, that's a 2-game rapid match at a time control of 10 minutes plus 5-second increment per move. If it's still tied, it's simple. It's going to be decided by Armageddon. What is Armageddon? It's when white has 5 minutes on the clock, black has 4 minutes, but black gets the draw odds, which means that if the game finishes in a draw, black will win.
Exactly. You get an extra minute for white, but white has to win the game.
And of course, this will happen after
tomorrow
the games have finished.
Right. So we will be crowning a champion tomorrow for sure. Wanted to bring up the game of Wesley for just a moment because we left it a very intriguing moment, rook to d6. And it felt like there was 2, let's say, active continuations for Wesley. One was based on the move a3 followed by rook e8, and one was based on the move rook e8 right away. And 2 very different outcomes in those cases. Wesley, however, took a third way of just playing it defensively, something that we also had considered. Bishop to c6, bishop to g2, rook to c8, a2, a3, king f8, and basically what black is saying is, I just want to push your rook away from the d6 square, and I've got these double pawns, and I admit they're weak. The potential there is that they're weak, but I really feel this is so much closer to a draw than anything decisive for white, that I would imagine that this has to be drawn. Where else shall we go? Shall we go back to our marquee matchup of Fabi, our top seed, versus
let's
his
head
closest
because
rival?
there have been some moves, so we left it and we were anticipating,
we left it at a6.
And queen c4 played, attacking the pawn.
That's attacking the pawn. It's funny. I was actually thinking that the queen was really well placed on c5. And why do we like open files?
Because we want to possess them.
We want to attack. So if I could, the moves that come to my mind is like, hey, I've got the open file. I can't go to the 6th rank as desirable.
You're threatening bishop takes knight.
Oh, well, that would be a dream come true, right?
Pawn chain, yes.
I suspect he didn't want to do it because of knight to d5.
And then rook a7.
Yes.
I'm feeling you, Yasser. I know exactly what you want.
Am I that easy to read? I mean, boy, I've got to do something. I'm going to have to talk to my people. But yeah, rook e7. I'm just saying that, the queen feels good on c5. Apparently, it wasn't good enough for Fabi. He played queen a6. He's looking at it something as, can you believe it, pawn grabbing? He wants to capture this pawn on a6 and c5.
Yeah.
How about that? That's an intriguing move. So the first point is, remember a moment ago we were about ready to go bishop f6, queen f6, queen takes a6. Oops.
Don't do that.
In that case, we understand what c5 was
I'm
about.
very intrigued as to why he stepped back with a queen. At first I was down for it, but then now I'm just thinking I would have just played rook b1.
Rook b1,
Rook
another
b1, and
very
then kind
attractive move.
Try to come in with my rook to b6.
Well, that's why we
b7.
possess open files, so that we can penetrate
and
to the
this
seventh
one,
rank.
You don't want to be going bishop takes knight, because in the potential endgame, this bishop is so much superior than the knight.
Exactly. So let's catch up with the players. Queen here, and then ask ourselves, well, in this case, bishop takes, I can imagine that black is happy more or less to trade his c5 pawn for the d2 pawn. Why not?
How is an endgame like this? It's after, because you can get away with
Which
queen
one?
to d4. So bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes,
I just
queen
want to
takes,
confirm that this
queen
is
to
as
d4.
even as it looks.
I think so, right? Remember, this is one of those things that we constantly say. When you're offered a trade of queens, do it on your terms. Yeah. Queen takes, bishop takes, maybe white is for choice, right? Rook d8, trade queens, but now my rook is a little bit more active,
Yes.
I've benefited a little bit more.
Can I just show
Please.
a little small tactical trap? It doesn't work, because after
Well,
queen d4...
you're behind on the cheapo meter right now. I am leading. I got 1-0. Go ahead.
No, but okay, it's not a
Queen.
cheapo. I just wanted to, again, show a lovely tactical pattern. It doesn't work because there's a knight on f6, but after a move like rook fd8,
yes.
I have done this type of trick myself. Forget that the knight is there on f6.
Yes.
Then white could just decoy the rook by going rook to e8.
I think everybody's fallen for this trick, not once, not twice, thrice and 4 and 5. I remember once falling for this against Vachier-Lagrave. I was in time trouble. I played a really good game up until a certain moment, and then he hit me with this back rank check, and I was like, oh, no. I mean, we've all seen that tactic. Here, of course, as you said, forget about the knight. But yes, that is a cheapo worth, a pattern at least worth remembering. Miro, jump in on this one. We're not happy about Fabi's...
You're not happy with queen c4,
I'm not. But maybe
perhaps right you are. Perhaps right you are. It's not that it dramatically changes the valuation, but it feels a bit unnatural. And indeed, I would agree with Jovi that something like rook b1
is much more natural move.
Computer looks at moving the a pawn as well, like go a4. Just like speculate. Once I'm going to win this one, so my a pawn is closer to the promotion, right?
Right.
So your line of rook e7 and rook a7 isn't bad.
But
there is queen g5,
yes.
And then black starts kind of creating some threats against the king. Yeah, so it's rook takes, and there is no checks, but queen d2.
Okay.
And again, it says equal.
But then you want your pawn on a4.
Yeah. So
put the pawn on a4.
c5. c5 is one interesting move. Once again, it wasn't forced, but it's kind of the best move.
Yeah,
now that I'm
like
checking, it's the best move. So this one indeed feels quite empty. Queen d4, you can trade, but fd8 is just a tiny bit better and absolutely equal. So what to do then? Maybe we drop the bishop to c3.
Now queen d5 check has
and
more...
And now queen d5, knight d5. But I would still argue that there is something to be said for the bishop being somewhat stronger than the knight.
Good point.
It's like, for now, it's not that impressive, right? The
Right.
bishop on a5. But if you think of it, the knight on d5 is not that stable.
No.
One of the threats in the position is rook e5.
Right.
And then the bishop does an amazing job of covering d8. So
True.
like there is a line in Catalan where white puts the bishop on a5. And
Yes.
if you remember.
Dominates. Yes, I know that line. I've
so
used
that's
it myself.
And again, and computer goes all over the place, like goes knight b4, for instance,
Okay.
maybe keeping
Maybe
knight
knight
c6 as an
b3.
idea. And yeah, fun fact, after rook e4, could you guess how computer is dealing with the fact that the pawn is hanging?
It doesn't.
It ignores it,
Of
yeah,
course.
obviously. Goes f6 and says, yeah, if you take, it's a four rooks endgame, and it must be a draw because I'm quite active with rook d8, rook to c2, and so on. So once again, it's very close to equality. I wouldn't say a draw yet, but it's very close to equal, but it's white who is trying.
Thank
so
you.
that's that's the kind of full analysis of this.
But in a certain way, this is okay also for Fabi because he is keeping one of his nearest rivals down.
Right, and he's
by
putting the pressure
balance.
on. Let's also not forget that there is some psychological pressure on Praggnanandhaa. He's playing an uncomfortable position. I wouldn't say it's entirely easy for him because we just saw that when the queens come off, the endgame is going to be superior for white.
Right.
And, you know, this bishop is still very powerful. Put it on c3. I like that idea. The rook can still come to b1 if you don't make those trades. I still like the idea of going a4, rook coming into b6 at the b7 at the right time. Still decisions.
And challenges ahead for Prague. I am more than curious what is happening then. The game of Gukesh and Anish.
No, no movement.
No movement.
No.
Boy,
Still rook e8 has been the last move. And
This is
Gukesh is now thinking.
This is maybe one of the strange things about this very specific time control. This one time control is 2 hours for both players, and there has been gaps, I want to say, in this game. The players started all ablaze. The first dozen moves and more came in under 5 minutes. They reached a position that was really difficult to calculate, and they just spent a lot of time. And then nothing happened. You know, we would go on a break and nothing would happen. Last move was rook on f8 to e8. What are the clock times of the players, Jovi?
Anish has 30 minutes,
30
whereas
minutes,
Gukesh has got 54 minutes and 22 seconds, and it's ticking down. But there's so many pitfalls that he has to calculate.
Exactly.
Like he always has to be looking at, like rook takes bishop. Well, we say this, and he quickly moves his rook to c2.
Yay. We got to move. Rook to c2. I wasn't absolutely sure my queen was great on c5. Strangely enough, much like Mira, I'm a bit of a chicken here. And I almost would have voluntarily wanted to play the move queen e7 because, you know what? I really don't like having my kingside structure damaged by bishop capturing on f6 and a knight coming to h5. Doubtlessly, Gukesh is fully aware of what I've just said, that after the move queen e7, he must have, you think, f5 on his agenda?
It's very much there. I was just thinking about it.
Yes. So f5, and this was the line that Miro was showing us, yes? Knight comes to h4.
Here's a little bit more difficult
No,
because
no,
there's a pin
it was
against the queen.
It wasn't
So
this.
you- black is
hold on.
threatening
No.
to take on
that doesn't
e4.
work.
That was in a different line.
So if you go queen e7,
Yes.
the first move that I would be thinking of
Please.
white is queen e2.
Okay.
The pin makes me uncomfortable.
Well, no question about it. Knight takes e4s on black's agenda, bishop a6, more directly, again at the pin. So queen e7.
Queen e2.
Pardon me, queen e2 is an answer to queen e7. That makes a lot of sense. And now I've got to look for a follow-up. Again, Now I might understand the idea behind rook c2. I'm looking for outposts. I'm always looking for outposts for my knights. Knights really like defended squares. So in this position, an outpost that I might like would be c5. And I would be looking or aspiring to play knight to d7 to c5, but I suddenly understand that rook c2 rocks my world.
I don't get knight h5 as well coming.
Yeah, but the rook c2, I'm not agreeing to allow you to land on my doorstep. So I don't like that.
Could you just try to be simple about it and go rook c8?
Yes. No, it makes perfect sense to me.
We always taught when you're material up, just start liquidating.
Hey, it's been working for 1600
and
years.
And I can see Miro is like f5.
No, it's actually a good move, rook c8, now that I'm checking. I'm getting confused, and believe it or not, but even the engine's getting confused.
You're getting tired.
Yeah, well, we figured out that queen e7 perhaps is like the only playable move in the position.
Okay.
Not much to add. White, however, has quite a few tries. So your queen e2, then queen f1, which is somewhat different.
Oh, yeah, but
also moving the queen away, but in some lines you're not running into knight f4 with a tempo, let's put it this. Queen a1 makes some sense, like creating the battery.
That one.
And my problem is that in all of those lines, the evaluation is 0, 0, 0, which doesn't give you much, right? It's not... yeah, but that's like, like this old computers used to have when it does not understand the position, when it does not, when it's not deep enough, kind of doesn't have power to calculate through, it would just randomly throw the 0, 0, 0, means I don't have a clue, you're on your own. I'm afraid that's one of those. So let's look at the lines, look at the lines that you guys were looking at. So after queen e2, rook c8 was something that is possible to play, and apparently there is nothing straightforward for white.
Okay.
So it goes back to d2.
Wow.
And then again, it's an awful lot of hovering around, like knight f8, king h2. It's not the line anyway. It won't happen. So after here, there is one line that I would like to take a look at.
I've always
very
wanted
forcing.
to play E5.
Very forcing, because on one level, it's the best we can have. E5 and then get the knight on E5 and always...
You are conceding the F5 square?
Knight F5, queen to F8. Wow, and this is where it gets messy.
Rook C7.
Rook to C7, and then you are in a big trouble, or option B, you take on D3.
And pretend
and you take on D3
for the initiative.
Yes. Now same goes to white. Well, now the ball is on white's half of the court, right? Because you have two options: take on B7 or be lost. Like taking on D3 doesn't work. Yeah, there is bishop E4. There is bishop E4 or knight F4.
Gotcha.
It's bad. Yeah. So you have to take on B7, and this sequence might go on and on and on. Rook F3, Queen F3, Knight to F4, Bishop to E5, Rook E5, Queen F4, Rook E4. But even this one, if you look at it, it's so scary, right, with black. Yep.
Knight H6.
Knight H6.
Here, Knight H6.
Pawn
takes knight, Queen F6. And again, it says equal. I'd be scared, to be honest. It's a check, King H2. Now this is silly now because it says Rook E4 back.
Or Rook E6.
So I declared this one to be scary, and the computer immediately said you can just casually give two tempi away. There is nothing to be scared of. Yeah, like Rook E6 seems more to the point.
Natural.
Queen F4 and so there was a point then to give this check and to go to E6 so that Queen D6 will be a tempo. Okay.
That's what I want.
That makes sense. And then after Queen F4, Queen D6, and that's what bajillion moves long line, and we have this absolutely roach rook endgame. It's not forced, but it is possible at the end of a very long tunnel.
And we also saw that there were Queen A1, Queen E1.
Many
White
options.
has many options, which means that
By the way, I just had to laugh because it's such a hilarious. So I was a publisher of a chess magazine for 12 years. And my editor would always come to me, annotations, annotations, annotations. So I was forcing myself to annotate these games. And then I'd come to these positions that I really didn't understand them, and I bail out. I bail out with dynamically equal. The position is dynamically equal. And Grizzly Bear, Mike Frenette, would look at me and says, you couldn't make a determination of who stands better. That was my bailout. And now I'm seeing the engine bailout as well with 0, 0, 0. Dynamically equal, says the engine. We don't know what's going on. Have we seen Queen E7, by the way, by Anish? Yes, he has.
Yes, he has played. And so now it's decision
E7.
time for Gukesh.
Exactly.
And yeah, Gukesh for sure is going to be taking a long time over this next move because there's so many approaches to the position. And can I move the game towards Alireza Firouzja against Jan Nepomniachtchi? Because it escaped my attention, but I'm seeing it in black and white here, that Alireza is significantly behind on the clock. He's
Rook
only
takes
got
E6,
24 minutes.
King F7,
whereas Jan
knight,
has 55.
Knight G5 check. So by the way, computer likes this move. It gives it an exclamation mark. Can I ask the question? How are we answering King F6? Give me your knight. Are you taking the pawn? If you are, I've got a bishop F4
Braver
check.
people would do that.
Yeah.
I'm not going there, Yasser.
You're not the
I'm
hero.
not that kind of type.
No,
so
no,
let's
no.
go just move knight F3.
Knight F3. Okay, now I win the pawn back, and life is much more simplified, isn't it? You still have G5 check.
I do have G5, but then you're going to centralize your king, travel on dark squares.
Dark squares, E6. I'm not sure. Okay, you convinced me. This still feels very, very balanced. Miro, King F6. Isn't Nepo just Knight F3, by the way, exclamation mark?
King F6 played, Knight F3 played.
Yeah.
Disregard what the engine is saying, like if it's like a good move or not good move.
Yes.
It all boils down, I'm afraid, to something very drawish. So Rook G2, well, deserves to be played.
Yeah, that was my fear that we were seeing.
It's not very different, to be honest. You can go G5, you can go H3. So, in essence, like after H3, what it suggests for black to do is to go Knight E5 and get to the opposite colors.
Bishops, yeah.
And then, bishop takes or king takes, it's all equal.
Equals.
But if I were playing black...
Yes. You'd be ambitious. So
Yes,
that's what
exactly. I'm not going to be going, how about opposite color, bishop, rook?
Because you're thinking, wait a minute, I've got my rook on G2, I've got my king on F6, I've got the more active
rook can
pieces.
start tickling the pawn on H3.
Right,
That's the first move.
So how do you do it? Yeah, rook G3.
Okay, I would be looking at rook G3 first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I probably will
You
defend
go bishop
the knight,
E2, yeah.
so that I can return a favor.
Yeah. Okay,
attack
and
your
now
pawn.
we can I seize the defensive? So I can do that with king to E6, or I can do that, no, I can't go king to E6 because knight G5 is going to pester me. I've got knight to E7.
Yes. Knight to E7. We pause a moment.
What it does is
C4?
It goes rook F1.
The thing goes rook F1, and then you don't want to be capturing H3 because knight G1.
That's nasty.
So what the computer does, it goes back to C6 with the knight and back to D1 with the rook.
Wait. Could you go bishop F4 check?
Yep.
Yeah.
King here.
G5.
G5, yes. Knight G5. Tricks.
Oh.
Tricky tricks start. King G5, H4 check.
That's just rude.
Well, that is just rude. But okay, we are going to leave that position for a while and check in with Cristian in Bucharest.
In fact, that position that you guys were just analyzing, it just goes to show how difficult the position is for both sides, but especially for White. And I have to say, I was in the playing hall just a few minutes ago, and Alireza looked very, very frustrated. He was down to his last 25 minutes. Nepo was more or less playing a la tempo, up to an hour on the clock, and definitely the pressure is on Alireza. This is not what he wanted to see out of the opening, out of the middle game. He's on the defensive side right now, and the clock is ticking. Now, in the other game that we were discussing quite a lot, Gukesh versus Anish. Gukesh definitely knows he's in a must-win situation. The engine is saying that Anish is doing amazing, and I have to say, I was very, very surprised that he played that move queen to e3. A great move, by the way, found by Anish. It just goes to show how resilient, how good, how tenacious these players are. They can find the best moves even in the most complicated positions, and that's exactly what Anish did. But still, the position, you know, I have the two bishops as White. I'm a pawn down, but it's a long-term initiative. And he played this Mickey Mouse move, h3, rook to f3, slow little moves that will just put and pile on the pressure on Anish. I have to say, with only 25 minutes on the clock, Anish is in deep trouble. Nevertheless, this is a 3-result game. And Fabiano versus Praggnanandhaa. Queen to c4 was not the right move for Fabi. I do believe that he missed c5 because there was some pressure in the position. He had to play rook a to b1, activate the rooks in the position, not queen to c4. I have a feeling he just simply missed this very powerful defensive resource that Praggnanandhaa had with c5. And right now, this one just looks like he's going to liquidate and potentially end up in a draw. Guys, what are you seeing from St. Louis?
Well, thank you, Cristian. We have some attorneys from Disney representing Mickey Mouse that would like to serve you with some papers. Yes. We're sending them to Bucharest as we speak. Mickey Mouse moves,
yes.
Huh? What do you think about those Mickey Mouse moves? Queen e7, Miro, bring that one up on the board. Cristian just referred to it as a must-win game.
Yeah, well,
Gukesh.
I'm still kind of digesting the whole Mickey Mouse drama because h2, h3 was one of the strongest, if not the strongest moves in the position, so maybe it was a compliment.
Right, Mickey Mouse was
wrong. So Queen e7, yeah, I think we've said a lot
Queen
about this.
F1,
Queen F1,
A1.
Queen A1, Queen
That was
E2.
a remarkable
Queen
move.
A1, can we try
Queen
that
A1,
one?
yeah. So we kind of love like this battery, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And then again, let me check. Well, this is something that doesn't make sense to me.
What?
This is something that doesn't make sense to me at all.
My head just
I
exploded.
mean, I understand you'd like to double, but why here? And even more so, like, you know, you're allowing this as well.
What?
And yeah, like that's exactly my words. Like what? E5, you're not impressed. You go to h4. You go to h4, and if pawn takes, you take on f3.
Trade.
Yep.
And let's check in with Cristian real bit because we're having a lot of fun here.
Just to clarify things, because Miro was asking whether Mickey Mouse is a good thing or not. Yes, Mickey Mouse moves, it's a good thing, it's a compliment. It's those small but very efficient moves in the position. At least that's the way I see them.
Attorneys are been sated by your compliment. Queen A1, Rook D6 just blew my mind. I mean, why on earth would you put your rook on
No one
D6?
is going to go there.
Like, right?
Like,
boss chair. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm. And the reason for that, believe it or not, why have the rook on D6 and not D7? Why show off? Yeah, we understand E5 doesn't work, but why show off? And the reason for that is that when you trade everything and go knight h5,
now
that'd be like a terrible fork on f6, and now just a simple fork is threatening, so you can go to d8 and be okay.
Okay.
Right, because you attack the bishop, and again, the line goes on, rook to c7, and you can take on d3, and it's probably a draw, but also bishop c6 is an option, and then check king g7. So, well, the fun fact that e5, whenever you want to play e5, it never works. That's just never works.
That is a crazy line.
Give some really silly lines. Check.
Right, You can let the bishop hang for a while because this bishop on c6 is on prise.
Yeah.
So maybe the bishop can go somewhere else, someone protected. Like bishop.
So not to go to c6.
Karpov?
Yes.
Not to go to c6, but where do we go?
a8.
a8. But then it's going to take a7, and again, you cannot take d3 because it's hanging,
yes.
right?
How annoying.
But a moment ago,
Check,
you really,
this one.
No. After the move rook d6, you played the move rook e8, and that kind of rook e8.
Let me see. Oh, so this and this, right?
You took on f6 twice.
We took on f6, queen takes.
Queen takes.
And that's an exchange here,
And I
and
thought-
knight h5.
Yeah, and I thought our intention was somehow to play e5.
Which apparently doesn't work for whatever
Because you can
reason.
take the pawn on
So
e5.
e5.
Right.
Now taking some, takes,
Right.
works for black, because after this check,
Yes.
we can capture and d3s.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. Now we
Therefore,
understand. The rook on d6 protects
But
f6.
bishop b5, you can flick that one in.
Well, actually, rook c7 first is what the board wants to do. And now it's awkward. Now this is where it's awkward.
Because I was dreaming of knight f4, but now it doesn't work.
I have no idea. Again, bishop c6 is something that you would do. And then forget all the ideas that we had before. It's an absolutely new concept. We go f5. And after knight f4, now you can take, for instance, take twice. Black takes d3, we take c6, and take each other's pawns and agree a draw.
Okay.
But also, after knight f4, you can do this. Attacking f7. And you have this position, once again, with very unclear consequences.
But why would you put your knight on f4? I mean...
after f5.
Yeah.
But what else to do?
I can put it on...
e7.
Yeah.
f8. No, knight f8, for whatever reason, is not on the list.
Knight
so
e7.
Must be bad. Knight
The knight
e7,
e7
and then
feels
then
It does feel uncomfortable.
Then we just play, right?
Yeah.
So the knight on e7 is not as great. Like the moment it gets to d4, it might become great,
but not in
Yeah,
this
not
time.
for the time being.
Wow, what a game. By the way, I understand we are being challenged. I can't wait. Our audience is going to join us.
Yes.
What do you have for us,
We
Jovi?
like it when the audience sends us the questions. And this is one from T-Dub. Who do you think is the favourites to win the World Chess Championship later this year?
I'll defer. Ladies first. Gukesh or King?
And these are the two contenders. We have Gukesh, the World Championship World Champion challenger, and then we have Ding Liren, the current world champion. The lifetime is 2 wins for Ding Liren, no draws. And when you think about it, Gukesh just 18 years old. He's the youngest player ever to play in the World Champion.
Ding Liren would have won against him when he was even younger than he is now, which is ridiculous.
Ding is experienced.
Right.
He's had one World Championship match under his belt, but he hasn't won a classical game since January.
Which is like half a year.
Well, we know that Ding has had severe health problems, and he himself had said, that is to say, Ding Liren says that he needs to play at least his second best game. I mean, he's having difficulty finding his form, but he has to at least play his second best game. The jury's out. I mean, it's going to be, for me, the question, if Ding Liren plays his best game, he wins. But that's the way I see it. But sometimes it's just very hard to play.
I feel there's too many unknowns.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know whether Ding is going to be at his best.
Who's the favorite?
I couldn't even tell you that.
The one who's playing the match better.
Yeah.
That's a very boring answer, I'm sorry. But I don't have a preference there.
So you're going to sit on the fence. For me, there's just so many variables in this. We don't know whether Ding is going to be well.
In good form
If he's in
not.
bad form, then Gukesh, for me, is the favorite. We also don't know how strong Gukesh might be.
Right.
He's just 18 years old.
He's learning.
And yeah, exactly. I mean, he's just
learning
improving
how good he is. Yeah.
at lightning speed. So
Yeah.
But we also don't know whether he can handle the tension as well, because this is a very high pressure situation.
For sure. I still remember the way that Ding-Liren won the World Championship against Nepo. He, in a very, very critical moment, he eschewed a repetition, played for the win, and was rewarded with a brilliant victory. And that is the courage that you need to win these World Championships. And does he have that fortitude, that internal fortitude?
But also you saw in that World Championship match that the nerves got to both players. They both played significantly
below their levels.
Exactly.
Yeah, true. I mean, that's the pressure of a World Championship match. Thank you, T-Dub.
If you'd allow me to come back to actually answering the question, if we have Ding-Liren playing the way he was playing against Nepo, and we have Gukesh the way he played in the candidates, the favorite is clearly Gukesh, but we still remember Ding-Liren winning Sinquefield Cup ahead and beating on a tiebreak one Magnus Carlsen with flawless play.
Yeah,
and if
brilliant.
something like that all of a sudden comes back, I wouldn't want to be Gukesh, to be honest. I mean, because that was as close to the perfect chess player as it gets.
Yeah, that particular moment, Ding-Liren was at his zenith. There's no question about it. We have to have some moves, don't we, between Gukesh and... because this is a game that we're riveted by, Gukesh and Anish, but we want to see some moves.
Well,
and they
he's
just
certainly gone into the tank. He's 37 minutes. I think we should come back to this game because, again, Gukesh is spoiled for choice. And
you think that's the problem? He's considering Queen E2, Queen
E1,
Queen F1.
Queen A1. I mean, we can't decide amongst ourselves. So I mean,
Queen A1 looks attractive only because we love batteries and we like forcing lines of play. So our eyes are drawn to that.
Yeah.
But Queen E2, Queen F1, I can understand as well. Finally, marquee matchup.
Okay, let's pop into that one.
Quickly, Fabi, what are you doing? Fabi, it looks like they went into that ending. Queen, rook to d8, as expected. So Fabi's enjoying the
advantages of having a bishop.
Yeah. Well put. Nice. I wish I could have said that, darn it.
And, okay, so we're still pretty level, but we're going to take a short break.
Yes.
And when we come back, we're going to have a lot more of the action. And as we go to break, a sit-down interview with Fabiano Caruana. So here's Anastasiya.
Fabiano, welcome back to Grandchester, welcome back to Bucharest. Last year you managed to win this tournament. What do you think was crucial for your success last year, and what are your predictions for this event?
I think last year my level was pretty good, but also it was like half I was playing well and half I got a bit lucky because I only scored +2. It's a good score, but it's not usually what you expect to win a tournament. And in the last round, like a bunch of people could catch me. I remember Alireza was trying to catch me, and I think Anish had a chance, and Wesley had a chance, and even Richie, who I was playing, had a chance. So it was like a bunch of people could have won, and then nobody won, and I managed to get by with +2 clear first. So it was like half. I was in decent form, and I was quite happy with how I was approaching the tournament, and half that nobody else was doing super great, and also. Like, let's say Jan and Ding were coming straight from the match. So they were still a little bit struggling, and they scored not very well, both of them. I think -1, -2. So they were both struggling a bit from the after effects of the match. This year, things will probably be a bit different, but hopefully I'll still play well.
Yeah, this year we'll also have a different field. Many youngsters came, and are you expecting more decisive games, more fun, more emotions and risks taken by young players?
I think there will be some more decisive games, but I'm not sure it's because of the young guys. But I think that like the trend now is that people are taking a bit more risks to try to win tournaments, and we see sometimes like some crazy things happen, even though everyone's well prepared and you think like everyone's going to play very solid, but then you see some crazy things happen totally unexpectedly. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case this year as well.
Yeah, I mean, how would you assess now that half a year of your chess, now we are in June, and let's say you played a few events, and what do you think about your chess so far?
Well, last year was good, and this year not so good, fortunately. I mean, my main goal was, of course, focused towards the candidates, and it didn't work out. And it's also a very specific event. Like, if it was any other tournament, I would say, okay, fine tournament, +3, and okay, it didn't win, but still fine tournament. But in the candidates, it's a bit specific that it doesn't really matter if you're second place or well, it matters a bit not to be 8th place, but still, it's not like the difference between first and second is much bigger than the difference between second and 8th, right? And my last tournament was not so good, so I'm hoping to recover. I still have also some goals this year. Still some hopes to maybe do well in the FIDE circuit and see if I can qualify there, although it's a very difficult path forward for me. But still some hopes there, and any way to play well would be a reward in itself.
Now that you have so many young players participating in this event, Pragg, Gukesh, Nodirbek, is it motivating for you as well? I mean, and for your chess, are you trying to work more on your chess, and are you changing a little bit the focus and aspect, the way you work?
I don't know if I'm, like, I think I'm changing how I work, but it's more as a result of how the chess scene and the analytical scene is changing, and technology is changing chess, so it's not like you sort of have to adapt to it because chess is not going to adapt to you. And so yeah, there are also some young guys, but the main difference is that they have like the highest motivation, and so to try to match their motivation is difficult. I mean, definitely these young players who are up and coming and starting to break through, or even have broken through to the top, they're like at their peak motivation. They're working very hard. They want to try to win every tournament they play, or to try to get past the other guys of their age. And you see it with like Nodirbek and Gukesh already won candidates, and Pragg is very strong, working very hard. All these guys are really tough, and we could already see that they were going to be a few years ago, but now they already made it, let's say. So to try to keep up that level of motivation with them is tough, but it is also a challenge. And I think anyway, you can't like have success without work. So it's not like a new thing for any of us.
Yeah, so it seems your motivation is pretty high still. Fabi, all the best of luck for you in this tournament. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back. It is the penultimate round at the Superbet Chess Classic. So the stakes, as always, getting higher and higher as the tournament nears its conclusion. And these are the standings after round 7. Fabiano Caruana on 4.5 points. Alireza, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh just half a point behind him. And let's not write off the chances of Nepomniachtchi or Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. They are 1 point off the leader. Anything can still happen. There can be twists and turns along the way, and we've seen a wide variety of positions on display. We've had those razor-sharp position between Gukesh and Anish, very calm endgame between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley. So
same thing for Fabi and Prague, a very, very calm ending.
But not such a calm ending between Alireza against Nepomniachtchi.
I'm a pawn grubber. Help me out here. Why can't Nepo grab a pawn?
Well, he can and he should, yes.
Yes.
He can and he should. I think we've seen the position right here, and few words being said that, should have gone h3, rook to g3, bishop e2, attacking d5, Yeah. So goes here, goes here.
Tactically defend.
Right.
This was the beautiful point,
and
right?
and the trick
G5.
was that if you go g5, there is, or there would be, knight takes g5.
And knight takes g5 is
King takes
such a difficult
h4
spot.
and capture the bishop. Right, so what happened in our game, instead of going h3, Alireza went with bishop b5, attacking the d5 pawn. Black done pretty much the same thing, went knight e7, and then he goes h3, and then he goes rook f1, but guess what? Now he doesn't have knight g5 because g4 pawn is not defended, so the whole line doesn't really work.
No longer works,
Yeah. So he had to settle for knight d4, where the pawn can and should be taken. And guess what? Black is pawn up.
Right.
It does not mean black is winning immediately.
No.
Because still the structure is somewhat damaged. White still has some ideas to attack the queenside pawns, and also let's not forget the opposite colored bishops give white some survival chances, but By that point, unless like we are talking a huge blunder on Nepo's side, Alireza's win is out of the equation. I think, he has to be careful to defend this one.
Yes.
And this is it.
And so, Alireza, he came in today having won 2 games. He lost 1. If he was to win with the white pieces today, how sweet it would be. He would be in a tie, but at the moment, after it's rather clear after rook takes h3 that Nepo is the one pushing. And what are the clock times again? I think it was Firouzja was behind.
Troubling, because Alireza just has 15 minutes and 33 seconds, whereas Jan has 41 minutes and 23 seconds, and it is ticking down. But it's a difficult situation for Alireza. He's behind on the clock. He's about to lose a pawn, and he has to generate as much activity as possible.
Exactly. Again, Fabi is this very, very quiet ending of 2 rooks from each side, 4 pawns on each side, and the only difference in the position is the dark square bishop versus the knight. In open positions, the preference has been given to the bishop, and we would say that white is slightly better. How Fabi is going to turn his very, very slight advantage into something serious, it's going to be quite the question. He has just played the move rook a1, by the way, an indication that he's not happy at all about the active rook on a2. What can I say? After this move, I feel that a draw, getting closer and closer in this one. Wanted to go to some of the games that we haven't seen much of. MVL and Wesley, they've got themselves into a rook ending. I think MVL is slightly better. He has the more active king. Let's put it that way, and the better pawns. You put the pawn back on c6, or rather you put the b7 pawn on c6, we'd be talking a dead draw. Let's figure out a 3-move repetition and going home. With the pawns doubled, with the active king, we understand that MVL is pushing, whether it's serious.
Well, the thing is, Wesley has a very clear-cut strategy here. He's just going to shuffle the rook along the 5th row.
Keep the black king out of the g6 square.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about at the moment.
And let's remind ourselves where these 2 players are in the standings. Now, a win is especially relevant for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's on 3.5 points, 50%, but it will put him close to the top, especially if there are draws all round.
Right.
For Wesley, so this is much more about getting those points to win prizes.
Right.
And as we've seen, there are some significant prizes up for grabs.
For Wesley, that loss, that really took a lot of wind out of his sails. And then his failure to win that ending against Nodirbek really, really hurt. It has not been Wesley's tournament. MVL has had lots of advantages.
For MVL,
He's had a lot of
he mentioned it
advantages that he's
himself
left
yesterday.
on the table.
There are a few games that he really should have maybe even
Press
won,
more.
because against Alireza he was completely winning.
Right, that was
But
one.
he just had to navigate some series of difficulties, and then everything would have been clear cut. And he had the advantage against Nodirbek.
Yeah,
Sharp position.
All these little nettlesome advantages. And when you think about the players and the Grand Chess Tour standings, now these players, Wesley, have not played in Poland, and neither did MVL. So they're sitting there saying, okay, I got to do well in this event, of course, and then I'm going to go to Zagreb and gain some Grand Chess Tour points.
Right, for Maxime especially, he's fallen out of the world's top 10.
He's got to get in the top 3
if
on the
he
tour.
wants to get invited back to
Yes.
the 2025 Grand Chess Tour.
Yes. And for those of you joining us late, Michael Kordakovsky, a electrified us there by telling us that we're going to have a grand finals next year. So we are going to have another tour event, and then we're going to have knockout play to determine the tour champion.
Can we quickly go to the Fabiano Praggnanandhaa game, because word has just reached me that there has been some repetition.
And indeed there has. When we left it, we have just left it rook to c6. Fabi played rook to d1, Pragg rook a2. So this is the first time we're seeing this move, rook a1.
And the players are not allowed to offer a draw.
That we're seeing rook a1, and we expect that rook to d2 and rook to d1 is how this game is going to conclude. Maybe not exactly what Fabi wanted out of the game. Maybe he wanted more of a fight, but when you look at the tournament situation,
rook
this is
d2
very, very nice.
Played.
Very nice to draw your nearest rival and keep them down. So with the move rook d1, he could claim a draw, I believe.
Right, rook to d1 quickly played.
Or maybe it's rook a2, rook a1, apologies on that.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll probably wait for the handshake on this one. As again, Fabi is tournament leader, and he's playing against one of the players in second place.
Yes,
Pragg.
he is. And well, then his eyes will go on to the other games.
Yes.
Alireza in trouble, Gukesh, still a very wild affair. Anything can happen there.
Exactly.
Rook d2. But it's Fabi's last white of
Yes.
the competition. Tomorrow he has black against Anish Giri.
Right.
What do we think about Fabiano's chances?
Yeah.
Anish very well prepared.
Extremely well. I suspect that Fabi is going to say, look, I'll happily make a draw. I have the black pieces, and it's up to one of my competitors to win and join me in a playoff. And that's the practical approach.
It's a very practical approach, especially when you think about the win rate, the decisiveness in this particular event.
It's not been great.
It's been 17 point something.
That's not great. It hasn't left us in any ecstatic
Not for
sense.
want of trying. And they see rook a2 played by Praggnanandhaa. The decision has been made. Is Fabi going to write down? Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have to write down that he wants to play rook a1?
I think he will.
There is one thing though.
Yes.
Because after rook a2, the threefold has already happened on the board.
Already,
And
yes.
that's another way of claiming a draw if the position has already repeated 3 times.
Right. It doesn't necessarily have to make
don't necessarily have to write down the move.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. So he can just say, okay, after
Arbiter
my
has
opponent's
been
move rook
summoned.
a2, yeah. That's...
Hand, shake. No, the arbiter's been summoned. Sure enough, it's come over to check the score sheets and make sure everything is in order. And a draw between Fabi and Praggnanandhaa.
I like the little hand movement by Fabi just to draw the arbiter's attention. The Dutch do that at the restaurant. When it's time for the check, they kind of give their hand a little bit, and they call it the reckoning. To the, may I have the reckoning?
Oh, the reckoning.
The reckoning,
yeah,
the check.
Yeah.
May I have the reckoning? And he wanted to have the reckoning.
Isn't it very similar to German?
Yes.
Reckoning, something like that. Anyway.
It is. It is similar. A draw in that game. Mira, I'm going to send it over to you. Did Nepo win a pawn?
No.
He didn't grab it.
No. That's surprising. That's surprising. And again, if I want to, kind of primitivize the thing, he made one mistake in this game. A mistake was not to take the pawn. So for whatever reason, he decided knight g6 is a great idea.
Right.
And maybe it's not bad, but here we are, rook h1, and now the pawn is protected, at least for now. He apparently has something to do. Rook g2. Rook G2, and we had thought that something else is about to end.
Another game may be
Must
ending.
be between MVL and Wesley So.
As we've been seeing a lot of toing and froing by both players.
And we have a handshake. It was a draw, so that puts Maxime out of the equation when it comes to the race for first.
Absolutely, and Wesley as well, of course.
Yep. Okay, so let's go back to the critical matchups, and we were looking at Alireza. Maybe we can move to Gukesh.
Yes, when we left Gukesh's game, we had just seen the move Rook C2, Queen E7, and this is where there were so many choices for Gukesh. Queen E2, Queen E1, Queen F1, and Queen A1 were all on our agenda. Queen E1 was his final choice. Knight H4, hitting the rook. Rook is tethered to the bishop. At the same time, this bishop is lurking along the long diagonal. Rook E6. Would you like to trade rooks? And we've caught up with the players. They've been playing very, very slow. Miro, jump in.
Computer has Knight H4 is not a great move.
Really?
And for a change, I can understand what the point, because usually not so much. Okay. Well, no, never mind. I didn't get the point.
Knight H4.
So Knight H4, Rook E3 is very logical. Then after Rook C8, there is Rook F2. That's the move that computer insists has to be played. Rook F2, and apparently some attack is happening. Again, it's not very straightforward. So I'm thinking instead of Knight H4, it was recommending Rook C8 immediately. So I'm trying to understand, is there a difference if I go Rook F2 nonetheless?
Right.
And then you do something else like Rook C5. But yeah, I lied to you when I said I understand the point. Just this position was better than the other one. Okay. So Knight H4, Rook E3, Rook C8. Rook F2 is not yet played.
Okay.
And he's down to 17 minutes.
It's Gukesh.
It's incredible.
He's ticked down under Anish. Anish was the one that had 25 minutes.
Versus
Gukesh
an hour.
had like 55 minutes, and now Gukesh has thought away his time advantage.
Melted.
Wait a second. He played a move, Rook C8, Rook C8, and this was not good.
Well, as we said, went ahead material, trade off the attacking pieces, and we didn't like the move Rook takes C8 by Gukesh, and again, he made it with not that much time on his clock. Rook F2 made a lot of sense to me. I mean, just keeping as many pieces on the board, and the problem is I see it with Rook takes C8, Rook takes C8. Imagine I played right now the move Knight H4. Knight H4 to G6, pardon me. You would like to have a rook on F2 defending that pawn. So where is my compensation? The compensation for the pawn is going down, Jovi. I don't... wow.
I'm just thinking now, how is White going to continue? Now, there's a loose knight on H4.
Yeah, let's face it. I mean, you start to imagine... like, how can I make a knight jump? Or should I make a knight jump? Knight F5, no, that just simply doesn't work in this position. I can take the knight with my pawn. I open up my queen and the rook. That's just not good. It's simply not good for White.
Like, the move that I would like to make is just want to be opening up the bishops. So I don't know whether I should go King H2. Again, it feels it's a coin.
Mickey Mouse.
Stealing Christian's race. Mickey Mouse.
People are going to ask what's Mickey's rating, by the way.
Because these moves are good. You know what? Once again, Mickey makes the first choice of the computer. King H2, the strongest move. Yeah. So Mickey Mouse apparently is very good at prophylactical moves.
I was hesitant to suggest it, but okay, Bishop F1.
Bishop F1.
Whoa. Why are our rooks on open files? Isn't it because we like
we can come into C2.
Wow. Holy
Some
smokes.
steps
Wait a
in
minute.
the wrong direction here.
Bishop F1? Seriously? Bishop f1. Okay, well.
Okay, let's put the rook in.
Yes,
we have
of
the freedom
course.
to analyze.
There is queen b1, but maybe I'll just lurk along the second rank there. I'm just looking at queen b1, defending the bishop, attacking the rook, trying to get the rook to go away.
If you go rook f2, king g1.
f4 is hanging?
Yes, it is. I forgot that.
Yeah. I'm good at taking pawns. Just don't ask me why. I mean, it's I have that trait. Pawn Grubbers Anonymous. Rook c2. Why would you invite the rook to come to c2? Well, let's have a look again.
Okay, queen b1. I feel like that rook has to be booted away.
Okay,
from.
but I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, you're not going anywhere. But
I'm just going to have
some moves.
Sorry, but I can't stop laughing. I mean, you have the spot online, but you would never ever get a continuation. I'm sorry. So you stop rook a4, right? And then bishop e5 traps the rook.
I have g5.
But kind of not really. You just go rook f3 and you say, so what? So when the pawn takes, you go queen c5, attacking this guy and this guy. And Yasser was right, so we do sacrifice an exchange, but even in a funnier way, because now, the rook is there.
Rook f3.
Bishop d4, queen d4.
How do you like them apples, Yasser?
I'm sorry, but this game doesn't make sense. Yes, it is. And knight f3, and again, black is tiny bit better, which suggests perhaps that, somewhere you have a draw in this one.
Wow.
And according to the machine, since we've gotten here, capturing on c8 was quite a serious mistake.
Okay.
And after bishop f1, the move computer suggests is go back to g6 or go h6. So rook c2, somehow it's not the strongest.
Wow,
and
okay.
We're going to take a pause because we are going to go straight to Cristian, who is with Fabiano Caruana.
Our tournament leader.
Fabi, the game started slowly. It felt like you didn't build up much advantage out of the opening, but at some point it felt like you were creating some sort of an imbalance. How did you feel about the game?
Yeah, it's a fighting line that I chose. It's not like, of course, white is better, but I am playing with a very imbalanced structure, so I get the center, I get an extra central pawn, he gets space with d4, but the d4 pawn is potentially a bit weak. And I think he had a game a long time ago, like many years ago in this line. So he probably knew something but didn't remember too well, and I knew something but also didn't remember too well. I thought like the way he played was not super precise, but I couldn't remember exactly why. Do I take, do I not take? I couldn't really figure it out, but I should have like a tiny way to play for some advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is very logical, but yeah, bishop c5 looks like a good move. And here I just couldn't decide. I spent so much time, like, do I play knight c5 or knight fe5?
What are the differences? Like, what are the general plans in the position for both sides?
Well, like, okay, here I just avoid bishop takes c4, so that's one thing. That's what I was trying to avoid, what he ended up playing, but I wasn't sure if he wanted to play it. And I was kind of concerned about this sort of stuff, like take, knight e5, and then the rook goes to d6 rather than to c8.
Mm-hmm.
And then you rook c1, queen b6, queen f3, and...
Can you take a pawn, or would that be too much?
I don't think so. I mean, he always has bishop f2 and queen b6 and stuff.
That makes sense.
Like this position I saw, and I just couldn't really evaluate it. I mean, maybe I have something according to this engine, but yeah, okay, the thing is I would at least force him to take some responsible decisions here because now my bishop comes alive on b2, or he has to make some other decision, maybe allowing my knight to d3. Of course, he does have many moves, but this is what I wanted. This I thought looked rather pleasant. And yeah, something like this, I mean, it's white plays for free, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's a slight pull.
Yes.
And yeah, he doesn't have to take, but okay, a move like this, again, I can play rook c1, I can take on c6, and then I guess he takes with the rook. Okay, pawn is a bit unusual, but maybe, but rook, knight e5, rook c7, and then, yeah, I play this type of position, rook c1, knight d3, I don't know. But the way I played it, I allowed him to kind of simplify very quickly. And
we thought that perhaps this bishop takes c4, he might have forgot about this knight c6, queen c2. Did you feel like that was the case?
He told me that he didn't see queen c2, and but it's not like queen c2 is leading to so much. I mean, first I was trying to figure out if like because I think he should play b5. Otherwise, I thought this is very pleasant. But b5, knight e5, take, and then I think like queen d6 was concerning me. Like, where do I put my rook? And then rook e1, there's like d3, and the problem is the bishop goes to d4 very often like this, and the rook comes to c2. I didn't like this. So because my bishop, it's like the bishop pair doesn't matter so much. The bishop on g2 doesn't have any targets. And yeah, I also considered this one, but again, queen d6 I didn't like. If I get d3, I'm happy. I mean, kind of happy. But I thought again he plays d3.
Yeah.
Or maybe bishop e5, I don't know. But I wasn't super...
Maybe bishop e4 coming in next.
Yeah, maybe I could have played this, and I mean, again, this is probably equal, but maybe I could play his position. But it's hard to decide because I'm choosing between like 6 different options that all look equal. So I settled on this. Of course, the only problem is that he takes on b3. Otherwise, I think I have a nice position. And maybe I should have gone for this one because he has a very nice bishop on d5, but he kind of struggles to get his pieces out because knight e4, there's rook e4, so this wins.
Ooh, that's
queen
nice.
e5. But I saw something like rook b5, and if take, then rook a5 and trade pawns on the a file.
Could be 6, take, rook takes a2.
Yeah, I thought, okay, this is draw. And if I go back like queen c3, there's knight e4 now, take. I can sack and exchange, but it probably doesn't lead anywhere. So yeah, that's why I decided to trade bishops. Yeah, maybe not queen c, but rook b1, knight d5, I just didn't believe that I was better here. I mean, maybe with some very subtle play.
It seems very minimal, if anything.
Yeah, he said that he was expecting me to play bishop c3, which maybe I could have done, but I thought he just plays queen d6. And then like we briefly discussed this position, I think he mentioned like rook b1, queen c6, king g1, knight d5, rook e4, but I don't really understand like what white's play is, so I thought that I'm not playing for anything here, and yeah, this is just a draw. Okay, it's but maybe I didn't have any like real chances. I mean, he's a very stable player. He's very very accurate. So it's
and
easy to
you're
get
also
chances.
leading a tournament, so definitely you're not willing to take any unnecessary risks, right? Now, since I have you here and you did ask me about this game, what's your take on this one? Gukesh versus Anish.
Well, my impression was that like black is starting to take over a bit because the knight on h4 looks real nice. That was my impression like before I saw the engine. Actually, we were discussing with like Maxime and Wesley a little bit. So Wesley wasn't sure if white or black is better. And I was actually a bit more optimistic for black than this eval shows. I thought like black is definitely pressing quite a bit here. But maybe not so much. I mean, hard to... Maxime suggested g5 at some moment, but I don't know. I don't know about g5.
G5, yeah, that's a move.
Yeah, so it looks like Anish is playing a good game so far. But I was worried for him because he was taking a lot of time in the opening. He was it looked like he was under some pressure, just like not from a position point of view, but out prepared and starting to get a bit nervous.
One more to go. How are you feeling about your chances tomorrow with the black pieces against Anish?
Well, it depends on some of the games now, but I mean, my tournament situation is good. Anish will probably try to press in the last round. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if like, I'll try to keep my options open because I don't know what result will be necessary. But yeah, I could have maybe gotten more in this tournament, but so far +2, I can't complain too much. But yeah, the game against Gukesh yesterday was...
And this was actually just a draw. It seems like they have repeated the position. Did you expect this sudden result?
I mean, they could have played on, but yeah, I don't know. I would have played on with the black pieces here. Maybe Anish just didn't see ideas, and then if you don't see moves, like it's hard to suggest to do anything else besides repeat. But maybe you could have played a6, b5, and push the pawns a little bit, and then let Gukesh suffer a bit in the time trouble.
Absolutely. Well, Fabi, still one more to go. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Cristian, our congratulations. Fabi, as he's still in the lead, but he's been unable to win in the second half of the Superbet tournaments. During that discussion, during that interview, we are stunned by what is shown on your board.
Yeah.
Draw. It was a very,
Yeah.
very intriguing game. Maybe it was the game of the round, in fact, and then the decision by the players to
Can we
break off.
see how the game actually finished?
It was just a repetition. It was one of those things that we had reached this position. Rook takes c8. The bishop dropped back to f1. I was thumping the table for rook c2. The engine was informing us that a very decent move was h7, h6, just chilling out, not doing anything, waiting for white to react. Gukesh decided to stop the move rook c2. He moved his queen. Rook to d8, the queen dropped back. Rook to c8, and this is how the players made the repetition, with lots of questions for our commentator team.
Yeah, for me, I also remember that the computer was saying just return the knight back from h4. It's doing nothing.
Right.
Put it back on g6. And when we also consider the clock time,
which is suddenly coming into Anish's favor.
Right? Because Anisha's 21 minutes, Gukesh was just under 13.
Right. Suddenly there's reasons to really play on. Finally, Miro, we didn't really explore deeply enough, in my opinion, not the move h6, but after bishop f1, if you don't mind.
Bishop f1
rook
and
c2. Rook
c2.
We looked at queen b1.
Yeah, we did not, but we did not explore because there is not much to explore. White can take on f6, queen f6, get queen d1, and then the rook's hanging and there is something happening on the last rank. And computer was not very happy. It would still give equal position, but it was not very happy for this particular line because apparently the best you can do is return the rook to kind of 7th or the 8th rank.
I see.
Right.
So, but sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we need
I
to...
forced a trade of the bishop and I'm a pawn up, but sorry.
I think this one might have to go into the record books or the history books so it can be analysed in greater detail because there has been massive clarification in the game between Alireza and Nepomniachtchi. They are now in an opposite Carlo bishop endgame and it is fizzling out to draw. And there indeed you see the players repeating the position and we are on the verge of seeing a handshake.
Well, the oxygen just left the room. I mean, all of the exciting games, and especially the last two.
Like, for instance, how did this trade occur? Because when we left it at a point where Jan could have grabbed the pawn on h3. He chose not to.
Shockingly, he did not. Yeah, he went knight to g6, rook to h1.
And then what happened next?
Then we saw knight to b3, b7. So knight to b3, attacking the pawn on a5. Jan naturally defended his pawn. Rook to d1, knight to e7 once again, defending his pawn. Knight to d4, bishop e3, knight to c6. And this is how everything got traded. And the players discovered a repetition, and the bishop's of opposite color. So another draw there. With 3 draws in the record books.
With now 4 draws.
4 draws. 3 or 4.
And this round
Wow.
here is where we stand in the current standings. Fabiano Caruana at the top with 5 points. Alireza, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh remain in shared second with 4.5 points. And Nepomniachtchi, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, they are very content with drawing all their games. And they're on 50%. And there's one game outstanding, and that is between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, Bogdan, Deac. And, well, it's not an in-game. So that means that there's still a lot of life in the position.
But our big fights for the first place.
They've been resolved.
Yeah, the fizzle is gone. I mean, there's something about this particular event where the players, unfortunately, the percentage of decisive games has really diminished. This is quite a surprise.
Accuracy levels, though, have been through the roof.
Well,
like,
ridiculous.
Seriously, like Nepo playing at 98.8%.
Stop it.
And then Maxime also 97%. And Fabiano was down the lower end at 95%.
Come on. It's terrible. Well, whatever the players want to do, that's on them. Happy 4th of July, everybody. And we're having some fun with our graphics department as we got the Uncle Sam. The eagle has landed.
The bald eagle, yes, and
right.
landing on Wesley's shoulder. I do like the superimposed hat on Fabiano. Do you have a name for that hat?
That's the Uncle Sam's hat. When we think about the United States of America, Uncle Sam always had this big hat.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it has a particular name.
Who is Uncle Sam?
This figure that we created for war bonds in World War II, and America, Uncle Sam wants you. We were recruiting and also selling war bonds to fund our war effort. And I think it was out of World War II that Uncle Sam became.
Because he wasn't one of the founding fathers.
No.
I've been listening to a podcast about the founding fathers, and there was no Sam.
It wasn't George Washington or Ben Franklin. Uncle Sam is a mythical figure indeed. And we do have that the one game remaining.
Yep.
And before we really get into that game, if you don't mind, sorry, I'm still a little bit frazzled by the decision of Anish to call it the day. I really thought that he could have played this move Rook C2, and you said the computer. There was one line where you said the computer wants to play Bishop F6.
Yes,
and that's one line.
Yeah, I want to say Rook C2 was a good try, yes, because if White does not play Bishop F6, Black is immediately better.
Right, and one
Bishop
move,
F6, Queen F6.
Sorry.
Yep.
No, one line I wanted to look at. We had previously looked at. You threw me completely off kilter.
Your Queen B1 line. Okay, let me show, since it's my board on a screen, and King G1, and we are kind of trapped the Rook, but not really, because Rook takes F4, right?
Right.
And Bishop E5, you would think the Rook is getting trapped.
I never saw the move Rook F3.
And then there is a move Rook F3. By the way, I'm trying to figure out G5, yeah?
My move was G5.
Which is terrible.
Because...
terrible, I'm making stuff up, of course, because like after your G5, apparently Queen B4 takes, and I'm not even threatening to take.
No.
But it means you cannot run away.
Right, but okay, hold on, I have 2 pawns.
Yes. So, what do you do?
Knight G6.
Knight G6, welcome to computerish tactics. I'm sorry, but yeah.
I like the way you turn to me, like
Jovi, do something.
God.
I mean,
have you not learned, Yasser?
It's terrible. No, but seriously, Rook C2,
the best
Queen B1, Rook F2, this takes, Bishop E5.
Yes.
And yeah, like G5, seriously, perhaps is not good, but Rook F3
is really
which
good.
Is, once again, you would never, ever...
But this Rook F3 you could easily miss.
Yeah,
of course.
You could just see the kind of thing. Rook C2, Rook F2, Rook F4, Bishop E5, Rook is trapped.
You're absolutely right.
But
however, if truth be told, like you can go Knight G6, as simple as that. And Black has 2 pawns,
which is very
relatively safe king. Yeah, 2 pawns for an exchange, relatively safe king. So even this one is very close to be. Well, it's actually White who has to work for this to be equal.
Right. Is that really true though? Because you can go Rook C3. There are 2 open lines.
Rook C3, Queen D6. It goes.
I'm just trying to justify as to why not to.
Why wouldn't you want to go for this with
because
Black?
this is a really forcing sequence.
Yeah. I like Black's chances here, maybe not that much, but I'm still tasered by the fact that G5 doesn't work for black. But you said there was another solution, and that
for
other
white.
solution
Yeah, the
was
other solution was bishop f6, queen f6,
and
queen d1. And here you can't keep the rook. Okay, let's ask something like, if we let's say go here,
right?
Keep the okay. So now knight h5 is winning. Knight h5, and you have to keep an eye on d8, and then rook d3.
And now this we understand,
this is
because rook d7,
we trust the engine on this one.
Yeah, rook d7 looks like it's winning a piece. But okay, sorry.
Pardon me.
Bishop f6. Once again, rook c2.
What was bishop f1? Yeah.
Rook c2.
Rook to c2.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Queen f6. Queen to d1.
And rook to c7.
The choice is yours to go to c5, c7, or c8. In fact, even computers not sure what's changes. It changes. Yeah.
So rook c7. Let's say.
If rook c7. So the idea of rook c7 is you stopping queen d7.
Right, and if queen d6, I go queen e7.
Yeah, knight to h5,
queen e7.
Where you have the only move here, rook g3, and you, I looked at this one, so you could get this very funny position. f5, and then, like g7, you're gonna have to defend.
But
f5.
If I take a pawn, I've got
if you take the pawn, I take the pawn.
No, I was thinking of bishop e4. I've got 3 pawns if I play bishop takes e4.
I'm guessing bishop e4 does not work for some specific reason. Does it? Yeah, queen d4. Queen d4, double attacks over double attacks over double attacks.
I'm trying to sacrifice a piece and it doesn't.
Wait a second, but you were on the right track. So once again, that's the last time I agreed to look on this one.
Okay.
Queen to d1, rook to d7, knight to h5, queen to e7, rook attacks, knight defense, you go f5. Here, apparently you have to go rook c5. So that you attack the f5 pawn. When they take, you just take back, make sure that the knight moves, and you take on e4. And again, I'm not sure what kind of position that one is. I don't think black is kind of risks too much.
Right.
Right, because king is very solid, and black has 3 pawns for the knight in relatively active pieces. But who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? So he decided not to go for any of this.
Wow. Thank you for that one. I mean, that is an intense life. We have 1 game remaining out of the 5, and now we can go to this game between Nodirbek and Daniel Bogdan Deac. And what do we have? We have 5 versus 5. Knight versus bishop. This time, white's with the knight. And the Fabiano game, Fabi was with the bishop. And this comes out of...
This came from the
Open Spanish.
Spanish,
and we had seen some position, and the players did a lot of shuffling. And I think black is doing just fine. Yeah, I remember now. We were going to get the bishop to f5, and I thought we were doing just great. And we've caught up with the players. Dare I say it, the draw virus is very strong.
Do you think this one will finish in a draw as well?
I do. I see the move queen e4, for example, right? And I'm thinking to myself, I'm ready to trade queens. I'm ready to take on e4. You can take on e4.
Yeah.
You can take on c6. This one looks really close.
We just saw one of the wildest games that's ever been played, actually, between Gukesh and Anish. And, well, we had so many questions. But we have Cristian over in Bucharest with Anish Giri, who's ready to answer some of those questions as to why did he take the draw?
Anish, you had to defend against wild preparation from Gukesh today, and it felt like you were under tremendous pressure. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, it's a known idea. I think these days it's really hard to find a new idea that's like not played before at all, which is also good. Mm-hmm. So this is a known idea. I recall some games like Grishuk and so on, and yeah, I was a little bit annoyed that I couldn't recollect exactly my prep, because Yeah, the problem is that I looked at it, of course, it's a very, very principled line, like all the way to here. Already 97 is an important idea. Then the pawn sacrifice. It's really, really cool.
So you were still in some sort of prep.
Yeah, definitely. Like this is sort of a starting position. And the computer gives back a small advantage at first, but of course, as always, on depth, these things turned out good. So Queen E3 was my preparation. Now the point is that I remembered, I recollected E5, Knight G4, this fascinating queen sack. I was trying to basically calculate it again, but it looks also just very good. And during the game, I realized he's not going to play it. Actually, I was calculating this long line. I went here, and then I thought about Queen F7. And I was calculating this.
I was actually shocked that you went for Queen E3. I thought you don't know the position.
Oh, no.
You actually calculated all of this.
Yeah, I was sort of recollected the prep. Yes, actually, I couldn't find the exact comfortable draw here. I think Knight F1, Queen E6 is dangerous. So I was thinking about this position. Whether that's a fortress, but I think it's very tricky because he might want to go with the king around to buy a b5 and then leak into e8. So I was worried about that. And then I was thinking about bishop d5, rook f2, rook d1, knight f1. I was thinking about takes, rook g2, rook g2, rook g4. Yeah, I was thinking about this position. Maybe it's the way. Basically, I was thinking about all that. But then I realized that he was thinking that, okay, this is not going to happen, of course. Also, I remember bishop a6 thing. Yeah, that's queen d2, bishop d2 thing. There's also queen sack. I realized, yeah, he's not going to do that. And he played rook f3, bishop b2. And
he found a way to keep the game going, right?
Yeah, we are back to sort of the same position. Maybe I have a slightly better version, but the thing is, I don't remember why. And I was trying to remember, if I still looked at it, but I'm afraid that I didn't look at the move rook f3, and then, I was basically confused with all the different lines that I looked at, and instead of playing, I was just recollecting the whole time, and then I realized, what the hell am I doing? I looked at the clock, I just make a move, and I just made a move.
And the thing is, in most of these variations, the engine at big depth, you have 5 lines that give 0, 0, 0, right?
Yes. Well, I don't know. Also, I was so slow. I thought he would play some of, I think Queen E2. Yeah, I was thinking about E5, Knight H5, or Queen A5. E5, I don't think. Rook C2 is very unpleasant, and Knight F5 comes in. So I was thinking Knight H5. I thought doesn't work also because I think Rook C2 as well. I thought this doesn't work. Okay, the computer still. Yeah, actually, I was thinking about these things. I think I was also wondering about F6, G6, and if he can just checkmate me with Queen D2, Queen H6. I was not sure, so I wouldn't want. If you want to find out, yes, one move I considered was Queen A5 as well. Then I thought he'll probably get out of this attack, and I was looking at these positions as well. To be honest, I was quite unhappy with my position, to be very frank, because I thought that Queen E3 was forcing the matters, but I think that I might have misanalyzed it a little bit. In a sense that I probably looked, at the best moves for white, at the zeros, and probably I didn't see rook f3, I'm afraid. And then I was trying to understand, because of course you can also play queen c5, which is the main line. So I was trying to understand, why having rook on f3 is so bad for white. So I was trying to exploit it somehow, and
I think you did a good job, by the way.
Yeah, but I was not happy, because. Yeah, no, it was good. Queen e7 is good because here, also h3 impressed me. I didn't know what's the point, so I was very impressed. I have so many options: e5, queen a5, all these moves. Yeah, I went some random move. Okay, I was annoyed that I lost a lot of time, so I played fast. And then rook c2, I got very, very worried. But luckily, I have a queen a7 because the point is, I thought was this tricky line. Then suddenly the complications work out, I think, because always there's queen e1 trading queens whenever there is some sort of a blow, So f5 doesn't work. Then he went queen e1. Yeah, I expected queen e2. Then we were discussing e5 or knight h4. I don't like e5. We were talking about this position with queen d7, rook g3, g6, and I told him I think it's bad for black, but actually not so clear. Yeah, I didn't see bishop. I thought bishop e5, queen d1 is okay actually, but I thought something else was bad. Although this, also is tricky, indeed. Because bishop e4 is continuing this line. I was trying to calculate it actually, but it seems that it's good for white. Bishop e5. I missed bishop e5 because you want to take the rook on e8 first. Yeah. Okay, that's tricky stuff. But I wasn't going to go knight h4 anyway. Rook somewhere and then just some move. The point of knight h4 is that he wants to go f5, I think, at some point. Knight. I'm sort of preemptively putting the knight there against f5. Though, frankly, I was still unsure. Like, I was thinking he'll go f5. He said e5, but I think my knight might be trapped on h4 long term. So I was very concerned. I was going to go ef, and then I was even thinking, like, this position, okay, probably it's okay for black, but I thought, okay, white has full compensation. What he did, he went just bishop f1, I went h6.
We were a bit surprised that you guys decided to repeat the position at this point.
By the way, that was also interesting. Yeah, the thing is, I thought if white does nothing, he has full compensation. But on every move, I'm worried there is a5 or bishop f6 or something forcing. Like here, for example, I suddenly thought this bishop f6, queen f6, knight h5. Now I had the backup with queen d4, which I realized is not working because rook d3, queen e4, queen h4, rook c1. There is like multiple things, but the easiest is just queen d8 and rook d1 or rook g3, like I said. So I was going to go queen e7, and then I suddenly noticed queen to a1 and got a little confused, but then after the game I realized I have e5, maybe even g6, or maybe knight g6. Yeah, you see there are a lot of options. But I was kind of concerned about these forcing lines, and also f5 on every move is something to consider. And then, he kept surprising me with moves that keep tension. But I didn't think that, I thought like, I don't know which, I can make a move though as well.
Did you consider perhaps that you might be able to put some pressure now that you're up on time? Were you thinking
I was
about
happy
this type
that
of
I'm
things?
up on time, for sure, which I thought was, would help me in the upcoming struggle to survive. I didn't really think that I'm taking over. The thing is like, also with players like Gukesh, my default is that I know that he always plays for a win, so I just don't even think about it. But then somehow he repeated himself, which is usually not what he does. Of course, the thing is that I don't have a big move, but I could make another move, like maybe like a move like rook d7. But then let's say a move like king h2. Maybe if I play somebody who I think is very weak, I can just keep making moves and hope for something. But like I don't really have an active plan. And I feel that my position, like white is the one who has all these options with f5, bishop f6, knight h5. So from my perspective, I was thinking...
You were just waiting.
I'm just waiting, reacting. Yeah. So in that sense, I'm okay to repeat. But actually, from his perspective, of course, as he told me after the game, he thought f5 doesn't work, thought bishop f6 doesn't work, and he didn't see a move, So he thought he was worse because he thought like... what move he can make, but he just starts standing. The thing is, I also thought, like, what move can I make? Should I just stand? But I think it's a position of dynamic equality of sorts.
Well, tomorrow you have, in the last one, white against Fabi, you can play spoilers. What's the strategy?
To squeeze him very tight and watch him explode. like a dove or a pigeon.
Which one?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing, of course. Guys, back.
Quick question for Anish. And instead of the move h7, h6, did Anish consider the move rook c2? That is where we had focused our analysis.
Yasser is asking whether you consider this move rook to c2 instead of h6.
Yes, I did. I'm not going to tell you honestly why I didn't play it. It's very embarrassing. But I consider that move, seriously, yeah. He told me after the game that, actually, yes, I was not sure about bishop f6 because my pieces are a little bit uncoordinated at the moment, but he told me after the game that he was going to go bishop c3, and it sounded very impressive because it seems like my rook is trapped, but it seems like it's not. So, no, I could have played rook c2, yeah. Yeah, no, there is a reason why I went h6, which computer even slightly prefers, but it's too embarrassing to tell, so I'm not.
It's a good move. h6, it's a good move.
Yeah. No, the thing is that, okay, in complications, computer shows here, yeah. But basically, look, something will happen, yeah. And in whatever happens, then you have always a back rank issue. So in general, move like h6 is more universal, let's say. But of course, I never got that opportunity again. Yeah. So I expected maybe he will go some move like king h2, and then I have rook c2 there, and then these kind of variations they should work only better for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, when he went queen d2, which is actually one of the reasons why I went rook d8. I wanted to disturb his queen and constantly threaten invasion. Because I thought, okay, otherwise he'll go king h2 next. But actually, after king h2, he ran out of moves. But I didn't realize that. I just thought, okay, he has lots of, maybe he'll find a way to improve. But
well, yeah. Anish, go train your grip for tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank you, Anish, for the answer there. Rook c2, and there was one game remaining. And what is happening in our remaining game, Miro?
Fairly balanced, if you
Yes.
ask me. Yeah, and for quite a long time so.
Also.
And, well, something that I want to point out, that I would guess Nodirbek does not want to draw. And the position is quite
Because
dry,
of
but
his tournament standings.
Yeah, tournament standings. The fact that Bogdan Daniel is, well, once
trailing.
again, very short on time, 2 minutes versus 10 minutes. So, well, of course, very ambitious Nodirbek.
Yeah. And just to kind of reinforce that point, these are the current standings. So you can see Fabi's on 5, Alireza, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh 4.5, Jan is on 4, and there
But
we
with a
see
win by Nodirbek, he can join MDL.
those on 50%.
Yeah.
And I was joking to you guys during the break that there is a kind of scenario where we could see a massive, like
Don't
tie
even
for
go
first.
there. Don't even go there, Jovi. We would have a long day tomorrow if there was a massive tie for first.
Just
Well, this is what the pairings would look like. So Anish Giri
You
against
would
Fabiano.
need to upset Fabi.
Exactly. So Fabi would need to lose, and then we need everyone on +1 just to draw.
Draw.
And then we would need Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to win their games.
Yeah.
And
they
if
would jump to
Nodirbek-
+1.
Yes. And if Nodirbek wins this game and then manages to win against Jan, then
He
he
could
could
also
find
be in that
himself
tie.
in that massive scramble for first place.
Yikes.
I mean, it's very unlikely to happen. But if it does happen, if 2 players are tied for first, it's going to be a 2-game rapid match,
Okay.
10 minutes plus 5-second time bonus per move. If that's still tied, Armageddon decides the day. Now, if there are 3 or more players tied for first, then
The
we
scenario
have a
you were
rapid
describing.
round robin.
And we would be here till midnight. Right, I got it.
And everything will be decided at the end
By
by
it,
Armageddon
Armageddon.
if there's still a tie.
Wonderful, wonderful, just wonderful.
Yeah.
Tell us about this very even game you were about to say.
All right. Well, you know, the flow of last few moves looks to me that he does not want to draw, and therefore, I don't think deliberately, but he makes his position worse. Nodirbek, that is.
Slipping.
Yes. Like now, Black can play d4,
which is a very attractive.
Which is very
move.
attractive move, and if you think of it, c5's hanging, so it's not like you have an awful lot of moves.
Right.
So d4, and then c takes. You apparently cannot take with the knight because, well, queen to b6, and it's a pin, and in case of a rook d1, you have another pin.
Yeah, I like the pins.
Yeah, you win the knight.
That's
that
a good
means,
thing.
yeah, this
You've
is
got to
important.
move your queen.
So you got to move your queen to say d3 or d2, but d3. Black can go queen c3.
Very nice.
Isn't it a bit scary? Because exchanging on c3, I would suspect, like, very annoying. You got to go here.
Or could I play rook to d1?
Yeah, perhaps.
Maybe
yeah, rook
I should
d1.
just-
Yeah, you can.
Just to try to hold.
Rook d1 takes rook to c8.
King can come.
King goes, rook c4. I'm not sure.
Well,
Computer.
You're still enjoying the advantage.
We think black's better still, somewhat.
the black king will race up
somewhat,
to d5.
Yeah, you can lift it, yeah. Can
And
go all the
it's
way
the
to
a
d5.
pawn that you
Yeah,
have
you
your eyes
have to
on.
put the pawn on a5, I guess.
Yes.
You're not allowed to lose this pawn. And then king f7. So all I'm saying, the computer gives like slight minus evaluation, which means position slightly better for black.
Right.
So
after d4.
After d4.
We
and
do
then,
have rook e8, by the way, on the board.
Rook to
Daniel
e8.
did not play d4,
Well,
which looked very promising.
Rook d8.
Are we going to see some simplification?
So now, something that I would be very reluctant to do. Say bishop takes, rook b1, let's say, a5, king f1. And remember we had this kind of passed pawn, but this is the ugliest way black can put his own pieces, right? Even though it's probably a draw, still a draw, no matter what. But this knight on d3 is fantastic, right?
Yeah, that's a beautiful blockading knight. This is what Nodirbek this is his ideal.
Maybe ideally with the bishop here, so the a5 pawn is weak.
Also
right?
weak, yeah.
Yeah.
Time trouble a factor, Jovi?
It is a factor for Bogdan Deac, but we have seen him thrive at this time control. And Nodirbek has over 8 minutes on the clock.
Queen takes c5, and maybe Nodirbek is closing in on his ideal.
Well, that's something that Nodirbek will spend some time considering.
True.
And in the meantime, we're going to sneak in our final break of the day.
Are we going to sneak it in?
Yes.
Okay.
And don't go anywhere, because we will have the conclusion of this game, which is going to get quite exciting.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, The conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Firouzja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We are back for the final portion of the penultimate round of the Superbet Chess Classic. We've had 4 results so far. It's been full of twists, turns, wild games, but at the end, there you can see we have had 4 draws. And I just want to highlight the game between Gukesh and Anish Giri as being the game of the round. Definitely a thriller, full of tense complications.
And we have 1 game remaining as Nodirbek, 7 minutes on the clock, and the time factor, we've seen this throughout the tournament, that Daniel Bogdan Deac, regardless of whatever kind of position he gets, he almost always seems to be playing on increments at the end. And in this ending, while the computer is just saying, you know what, just give up your pawn, play d3. Like after the move rook d7, don't wait, just go ahead and play d3. The human players, we don't like to give up our pawns. And the thing is, you really should, because there will come a time when I'll have threats of knight e4 and knight f6 check, where I could end up getting into checkmating patterns. And more saliently, too, is this idea that after rook to d7, king f3, king e4, activating the king. Black's king is cut off. So the computer just likes to jettison the pawn, play d3, and claims it's a draw, but the clock is also a factor.
The clock is a massive factor.
We thought he might have forgotten about his clock, and he ran it down to 3 seconds.
Yes,
Did
Bogdan Daniel, no. I was confident that that hadn't happened, based on the previous history where we've seen Bogdan Daniel make moves with 1 second left on the clock. But yeah, there's a lot of danger for Bogdan Daniel, and this is a really nice move. Knight to e4. The knight is so powerful.
Hello.
Knight f6.
That's
and I love your plan, Yas, of just going rook to d7, get the rook behind the pass pawn, pick up the pawn on h7, and then come back and keep an eye on the d pawn. And there we see h6 was the quick response.
Yeah, after knight f6 check, in order not to leave the pawn hanging. Now, there's a small problem. Well, there's a big problem, actually. The desirable d3, that doesn't lose the pawn. It loses a bishop. So now the question is, can Nodirbek somehow coordinate his pieces You'd almost need to see the white king land on the e6 square here for it to be very serious. He's reached for his king f3.
Is there any way that he can just go... Yeah, king e2 is coming. I just want to mobilize this bishop.
Yeah, right now I'd even be thinking about putting it,
just get
out of the way. Get out of the way so that I can play d3 and at least patrol this diagonal. I think there was a good reason for king f3, by the way. King e2. If you move the rook, I'm going to play h4. Still got knight f6. By the way, Daniel...
14 seconds.
And counting fast. King f3, you would have certainly have expected him to have an
F8.
answer. He waited a long while. King f8.
Yeah.
The remarkable thing is that even when he has no time, he makes his move with just a few seconds. Immediately he pops out of his seat to take a little stroll around the stage.
Yeah, he's clearly thinking about the position and he's ready to make his move when he returns, but it does cost time.
Yes.
And also, you kind of interrupt the flow of things because when you're there with no time on the clock, you want to be ready with your move to get that sense of flow.
You'd think. I mean, they're, just the physical act of making these moves, they cost you a few seconds. And, getting up and out, constantly up and out of your seat, it's going to be costing you 5-10 seconds each time. Don't forget, the rules require the players to write down their moves as well. So that 30 seconds really goes by fast. 94. We know the engine doesn't imagine anything wrong with Black's position, but if you been able to h4, have you been able to find a line that could at least pose some problems?
Well, not really.
Not really.
Not really. It's all about like having 3 versus 2.
Right.
Right. So you can win d4 pawn and maybe like say capture c3, win the c3 pawn, and it will be 3 versus 2 rook endgame, which is nothing.
Right.
So your best bet is, yes, somehow to force d3 to take it and have like all the same material.
He's reaching for
to
the
keep
bishop.
The rooks.
Bishop
a5. Okay, makes sense, but bishop is still passive, right?
Right, but I was also curious whether white could be going for h5 as an alternative.
A moment ago, I can imagine, for example, if you put your bishop here, there's some line where you might want to, get in that.
Yeah, but I wanted to do it like this, h5 as white.
Yeah.
And then it's not really a pawn sacrifice.
So I'll give it to you, h5, and I took it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then rook h7.
Okay, so you're trying to collect.
Yes, I'm just arguing that this pawn on d3 is going to be kept under lock and key. Well, we see rook b5 being played, chasing down the bishop.
By the way, he hasn't given up on your h5 either. So imagining this bishop, it was funny. I didn't really know where the bishop belonged. I just knew that c3 wasn't the right square. So maybe something like this.
8 seconds. Rook a8.
One thing I must
Rook
confess.
a1.
Rook a1.
Rook a1, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. One thing I must confess, I'm really poor at guessing Daniel's moves. At a certain moment, Fabi confessed as well that a number of his decisions surprised him. These moves, bishop a5 and rook a1, I find surprising. Now after rook to d5, can I lasso the d4 pawn more or less
rook
and
to
keep the knight?
d5? Computer wants to give checks, like rook a3, and then if you go to g4, as far as I understand, he wants to go d3 and then d2 and force you to take the pawn.
D4 and D2
Yeah.
and force me to take the pawn.
Yeah.
But what
That's
about
funny.
these endings where you see h5 on the board? Yes.
That's what I'm thinking too.
You get a past f pawn.
Ooh. Yeah, and
White king is very active. I mean, it looks very dangerous.
That is scary. And what Jovi is saying, you get a king on g6 and a pawn on f5, and life is looking very promising. Not a fan of bishop a5 and rook a1, but it's up to Nodirbek to play h5.
Yeah, there is also
or rook
another
a4.
option for white, which is knight c5 now.
Knight to c5?
Yeah, knight c5. And it seems that would be, and that's what he does. Yeah, so knight e6 is a threat, and maybe knight b3 is a threat at some position. So bishop c3.
To go back.
Yeah, and then you can go knight d3, and we are pretty much back at what we wanted, but we've expanded. Yeah, we've expanded on the king's side. So
yeah, we've won a tempo or two.
While it's still a draw, the trend is such that white improves the position, and Bogdan's making all of his moves on very last seconds.
And 7 seconds.
And by the way, rook
gives a
a8.
check.
Whoa. Again, I'm not happy with that decision because the king is not that great on f3. And now the king can go to e4.
So would you say the path to a draw is getting narrower and narrower
Yes,
for
I
Bogdan
would.
Daniel?
In fact, I would say he's really pushing it in white's favor greatly suddenly. I like king e4, and we've seen lines where this knight can kind of pirouette around the board and get to some nice squares like e5. The trend is your friend, and here Nodirbek is really looking good. He's considering king g4. What do you think, Jovi?
Yeah, I think king g4.
You like that one too?
I do like that one because you still are keeping watch on this pass pawn. That's the main thing. You can't go running around with your king and then forget about black's compensation. The pawn on d4.
I love.
Okay, king e4.
I love the centralized king on e4 because again, first things first. I'm threatening to pick up the pawn. So we're anticipating the bishop coming down to c3.
Well, he goes on the counter. This is a nice move.
Is it? Again,
No,
knight
there's
to
knight d3. Hang on a second. Can black
You
capture
can go rook
d3?
a2. Can you go rook a2 and play the endgame?
Yes, but then...
But actually, you don't have to allow it. You can go king f3.
King f3. No, well, something that you've already allowed is rook takes d3 and bishop takes f2. And
That's
some
the
of these
one
endgames are draws.
That's the one I'm scared of. That's the one I think is a draw. Because I'm taking a second pawn.
So there is h5.
I can take it.
You'll just take g3, right?
Ooh, he's played rook e2.
Rook a2.
And he's allowed king f3. Whoa. Rook a2. So obviously I don't want to get into this 3 versus 2 ending, which I think is a draw. But what he can do, Nodirbek,
king f3. There is
king
also
f3.
rook b1, yes, which is a funny move that we probably like.
Really?
Rook b1, yes.
And
if you take, there is rook f1. If bishop goes, then maybe you have a tempo on, say, 7th rank or 6th rank.
I love rook to b1, and I didn't realize that I was
Don't you have...
winning the bishop.
Yeah.
So rook b1 kicks the bishop out of, away from the f2 pawn. And now I really do...
Let's say you give 2 checks
to enjoy... A moment ago we were looking at some lines with h5, where the king after gh5...
Can you not... He drops the king back to f3, but rook to b1 was
Nice.
such a lovely... idea there.
I liked it
But
a
the
lot too.
king-
I don't think it necessarily makes that big a difference. I just think that rook b1 might have just...
No, king e2 is cool as well. I just realized the bishop on e1 is now hanging. After rook a3, king e2, you once again attack the bishop. That makes sure that you will have a chance to play h5. So it's
By
a
the
different
way,
idea, but it's also quite cool.
We are looking at rook a3, king e2, more or less
king e2
forced. Or king
King e4 he repeats. So once again, rook takes d3.
I would
in
do
both
that.
cases, rook takes d3 would be a draw, right?
Yeah, I would do that in a nanosecond. Seriously, I would be looking at rook takes d3 and saying, wait a minute, you can't
Wasn't
keep all the pawns.
that also an option if you went king
Yes,
e2?
yes.
Yeah.
In both cases.
So that's why rook to b1 was clever.
Okay,
Yes.
rook to a2.
And now I think he spotted rook b1. I bet you dollars to donuts he spotted rook to b1.
Yes.
Yes. So
I didn't
no
even get a
more-
bet in. Just a second, I was about to give you odds. Friends and family get 5%.
Well, a very quick bishop c3 coming
Okay,
from Bogdan Daniel.
now I'm starting to get very interested in check, putting my rook on the 7th so that I can activate my king with h5. And also, Jovi, these ideas that you like too, getting your knight to f4, and the combination of rook, knight, and king, you can get all kinds of checkmating nets.
Yep. Danger
Danger
for
alert.
black, indeed.
Yeah.
For me, it's also the white king just coming in.
Exactly.
And the checkmating ideas that are involved there as well.
I think when the players look back on this game from their hotel rooms, they're both going to ask themselves, why didn't we play rook takes d3? That was such a clear,
I think
simple
the
line.
second time not playing it is understandable because Bogdan wants to keep the position as is. And there you see the king move to g7. Here I was wondering, knight to f4, you can grab on f2.
Right. So that's the problem for the moment. Can I...
Can you just throw in a check on it? b7, make these very small checks.
And after king f6, rook to d7 check. I'm still very interested in h5, g8. Oh, you have rook.
You do
king
have
f5,
rook
I have rook
d2.
a5.
g4 is what he's done.
Okay. I can get behind that one. Maybe on a good day I can play for f4 and knight e5.
Yeah, maybe your plan is to go g5 now and then knight e5. That's if this works, if
And
this is on the
target-
board, I think you might be winning.
Yeah, and target the pawn on g6.
47 seconds.
See,
You need to
Nodirbek.
activate that bishop. I mean, so annoying.
It's
I guess you
terrible.
could go bishop e.
Back to
E1.
e1.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's a good move.
Bishop e1.
Because I'm getting nervous as black
Probably.
here.
And then king f3, and then now rook a3.
Yeah, but
and
this
go-
isn't the same thing. There was a pawns on g3 and
Yes.
h4 a moment ago. Now you'll manage to play h5 and keep a pawn on the
I'll
board.
tell you something else we mustn't forget. That if Bogdan manages to trade off some pawns and sacrifice his bishop for the pawn, it's going to be a draw. Rook and knight against rook.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So wait a second. So now rook b7 forces the king on the 8th rank, right? Because king f6, there will be again this trick with rook b1 and white just won a tempo.
Right. So rook check, and again, just for our audience, any moves to the f file, king f6 and or king f8 allows rook to b1
Where bishop f2, rook f1 supposedly is a draw, right?
Exactly. Thump. We win a bishop. So that's why after rook check, we're anticipating that the king will actually have to drop back.
15 seconds. Okay, he's moving his king to g8.
Okay. Oops, sorry. Rook check, king to g8.
And there's no way that Nodirbek wants to go into the rook and pawn ending just yet.
No, knight takes e1.
So
Knight takes e1, rook e2 check is the rook and pawn ending. And that's what we're trying to avoid as white. And the best way to avoid it is to come back. King f3. We no longer have rook b1.
Although I was kind of curious to find out. No, it wouldn't have been.
By the way, in all of this, Nodirbek's clock is also ticked down from the very lofty 8 minutes that he did have down to 2.
Yeah. Well, but it's all about Bogdan Daniel's clock, and he just has 16 seconds. Now, in all of my experience of chess commentary,
yes.
I found that the human mind can only withstand so much tension. So
Right.
usually it's around about 20 to 30 moves playing at this high pressure situations. And then at some point it just goes.
It collapses. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you that the pressure just kind of compounds over the course of a game. And that's why, these very top 2800s, their ability to withstand the pressure is just phenomenal. 15 seconds. And again, this is, Bogdan's not comfortable unless he's close to 5.
Well, he's on 5 right now. Okay, and the bishop comes to a5.
And he made it down to
3 seconds.
That's that is a 33
Yeah.
right on the clock. I'm looking at the. And wait a minute. He put his bishop on a5.
So can someone tell me, if we have rook d7 now attacking the pawn?
Right.
No,
That looks very attractive. Rook to d7. Now, if you go rook to a, and he's done it, rook to a, then a pin along the a file starts to be attractive.
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
one thing. There is also, like, if you give rook a4, I can go back to king f3, e4 plan.
As well as rook
to d6
and the knight e5
But
plan.
I'm beginning to think that
I don't
Bogdan
think
Daniel should
Bogdan-
just give up the pawn on d4,
He should have done it.
park the bishop on g7, and just
5
wait for white to make
seconds.
progress. Making that move
3
once
seconds.
again with 3 seconds left on the clock.
King f3. Whoa.
No.
Actually, he's
no.
quite scary.
Now it's getting really dangerous because white's achieving essentially everything. He's got his rook on the 7th. The black king is very, very passive. The
Bishop
knight,
c3.
the knight is able to jump at will, whether it be the f4 or e5 squares, and watch out for the king as well. King e4. And lastly, I think it was Mero who was saying g5 is not out of the question either. g5 and just making sure that the g6 pawn is locked.
If you do that, though,
Yes.
be careful, because remember that if the bishop trades itself for the remaining pawns, it will be a draw.
It will be a draw. I will remember.
Yeah.
Promise. But what about g5? How would you handle g5, Jovi?
I would take it.
Indeed. hg.
Yeah.
So from white's point of view, with the pawn sitting on g5, I'm thinking of the moves king g4 and f4 and knight e5 is on the agenda. Bogdan constantly out of his chair after each
That's
move.
incredible.
Yeah. 2 minutes and 8 seconds for Nodirbek.
It's incredible how it seems so close anytime, you know, there is a threat, and Bogdan Daniel gets down to like 2-3 seconds, and then I check with the engine, and it says like not a single idea works for white.
Right,
Yeah, like
zero,
I'm allowing
zero.
G5, yeah, I'm allowing
Everything.
H5. Somehow black holds always.
It's like a reed, just kind of bends and bends and bends. It just doesn't snap. Doesn't break. Rook.
Back to B7.
That is a confounding move. I thought the rook had discovered its most ideal square. Rook back to B7.
Is it time to go rook A8 just to, or do you have to go? Well, rook A8 was, I wanted to play that move just to kind of check from the other side.
Mm-hmm. Rook A8. Well, again, I'm finding the move
Rook
G.
A3.
Well, this is
It's
King
like
E4
King
is
E4.
automatic now. I don't even have to think twice about that one anymore. King E4, F4, G5, Knight E5. It's all starting to look good. Very good. I'm thinking this is going to be Nodirbek's victory. I think this is going to be his game. It's a combination of the clock and the pressure. It's relentless. You, as black, you keep having to find these, well, I'm not going to say only moves, but the pressure.
Well, okay, so now there is a chance to go G5, maybe?
Yes. At long last.
Yeah, like pawn takes, If bishop D2, I have F4.
Yes.
Question mark. I'm still not sure if it's winning.
Right.
Yeah.
But you have it, yes.
Yeah.
And Knight E5.
So takes. Bishop D2. Nonsense. F4, bishop C3. It allows everything. And
It does.
You don't
Oh, right. Because I was expecting the black rook to go to A5.
Yeah.
I'm still a little perplexed why he would move his rook from D7, because that rook on D7, you know, is kind of, if ever your king goes for a walk, imagining that you might play the move H5, and imagining that the king might go on F5. The rook on D7 nicely hits the pawn on D4, keeps the bishop
And now
honest.
for the first time, Nodirbek is under the
No.
minute. Yep.
Oh.
In fact, he has less time on the clock than Bogdan Daniel.
That might be a first since the opening, I was going to say. Okay, G5, that would definitely have my full-on attention. Rook check, just gaining a little time on the clock. And for Bogdan, I mean, come on, King G7, don't think.
43 seconds for Bogdan. Is King
What?
H7.
You see, I can't guess the move.
Not the most obvious, I gotta say.
Where did that move come from? King H?
Not the most
Seven?
obvious.
What?
To confuse the opponent.
No, to confuse the commentators. He comes in and has an interview, and why did you play King H7? I knew the commentators would be looking at a different move. I wanted to surprise them.
Well, rook b6 played. Intention of a knight jumping into either e5, f4, g5 is on tap.
But why wouldn't you play, unless you want to give the move to your opponent, you would play check and then rook to g6, because then the pawn would be hanging with the tempo. And then you could play the much desired g5 and just nail down the pawn.
But you give choices to Bogdan Daniel. Now he has to consider, is white threatening to jump in with the knight? Is f4 coming? Is g5,
G5
h5?
an idea, h5 an idea, yeah.
17 seconds, and there's a lot of things for Bogdan Daniel to consider.
He's back to his idea of playing bishop e1.
Indeed. So check on
But this time you can go rook f6.
rook f6.
Yes, you
Do I
can.
want my rook on f6?
I don't know, but it's an option.
I always like this line by Dr. Robert Hubner. He was a man, by the way, who I considered all-knowing. Like, he's just extraordinary man. And I asked him a question once, and he seriously pondered and considered his answer. And then he said, very, very deliberately, I do not know. I was stunned. Robert Hubner did not know. I do not know.
And what was the question? Yes.
I forgot the question, but the answer
Might have
was
been a very
terrific.
fun question.
Oh no, Bogdan's done it again. I'm going to have
Okay,
to
what's
ask you the
happening?
question that he could have sacrificed his exchange with rook takes d3 and bishop takes f2. And
rook e6. No more bishop e1 annoyances.
truly, it was annoying, actually. Bishop kept landing on the e1 square. While we get a minute, because they do have a minute, if you don't mind me asking this question, after bishop e1, king to f3, because it may occur yet again, rook a3, king e2, rook takes f3, king takes f3,
Yeah, but
bishop
this
takes
one-
f2. The reason I'm asking this is because after h5, gh, doesn't my bishop have an anchor on e3 and an easy draw?
But isn't it the wrong corner?
No, I'm going to go away. I'm just going away. I'm going away. You can put your king on g6. You can put your rook on d5. But I'm going away from... isn't this a table base?
Not that I have... yeah, we do have. White wins.
White wins?
Yes.
Okay,
White
good to
wins
know.
does this
So he
one.
doesn't have this rescue. I thought the bishop would be anchored on e3, covering h6, protecting d4, but white wins. And so says the table bases. And those I don't argue with.
Yeah.
I argue with,
Yeah.
Alpha Zero. What does it know? Doesn't even know it's playing chess. Come on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, with the table bases, we should explain what it is.
Yes.
So a table base is when there's so few pieces left on the board that the engines have worked out every single possibility.
Perfectly. And there's just simply nothing to argue in that case. I'm not sure which writer called it God mode, because we knew with absolute certainty the answer. 10 seconds.
10 seconds, 9 seconds. I think you...
Bishop to d2, defending against knight f4, but still knight e5 is a possibility, blah, 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 with or without check. Jovi, quick, would you play check and knight e5, or would you play knight e5 at once?
Knight e5 at once.
Why?
Because the king on h7 could be a target.
Gotcha. Just
Well,
wanted to
knight
know.
e5 on board. Okay, so how to defend that pawn?
Well,
You have to go
indeed.
g5.
Rook check and knight takes g6 is really rather frightening. Isn't it time to play d3?
Maybe it's also time.
8 seconds.
7 seconds. He goes to
G5.
g5.
That's something we do not like, right?
I don't like this
it.
move.
h5.
Definitely. Keep the pawns on the board,
And
h5.
on my board, at least, the evaluation bar started to inch in White's favor.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, before it was resolutely
Hovering,
at in the
flat
middle.
line, yeah? But here also, is the move knight f3 ridiculous? Knight f3 hits the bishop, hits the pawn on d4, hits the pawn on g5. So I'm winning material with the move knight f3.
Right you are, yeah. Or not.
I win material. I didn't say I win the game.
Yeah,
I just win material.
I just feel that the D pawn is irrelevant. In fact, it's so much of a nuisance for black. I don't want to be going to a lot of effort to win it. The H6 pawn, however.
Nice. Yeah, but I want the H6 pawn when you don't have a D pawn on D2.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And maybe that's too much of an ask in this position.
But it's just the strange configuration. Black's been wrong-footed. The bishop on D2 is not protected, so it makes it a tempting target.
And what makes life difficult for white if he just goes H5?
I think it's D3. You can go knight F7, but you're not going to play knight F7 when I've got a pawn. Oh no, did I do something wrong?
No, not you, Yasser. I mean, it's impossible. Can you get this one on the board? Knight F3.
Yes, please.
And then computer goes rook A2.
Rook A2?
And I'm like, what? Ah, no, sorry, not knight F3. Knight C4 was knight C4.
Ah,
knight
so that's
C4.
a fork on
well, also kind of an interesting move. And then computer goes rook A2 and more other things.
Okay.
And I'm like, rook E2.
Give me the bishop.
Yes, D3. Rook takes D2, rook C2. And I had never ever seen this one.
Oh, my
rook C2,
word.
draw again. Rook endgame.
What a move.
Really?
Rook C2.
Yeah.
And if I take...
Yeah, you take rook C4, I mean, it's a draw.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, it did not happen, right? So
No, because
he played
H5.
Nodirbek played H5, which is the most desirable, of course.
Absolutely. H5 in 10 seconds.
Yep,
10
as
seconds.
ticking down, it's now 5 seconds. And there we see bishop F4 being played. Knight came into G6.
Instantly, as if, whoa. I'm
It was
playing
a big-
D3.
Wait a second. D3 knight takes and rook D6 though,
Yeah.
and it could be a winning rook endgame.
With the
right?
king coming to F3. Good
Yeah.
point. Ooh.
Okay.
So I...
Two moves not to lose.
Bishop C1?
Okay.
Bishop C1 or D2.
Or D3, you mean?
No, bishop C1 or bishop D2.
Oh, bishop
D3 loses on the spot.
Bishop
Knight
C1
F4.
has been played. Wow, look at the speed with which Nodirbek
Knight
is
to
playing.
E7, so then now the knight is maneuvering to F5.
F5.
Yes, and give what Jovi said. Give me the H6
Maybe
pawn.
the bishop on D should have been put on D2. So
Well,
then at least...
apparently this is still a draw.
It is.
It's getting a little
Yeah, but
scary.
it's getting narrower and narrower. 13 seconds.
D3, you
Have
got
to push the pawn.
Yeah, push him.
But that requires a lot of guts.
Well, sometimes when your move
Okay, he's
is
reaching
forced,
for it. Ooh, he made that move with,
With
2
how-
seconds
2
left on the
seconds.
clock.
D3.
Oy.
Wow.
Okay, 2 seconds. So I'm playing rook to D6 or knight F5.
Knight F5, but then bishop F4, and it looks like the danger is gone. Bishop F4.
Well,
Why didn't he play rook to D6?
Well, then again, that'd be bishop F4.
But still
and
bishop F4.
You're not
Still,
attacking the...
Yeah, I'm not attacking the... Well, the pawn's
10
defended.
seconds.
And here he
He's
comes.
reaching
bishop
for the bishop
F4.
F4, taking away the D6 square from the rook. Big threat on the board of D2 and
Indeed.
promoting the pawn.
So, check. The king presumably will go back to H8.
Yeah.
Now, I can't take the pawn because after D2, rook over, rook down. And kind of a long way from Tipperary here, right?
Yep.
Oops. I mean, I like the cookie. I mean,
if you want to take pawn, you can take it right now, right? Rook H6.
Rook check.
But then it looks like you're almost forced to go for the perpetual rook G6. That's what the board had to say. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah. Why black can't play?
Yeah, can black play for more?
You love how we are getting ambitious. Well, then rook G7, rook
Okay.
D7, in fact.
Right.
Okay.
or king e6, rook e7, whatever. Yeah, it's still a
Well,
draw.
rook h6 indeed played.
Rook
King
h6,
g8 was the very quick response.
You
Rook
gotta
g6.
admire Nodirbek, a very determined young man. He wanted that h6 pawn. He had been, on that, rail, if you will, for about 10, 15 moves, and he achieved his ambition.
How many times this game could be over, right? With black
King
sacrificing
h8,
an
the best
exchange.
move.
Right? King h8, just hanging around. Now, where do we go with our rook? Look. There's a pawn. There's a runaway criminal.
Yeah. Well, actually.
Yeah. This,
There's not much I can do
no,
about
you
it.
can't catch it. So you're forced to give the perpetual.
There's a funny perpetual there.
It is a funny
You go
perpetual.
h6.
What?
d2, knight e7.
h6.
Yes.
d2.
Knight e7. And
Knight
it could be
e7.
that this is kind of a last try.
Aha. And if you
Because-
go rook a8,
Yeah, d1, it's a perpetual you have to show. Yeah, d1
Yeah.
queen, and then it's a rook g8, rook g7. It's actually not a perpetual, I'm sorry. Knight g6 is a checkmate, and king h6, knight f5 is a checkmate, right?
Right.
yeah.
Oy, oy,
Oi,
oy.
oi, 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 oi. So what does it all mean?
So again, check, king f8, and we go h6. And after d2, knight e7.
We have to go rook to a8.
Rook to a8, but yeah, isn't it funny that promoting to a queen
is mate.
Is a checkmate?
Wow.
Wow.
That is unexpected. King g8 on the board.
Well, the thing is, like now, if you give a check on g6, among other things, black can go to f7, f8, f8, yeah. Seems like everything's a draw. Okay,
Well,
another
rook
check.
g6.
Think king h8 is going to be played.
I'm still so confused. King h8, knight e7, d2, h6, rook a8, right? And if I go rook to
G7, yeah, this was the...
g7 with the idea of knight
Yeah,
g6.
then rook
right?
a6.
Ah.
And then rook g8, king h7,
And now
rook
it is a draw.
g7, king h8, and this is a perpetual.
Exactly.
And a very beautiful one at that.
Truly. So knight e7.
Well,
Maybe
well-
knight e7, rook a8, just to stop rook g8 and rook to d8.
22 seconds
But
for
no.
Nodirbek.
How much? No.
Now he's
Whoa, whoa,
under
whoa, whoa.
16 seconds.
Bogdan has 2 minutes. What a remarkable turnaround in 10 seconds.
And he goes rook h6. King g8.
And it is a threefold, according to the digital board, which keeps track of threefold repetitions. But Bogdan Daniel is no longer not interested in claiming.
And you can see Nodirbek shake his head.
Because he has no choice in
30.
this moment. He does have to play rook g6 check, doesn't he?
13 seconds, rook
Yes.
g6 being played.
Okay. And it's at 4-time repetition if he goes king h8?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now it's...
Yeah, and we have a handshake. And
What a...
it had us
an
gripped
escape.
on our
I really
seats.
thought he was going to win that
Yeah.
at the end. I mean, it just felt like Daniel was, sliding down the cliff.
But he
Quite the
held
struggle.
his nerve there.
He did.
And
He did. Oh my
Ooh.
goodness.
And Nodirbek there disappointed with that draw. But ultimately, after an incredible day of so much action and
Penultimate.
fireworks as well, It's still 5 draws.
5 draws. We can't. I'm telling you, there's a virus in the playing hall. We can't avoid it. And here we go.
At the standings, nothing
never
has
changes.
changed. But everyone has gathered an extra half point. So we still see Fabiano Caruana with 5 points out of 8. Alireza, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, they are half a point behind with 4.5 points. And Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with 4 points.
One of my favorite movies, Groundhog Day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the day keeps repeating itself. Yeah. Draws every round, draws, regardless of how the players play, great games or not.
Yep. Well,
but look at tomorrow's pairings.
It is
Jovi.
the grand finale. Anish Giri has the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Will Anish play the role of spoiler, or will Fabiano secure it with a result? Wesley has white against Gukesh, and again, a very important for the standings. Bogdan Deac plays Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Nepomniachtchi plays Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and Praggnanandhaa has white against Alireza Firouzja. That is closely contested there.
Yeah,
both of those players sharing a second place. Oh, well, we also have Anastasiya and Cristian. What was the day like for you guys? It's a prediction time.
This one.
I feel like I'm just holding on.
We're seeing some predictions. I'm still close. How about yourself, Anastasia? Not so much.
He was so close, to score for the first time. Nodirbek, you could see his face. He was so disappointed. He was really close.
You and Miro are doing a tremendous job,
yes.
but unfortunately not this tournament. Didn't have that sixth sense to be in with a shot in the last round.
Next time. It's okay. It's okay. I still believe in this boy.
You're doing quite well, Yasser. But anyway, guys, I have to say, we've been having tremendous fun here. Again, despite the fact that we're not seeing decisive results, we see fights all the way until the end. And Nodirbek was very disappointed, I have to say, for not being able to get more out of this game. He tried. He tried for so long, but unfortunately for him, Bogdan's defense was just impenetrable.
Absolutely, and in the playing venue, all the spectators moved to this side of the playing hall where they were playing, to the king's side.
Yes.
So everybody was watching the end of this game because, of course, the local here, Bogdan Deac, was defending very well against Nodirbek. Absolutely. And so we had all the draws, and I have the feeling maybe tomorrow is the day. Maybe tomorrow we'll have all the decisive results suddenly. Everybody will fight until the end. Because actually, it's really the day, when everything will be solved, everything will be clear. And who knows what will happen. It reminds me a little bit the situation which happened in Bucharest last year.
Very similar.
Very similar. Fabiano is leading half a point ahead of the field. Few players still can catch up with him. But you see, Praggnanandhaa has chances. I had a short interview with him and he said, okay, we'll see tomorrow I'm playing against Alireza.
Exactly.
And everything is still possible.
They're both half a point behind Fabiano, so none of them want to draw. We could see some fireworks in that one. And of course, Anish predicted, or at least that he's going to try to squeeze Fabiano in their respective matchup. We'll see if that happens, but a lot of exciting chess still about to be played in tomorrow's round. Guys, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasia, and thank you, Cristian. It just feels like no matter what the players do, they can't break through one another's armor, and it's so hard to win a game here. Miro, your final thoughts on this penultimate round?
My final thoughts, I keep seeing this predictions graphic, and
yes,
I'm thinking I'm doing a good job as the weather reporter, because whenever they predict something, usually never happens, right? And the other thing I was thinking of is there are sometimes these situations where it's very humid and very hot, and you're expecting the thunderstorm. It's in the air,
right?
And it never happens. That is what we have for the last 3 rounds.
Exactly.
Because, if someone, say a month past, looks only at the score of this one, that would look like the quietest tournament ever. And every single game, there's a lot of possibilities, a lot of exciting variations left behind, like today's Gukesh with Giri game. Yeah, and perhaps we have to blame the players for being that good, identifying, not making mistakes. What is this?
We
unacceptable.
have seen this accuracy graph which is really extraordinary. In the 95 percentiles, and MVL has just been remarkable as well in terms of his accuracy. But it is what it is, and we'll have an exciting round tomorrow.
Absolutely. Tomorrow is the day when a champion will be crowned, so you do not want to be missing that one. Thank you everyone for joining in, watching us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. See you guys.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.